This is the D6 generation with your hosts, Craig Gallant.
You're wrong! If you're getting any compensation, it's not charity!
Russ Wakeland. You put me on a boat with frickin' dragons attacking me and whatnot? Now we're talking. And Raef, Hollywood Granger.
Now that's Jimmy Django right there.
With contributions from Total Fangirl.
Vampires do not sparkle.
And our loyal listeners.
One game is very like another till the D6G reviews it, brother.
Welcome to another edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming, coming at with the speed of a sleek sloop with extra sails and rigging, running before a classic Caribbean hurricane. This edition is brought to you by the Piedmont Association of Gaming Excellence. The shout out is, are you a gamer in the Piedmont area of North Carolina? Then check out our website at pageexcellence.blogspot.com and become a part of the community today. Tonight, our panelists are, as always, Russ John Ward Wakeland and Raef Sir Humphrey Gilbert Granger. Let's begin. Issue number 1. On warships in the 17 and 1800s, cannon were manned by a crew that trained together to work like a well-oiled machine. Each man had his duty, whether it was loading, swabbing, running the cannon back into position, or laying the shot. Any man lost from the crew affected the cannon's value in battle. Most men lost during these actions were not killed by cannonballs, but rather giant splinters blown out of their own ship by enemy fire. Question. It was considered suicidal for a cannon's crew to store extra powder charges with the cannon in battle, and so young boys were employed to run these charges up from the hold of the ship as new charges were needed. What were these young boys called? Royal Sail Russ.
I should know this. I'm going with Powder Boys.
Rat Lion Raef.
I think that's the right answer, but that's not what I was going to say. I was going to call them Keg Boys.
Both of you are wrong. The name is Powder Monkeys.
I knew that. I knew that.
Issue number 2. A stochastic process is one whose behavior is non-deterministic in that system's subsequent state is determined both by the process's predictable actions and by a random element. In a more simplified form, the term stochastic means random, meaning lacking any definite plan or order or purpose, governed by or depending on chance. Question. Traditionally, what is the only type of vessel that fits the official definition of ships but is instead called a boat? Gigantean Granger.
A rowboat.
Whiffletree Wakeland.
I know this. It's submarines.
Half of you are wrong. The other half of you are correct. The answer is a submarine, and I should have remembered that you, sir, worked with submarines.
Yes.
The only vessel too large to be carried by another vessel but still called a boat is a submarine. Issue number 3. The Caribbean Sea was an unknown body of water to the populations of Eurasia until 1492, when Christopher Columbus first sailed into the Caribbean waters while trying to find a route to Asia. Following the discovery of the islands by Columbus, the area was quickly colonized by several Western cultures. Following the colonization of the Caribbean islands, the sea became a busy area for European-based marine trading and transport, and this commerce eventually attracted piracy. Ideal for this and other purposes for many reasons. One thing about the area that was not ideal was the nature of the local weather patterns. Question. What is the latest date in the hurricane season in the Caribbean since these things have been recorded at which the spawn of a Category 3 or higher hurricane has been recorded? And this is multiple choice. A. October 15th. B. September 20th. C. November 5th. Or D. July 30th. Retrogression Russ.
I'm going to go with the October date.
October 15th. Rosby Waves Raef.
C.
November 5th. You are both wrong. The answer is September 20th. October 15th being the last date any hurricane has been started at all, and November 5th being the latest date that any named tropical storm has started. Issue number 4. There are many cliched questions that people often ask each other in idle moments of ease and repose. Often not very enlightening, perhaps they fulfill some unknown drive for trivial knowledge about one's friends and acquaintances. Among these questions is the standard deserted island array of questions. From what would you bring, to what do you need, to what celebrity would you want with you? Question. Which of the following celebrities does not own their own private island? Johnny Depp, Leonardo DiCaprio, Pamela Anderson, or Oprah Winfrey? Grenada Granger.
Oprah.
West K. Wakeland.
Pamela Anderson.
The answer is Oprah for
Oh.
a tie game.
Wow.
Pamela Anderson actually doesn't. The island was bought for her by her ex-husband, and it's a man-made island. It's
I
actually
lost
quite
on a technicality.
Quite a story. Google that because it's quite a story. Anyway, the richest woman in the world, Oprah, apparently doesn't care to own an island. How cliched is that? However, that Captain Jack Sparrow owns a Caribbean island in real life.
No surprise.
That's all we've got for this episode. Thanks for listening, and good night.
This episode of the D6 Generation is brought to you by
Myriad Games, the friendly professional gaming store of the D6 generation.
And by Battle Foam, protecting your army so you don't have to.
and by Lone Wolf Development. Take your game to the next level.
And the War Store, bringing the war to your door since 1999, and that is for a decade or more.
Hello,
Oh,
Yeah, what's up?
and welcome to episode 73 of the D6 Generation. I'm Russ Wakeland.
you know, when I was growing up, my parents lived at 73 Ridgefield Drive.
No, I had no idea.
There you go.
Yeah, that's
you
the
go.
number. Yeah. I'm Craig Gallant.
And I'm Raef Hollywood Granger. Well, we should just pack up and go home.
Oh, we done know?
Why?
Is that a show?
don't know.
That's a wrap, people. That's a wrap.
And thank you.
Big
Thank you.
five.
Don't forget
Big
to
five.
tip your waiters and waitresses.
Caterer was great this week. Really liked it. All right. So today's show, what are we talking about in today's show? Granger.
Oh, I was hoping you'd lead to Craig because he
Nope.
kind of hates these things, but he likes them when he gets into it. We've
No, he
got
doesn't. He hates navel gazing. He's going to hate this.
on the table for
I
today.
hate it.
Hates it.
He does
Disappointed
hate
in
it.
I hate it.
Rafe's. You know what? Who gets,
Hates it, my precious.
let's get a vote. We're having Rafe's roundtable today, and let's get a vote. Who hates it more, Craig or Russ? Because it makes Russ nervous too, because you never know where I'm going to go.
I
with
don't.
these things.
I think the segments are great. I just get nervous giving you the reins. I'm not going to lie.
You do.
I don't hate it.
Yeah.
No, that's what I mean. Russ gets really nervous handing over the reins because I keep half the bullets secret, and
Right.
Craig just hates navel gazing.
I'm just afraid these things are going to devolve into like some political discussion about farming. That's what I get nervous about.
Right.
And then Russ will get in trouble.
Right.
It
right,
won't.
Right. Okay.
It won't. And the second thing we're doing is the new hotness, Merchants and Marauders.
Oh, and it is hot, baby.
Meaty.
Avast, you
Yeah, that was a
scurvy
fun
dog.
game.
You go and be a pirate now, or you can be a merchant if you're boring and you like to play Agricola.
Are you an Irish pirate merchant there? Is that what that was?
That is not Irish.
What was that?
That was a pirate accent.
Was it really? Okay.
You're gonna call me out on my pirate accent? You
I don't
you
know.
are
I'm
gonna
just-
call me out on my
I don't-
pirate accent?
That last little bit, I'm not sure what that was. Send emails to Craig. Let him know what that was. Not sure.
Oh yeah, send emails to Russ and tell him that you don't like his passive aggression.
Hey,
That's where those emails ought to go.
I'm just asking for listeners' feedback. That's all I'm doing.
Exactly, and that's what I'm doing
It's a
as well.
participatory. It's a two-way street here on the D6G. We like to interact with our audience.
Yes, especially when they're negative emails that are sent to Russ at the d6generation.com.
Now, before we get into to achievements in gaming and all that good stuff, we want to thank you, our listeners, and we're going to do that this time around with a brand new contest.
That's right, we're here. We've got a new one. We promised it last time, and we're gonna deliver.
Which accent is that now?
That's just me doing a regular,
Okay,
weird
just checking.
accent. Is that okay?
That's totally cool.
I don't like any of our contests. I don't.
That was an Atlantean accent.
Nice save.
See?
I like that.
There you go.
I didn't know Atlanteans.
This is how they talk in Atlantis.
Yeah, they kind of sound like Lilliputians. I'm not going to lie about that.
We represent the Atlantean army, the Atlantean army, the Atlantean army.
Look out for that shark!
Watch out!
I don't
for
have
that
any
sea-
idea what you guys are talking about. This is going to be a fun show.
That's because you were like snow and
All right.
didn't go out last night.
Oh, I
Right.
melt in the snow.
Yes, Granger is
I
a
blow
fear
away
of
in the snow.
Yeah.
That's what I've heard.
So this time we have a real honest to goodness contest. We are giving away 2 games from our friends at Stronghold Games. Mm-hmm. First is
One
code,
game you've already heard about, and one game you'll hear about tonight.
right. So Code 777 is that cool game where you have to. It's sort of like 4-player mastermind, where you're trying to figure out what your own numbers and colors are in front of you while you see other players and give hints. But the other
Code
one,
breaking.
the other one that's really interesting is the brand new reprint called Survive: Escape from Atlantis.
Awesome.
And we'll talk about this a little more in Achievements of Gaming, but that's our thing. And this game, by the way, is a $50 game, Survive is, and it comes with some of the coolest meeples. I mean, literally wooden meeples you've ever seen. Not just regular meeples that look like normal meeples from Carcassonne. Those are your people. Those are your Atlanteans trying to escape. Then you've got your shark fin meeples made of wood, beautiful shark fins. Then
Your sharkles.
Then you've got your whale meeples.
Your weeples.
Your weeples. Then you've got your sea monster meeples, purple sea monster head sticking out of the water.
Your smeeples.
Then this gift also comes with the expansion, the giant squid expansion. And guess what? They're full of squeeples, giant squid meeples.
That's right. Did you remember the dolphins?
And there are dolphin meeples as well. All awesomely awesome. If you check our Twitter feed out recently, I put pictures up there. Awesome looking wooden meeples. Great components in this game.
And the bopals.
And the boats, little wooden boats, right? That hold 3 of the meeples in there to transport them to the islands.
It's awesome.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Great looking game, easy to play, great family game, great game with gamers. It's a good cutthroat game.
Now
Anyway,
that sounds fun.
It's a quick, fun, brutal game.
Now it's important you
What's
know
the age?
I don't know, like 8 and up, I think easily.
Okay.
And basically, on this thing, it's 45 minutes, real short. And the premise here, just quickly, because the contest is going to make more sense with the premise. The Atlantis, the island in the center of the table, is sinking.
And it does a much better job of an island sinking than that other island sinking.
Oh,
Right.
yeah, I don't
It
like
actually
it.
does. And you with us there, Rafe? You falling asleep on me? There?
I fell asleep.
Okay. There's little
You
boats,
guys are really boring.
and you have to get your meeples onto the boats and then off the island before it sinks, and the person who gets the most meeples away is the winner. So for our contest, Craig, what are we doing?
Not necessarily, because they're all different point values.
right.
But
You know what I'm saying.
That's the basic overview.
Yes. So what, Craig, are we doing for this contest?
Okay, so you are on the island of Atlantis. The volcanoes are erupting. The monsters are circling you. You have to leave in a hurry. There's your little boat. But what board games are you going to take with you?
Right.
You can only take 3. We want to know what they are.
Right. And
So-
strangely, in Atlantis, they have the exact same board game collection that we have here in our world.
That's right.
Because, Atlantis was real. It just sank some time ago. So,
That's right. No, fairly recently, because you can
Right.
take new releases
Anytime
with
now.
you. Like,
So
Now, for the record, I had no idea about this for part of my Rafe's roundtable. That's hilarious.
isn't it?
We
So,
couldn't have timed that better if we
right.
wanted
It's
to.
almost like foreshadowing, if you will.
It is, but I had no idea.
So
I must
so-
think like the guys at Stronghold Games.
Now, you can submit your entries one of 2 ways. You can send emails to contest@the d6generation.com and just list the 3 games you want in the row, but make sure you put Survive Contest in the title. And you're also getting code 777, by the way, which is a great little family game also. Or if you want to be really industrious, you may send us a voicemail or an audio file attached to your email. And if you do that, we will also take that into consideration. And we will say this, funny voicemails will get a few extra considerations over funny emails because it's more effort. But we will totally take emails if you find the voice situation is just
And
too
I'm
much work.
thinking this.
Yeah.
Email about, these are the 3 games I would take in a rowboat. Boop, boop, boop. Boring. Funny, pithy, short email about 3 games in a rowboat. Awesome.
Right.
And voicemail with the latter is even more awesome with just a hint of awesome sauce.
Right. So get that started, and that'll be, as all our contests do, it'll run for 2 episodes. So episode 74 will remind you about the contest, and episode 75 will be when the contest entries are due. So you can do your own math on
And
that.
you want to email that to contest@thed6generation.com.
That's correct.
If you mail it anywhere else, Craig will institute his teacher rule, and it will not be read.
Will not be
He'll say, haha, this person did not follow directions.
and
Therefore,
teachers have glee when they do that.
they do. Therefore, this person will not receive credit. Haha, big red mark, and it's in the trash.
Right. Now, one other thing I wanted to mention before.
Mine is an evil laugh.
So that's the contest. Now, before we go into achievements, also we should mention that we do have this brandy new thing called the Lost Chapters.
Yes, we should.
Now, what the heck are the Lost Chapters, Craig?
Well, the lost chapters are basically just conversations between the 3 of us where we're talking about something. Maybe we're elaborating on something we discussed earlier in another show, or maybe it's something totally different that caught our attention or caught our fancy. And it's basically just a little bit of extra content, and it's a way that you can support the show by buying these little. The goal is always a half an hour, but so far they've both been over an hour.
Right.
That's right.
Because that's how we roll.
Not a lot over an hour,
God.
maybe a minute or 2, but we have
Still.
not even close to stuck to our
They're
little goal
twice as
of-
long as we planned, so there you go. Which is kind of like all of our shows are really that way.
Yep.
So, and the deal with this is that they are 99 cents each, but you'll be charged $1. and
That would be Russ's penny.
we that's right. Pay the piper. That's the editing charge, baby. So what we do is now when the episodes first go up, okay, they are a mystery, right? They are a mystery. You don't know what they are. But after the first one is out, when the next one comes up, the first one will have a hint about what it was about, right, guys? Is that the plan now?
Now, my favorite thing of this is listening to Russ justify why it's a mystery and, it's just like buying magic cards and blah, blah, blah. There have been some excellent counter arguments.
No, the best counter argument, I saw the counter argument to the magic card thing, which I thought was hilarious. So I put up there, it's like buying magic cards. You don't know what you're going to get. I said, but the good thing about this is it's not a duplicate, right? And the guy said, it's nothing like a magic card. That's a fallacious argument because magic cards, you know what you're going to get, cards.
Yep.
I don't know what I'm getting in your show. let me tell you this, folks. This is episode 73 of a 4-hour podcast. If you multiply those two numbers together, I think you're going to have a rough idea of exactly what you're going to get.
No, I get what he means, though. I mean, there
no,
are
it
people
doesn't no
out there
sense.
that
You're going to get a card that works in a game. You're going to get audio content. That is pretty much in the spirit of the last 73 of these episodes.
No, I don't know. I knew what he meant.
What are you talking about? Seriously. I can't even understand that argument.
If you're one of the board game geek listeners and you only listen to the episodes you're interested in, you're not going to get the Lost Chapter.
These aren't for you.
But it's not
Lost
really
Chapters,
for you.
No, they're for hardcore fans who already know what we do. It's not for casual listeners.
Well, maybe we should put it out there that they're for hardcore fans. Maybe we should put it out there that it's like a loyalty test.
Right.
If you don't get
if you're not willing to spend $1 on something you have no idea what the hell it is, then you don't care.
I want you to throw your buttons away because you have not earned them.
Right. No, but we are going to. Well, we did realize.
Just kidding.
We did realize though that
Marisa on and talk about quilting.
right. You're right. Raef and I are going to come on and talk about politics,
audio, cooking chili while watching the Super Bowl. I mean,
you have no idea what it's going to be. It could be anything. It really could be anything.
The best email I liked about the Lost Chapters was one guy wrote in and he's like, "Oh my gosh, it was so worth it. Thank you. Thanks for more content." And he says to his wife, "Hey, honey, I'm going to pay 99 cents for a half-hour show." And she's like, "Now, why?" This is Russ's line. "You pay more for less. Why would you pay?" And he's like, "Look, I look at it this way. I'm paying 99 cents to get a 5.5-hour show." I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, so that's the deal with those. And originally we were going to keep them totally secret, but I think the thing was as the back catalog builds, it will get confusing if you're trying to recommend a particular one to a friend. So, so we're going to keep it a secret for a little while for the hardcore folks to jump in and get an early show of something. But then after a while, we'll label them. So if you really want,
and I want to say something else. We do hear you on the initial emails. So is there a way people have wanted?
Subscriptions.
Subscriptions.
I wanted to talk about. I'm glad you asked about that.
And easier downloads. Where they don't have to think about it or click. And we are looking into that.
Yeah. So the reason that's not right off the bat is we this is an experiment right now. And we don't want to take money from you that we can't fulfill. So if we charge 99 cents for one episode or two episodes and this thing doesn't work out, you've only paid $2 and you got $2 worth of stuff. But if you pay for an annual subscription up front, like whatever it would be, $24, whatever it would be, then if something goes horribly wrong and we can't make it work anymore, all of a sudden we got to refund money and it gets very complicated. So this way it's just little bite-sized chunks. Try it out. Let's see how it works. Also, everybody's like, can you get it in iTunes? There's lots of complexity around getting involved with bigger services like Audible and iTunes. We'd like to someday, but right now we need to build a library. We need to have established. So all that stuff, if you help make this a success, it will get easier. And if it turns out it's not a good idea and eventually it doesn't happen, it'll go away. So it's a way for you to vote to help us continue to work it to make it even easier and better. Right. So that's what that's all about. But again, as we said earlier in other shows, this is not about in any way removing anything from the D6 Generation podcast. This podcast will remain the same. It'll have just as much content as ever. The same content will have. We're never going to take a piece of content and say we'd rather put this in the Lost Chapters. It's just after we do a normal episode like we always do, it's like, hey, what could we not fit into a 4-hour show? And we come up with something. We put
and there's always something.
And there's always something, right? So, so that's what all that about is. And I think we've belabored that point enough.
Right.
Yes.
And it's evolving. So
right.
That's
yes, exactly right. So it's time now to
talk about La Quinta Inns and Suites, the official hotel chain of the D6 Generation.
Yeah, I got more to say about them in. No. But it's time now
I'm just saying, remember the code for 10% off. The D6.
The D6.
Leave the G off for savings.
For savings.
Right.
I love that tagline.
And is it now time for?
Now it's time for achievements.
Time now for achievements in gaming. Oh man, I didn't have my achievement noise ready. I was so distracted by the recurring La Quinta ad. Anyway, here it is. Ready? Blink. All right. Achievements in Gaming is brought to you by hello, and thanks for being my favorite gaming podcast. Aw. I'd like to say Brighton Bowl, the second Brighton UK Blood Bowl League, is about to commence with friendly warm-ups for the next few weeks and league games from March through April. Sign up now at brightonbowl.net. Nuffle be with you. So, What games have you been playing, Craig?
Well, I've been playing lots of Dystopian Wars. 3 different games of that, and I'm having a blast, and the XCAM is going strong, and a whole bunch of us are now hoarding enough points to go into a strategic game, so we're all looking forward to that happen next week.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that.
Very excited. All the missions seem to be going very well. Everybody's really enjoying the way they settled out after our big play tests, a couple weeks of play testing, and so I'm very, very, very excited about that. Really enjoyed it. I won my first game yesterday, so that was exciting.
Yeah, you got major points on that, too, by the way.
I did. And I've also played a couple games of Merchants and Marauders. Loved them both, and we'll be talking about that later in this episode. Right. So I won't belabor that fact. And then I played Survive with Karen 5 times.
Wow.
About this.
So, yeah,
3 times in a row. Well, Survive is an awesome game we got from Stronghold Games. Its street date is today or yesterday. Or no. Today, the 2nd of February. What month is this? And it is an awesome game. Now, the first thing you notice when you open that box is the components are beautiful.
They really are.
Russ already talked about the wooden components, all the different EPL types. The board is a map made out of hexes that's going to be different every time. And there are 3 different thicknesses. The cardboard for your mountain hexes are actually thicker than the Space Hulk tiles.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
They're like 2 or 3 times the thickness of a Space Hulk tile.
What's cool, too, is the tiles are different thicknesses, right?
That's what I just said.
Oh, did you say that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I did. And then the jungle is like
it bears repeating. It really is cool.
It does. It totally does.
So you can really
when you lay it all
line.
out, the beaches are lower than the jungles, which are lower than the mountains.
Well, that's cool.
Which is nice because the low-lying land sinks first. So not only is it cool looking, but it's also good graphic design because it just reminds you what to pull next.
Now, what I'm remembering from our interview with Stronghold was that it is a remake of a game, so I'm suddenly having flashbacks of I'm wondering if I somehow played the original Survive, because this is sounding very familiar.
Well, Ragnar
did.
Ragnar had, when I showed it to him last night, and he played with us, he's like, I played this when I was a kid, and he said, but it's much improved. He thought the components, it's the same game essentially, but they've added some other elements like dolphins and the expansion with the squid.
because this is sounding familiar with the beaches and the mountains and the jungles. I'm having like deja vu.
Basically, what happens is each of you has 10 little meeples.
Yeah.
And they have each one has a different value printed on the bottom of them. And you're trying to get them on these little boats or swimming to surrounding islands as the main island sinks. And in your turn,
I've played this.
Yeah? Okay, let me explain one turn, and then you can, because you probably have played it. In your turn, you're gonna basically, as you remove a tile in your turn, it's gonna either drop a shark in that space, or it's gonna drop a whale or a boat, or a whirlpool, which was awesome, or it's gonna be a card that you can hold in your hand, it's gonna be a tile that you can hold in your hand like a card that you can play later on. And then you're going to move your meeples, and you get 3 moves. So 1 meeple can move 3 times, or 3 meeples can move once, or any combination thereof. And if you have a boat, you have it. And if you have tied or more meeples in a boat than anybody else for that particular boat, you can move that boat. So you can move 3 guys 3 spaces if they're all in a boat.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to remove a tile, and if it's something that goes in your hand, you hide it, you put it in your hand. If it's something that drops something immediately, you drop something immediately. And then you roll these dice, and once you've played with the dolphins and the monsters moving at a variable pace, that I think you probably don't want to go back. There's 2 different types of dice, basically, and they're going to affect how the monsters move around the board.
Question.
And yes.
All right. First of all, my memory of yesteryear is beaches, shark fins, sea monsters, whirlpool, and boats.
Yeah, you got it.
Yep. That's it.
But I can't remember the mechanism. How does the beach tile get swamped, and then the jungle tile?
Well,
the mountain
what happens
tile?
is, as part of your turn, you after you do 3 movements, you have to pick up a tile, any tile you want, and remove it from the island. However, you must pick up the low-lying tiles first. So you can't pick up any jungle tiles till all the beach tiles are gone.
Right.
So you're going to basically, there's a very high screw your neighbor element to this game, because basically you're going to pull tiles that are going to cause other people's meeples to start swimming in the water and be threatened by monsters and make their escape more difficult.
Yeah.
And then there's no sea tiles, right? It's
No.
meaning your boat doesn't then move 3 squares across the sea tiles, does
Yes,
it?
it does.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a board.
Those are built
there's a-
onto the board.
There's a board with water on it, right? So,
okay.
so there's tiles on a board. Everything's hexes, really. So there's
And then do the sharks and sea monsters and whatnot move?
yes. You control, as part of your turn also, you roll some dice that Craig was mentioning, and the dice will
Okay.
dictate which monster you get to move and how far it moves.
And then if a meeple falls in water with a shark, is it just eaten?
Yes,
Yes.
If a shark gets to, so there's different monsters, right? So the sea monsters will eat you out of a boat. The sharks will not hurt you in a boat, but they'll eat a meeple in the open water. The
Yep.
whales will capsize the boat, destroying the boat, but leaving your meeples alive but swimming.
Right.
And then
And the
there's-
whirlpool does something else.
Whirlpool destroys everybody near it. But the thing is, it's kind of cool is the new edition has new optional rules, including the new dolphin meeples, which these guys can swim with your meeples and protect them from sharks, things like that.
Yeah.
But then other players can make the dolphins swim away. So it's very, very, very much a get your guys to safety while inhibiting your opponents. as much
This
as you
game
can.
was so fun when I played it with a kid. I must now own it.
It is, and the
It is
quality of the
awesome.
components. It is $50, but I think it's worth every
Don't
penny
care.
because the components are. I mean, the wooden
They're
meeples.
beautiful.
They're wonderful. So
That game was fun. I have memories
yeah.
of that, but
I
I can't
think it's,
place it where.
I think it's
weird.
definitely worth a look for anybody out there who likes a good family game. Even with
Yep.
gamers, it was fun, and it's fast.
Absolutely.
It's like 40
It is.
minutes.
Yeah, it's
even learning
definitely
the
a
rules.
family
It's
game.
really
I'm
fast.
telling you, Karen and I played 3 games back to back to back. She loved
How
it.
did it play head to head?
It's good. It's brutal head to head.
Well, we played a 3-player a bunch of times. It was great 3-player,
Yeah.
and I'm sure 4-player only gets better because it has more people. Because the land's totally full of meeples. See, in 2-player and 3-player game, there's some elements on the island that aren't covered,
Right.
Because it's designed so that when 4 players play, every hex has got a meeple on it, which is going to make it even more hectic. With every time a tile's pulled, someone's falling in the water and that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So very cool.
Very cool.
Well, I've been playing pretty much everything Craig's been playing.
Yeah.
Dystopian Wars had a great couple games. Josh got his first game with me, and I kind of sunk him pretty good there. In the
You did very well.
in the
Cool.
asymmetric raid mission. He was raiding. me.
Apparently, his steampunk mojo doesn't carry over from War Machine.
Well, I think he just split his forces up in a. When you got a 300-point rating force, I'm not sure a battleship makes a good raider. That's
very
probably. But anyway, it was cool. It was fun. I think he really had a good time. So he's learning, and I'm still learning too. It's very much a new game, obviously. Also played yet another game of Merchants and Marauders. This is just fab game, absolutely fab. I will talk more about that later. Also played some Survive. Played 2 games of Survive the other night.
Did you play that on Tuesday, Russ?
Yes, I did, and I really like it. Really like it. Craig covered it pretty thoroughly there.
I think we covered it as
pretty
a
much
group.
reviewed it.
Do you see a game? Would you, Rose, and Nicole play it and Kit?
Yeah, we're giving away. We should say that the contest we're giving away the open copy because we've played it.
Well, that's what we do. What happens
Right.
is we get a copy to review, and then we give it away as a prize.
So, so I'm going to probably try at least a couple times with the family with it, and then if they get into it, I'm certainly going to go pick a copy up myself. I think it's not so much a gamer's game, although it's a perfectly fun game. It'd be a great game at a con or something where you're just chilling out with people you don't know very well or whatever. It's just a great, easy game to teach, easy game to play, and I think the price point may seem a little high for a very casual game, but the components again are just so wonderful.
they are beautiful.
If there's time before we need to ship it out, I'd like to do that too because I've learned my lesson with the family. I've learned my lesson that I might think they love it and they hate it.
So also, you should know, Raef, that Ragnar played Rafe for the Galaxy, and he still calls it that, by the way.
Oh
He had a
I want to play that game.
Big Race for the Galaxy game last
and
night.
it caused a
miss
bunch of
Ragnar.
confusion by the
Yeah.
from the people who haven't been in our group.
Ragnar
for a
misses
while.
you too. You don't get seen a lot down there, so he misses you.
Well, he's a big 40K player, so he goes where the 40K is.
right. Also playing. I think that's pretty much it. Really, Survive, Dystopian Wars, and Merchants. So
I remembered a game I played.
what's that?
I played the old-fashioned Clue.
Did you know?
Yeah, Lou was at that age where he actually asked for it. They play it at school sometimes, and he's like, "Hey, Dad, I want to play Clue." So I'm like, that is a fun game. So I bought the new version of Clue, which is funny because Maurice and I are like, it's totally like 2010. The pictures, the graphics, the guys, the meeples. About the only thing that looks the same. The board's completely redesigned. There's no library. There's like a spa. You know, it's
What do
if
they have
you
for
guys
weapons
saw
now?
it,
Did they
you'd
get
be
rid of
like, "What game is
Did
that?"
they get rid of the candlestick? Now is it in the spa with a sponge towel or a loofah?
Well, no, it's funny. They still have the candlestick and the rope and everything like that. But like, you don't have little colored cardboard stacks. That's Mr. Mustard anymore. It's just
That
this
would be Colonel to you.
Colonel Mustard. It's just this green stand with this question mark, this like window glassy question mark. It's bizarre.
It was always a pawn, but he's not called Colonel Mustard anymore.
No, he is. Oh, I remember them being like a little graphic of Colonel Mustard.
No, it was just a pawn.
Oh, okay.
They were here was the key to remembering who each one was. Now this is going to sound a little strange, but bear with me. Ms. Scarlet was the red piece pawn. Professor Plum was the purple pawn. Colonel Mustard was the yellow pawn. He's sensing a theme. Miss White was the white.
Yeah,
pawn.
I see where you're going with that. I get it.
All right. Just saying, it was very subtle, but
they added some new rules. But here's what's fun. So we played with the whole family, including Nana, and Nana and Lou were clueless, and Lou's just learning. So my wife goes into a room, okay, and she calls out 3 things. I don't know. Mrs. Plum in the spa with the candlestick. Okay?
Yeah.
And you turn to the left. If you have the card, you show it.
Right.
Lou, no cards. Nana, no cards. Rafe, no cards. I look at Marisa. She just smiles at me. And I'm
Get
like,
it right?
Really?
Oh, crap.
So she says all 3. So what would you guys assume from that?
Well, she could be holding a card to try to fool people.
Correct.
That's a higher level clue strategy.
Or 2
right?
cards even.
She could be holding all 3.
Right.
I mean, that could be really evil, yeah.
Apparently that's what she did. So I immediately take the gamble. I'm like, I should really call out all
She totally
3.
played you. That's awesome.
Yeah, she did. So my next turn, I
cheating
go
for
into you have to go to the pool to make your accusation. So I make my accusation.
Sounds like a reality TV
What is this,
show.
like The Biggest Loser clue?
I don't know, man.
You just got to go.
You go to the
You got to
pool.
swim a lap and then run 3 miles.
Yep. So she played me, and she, of course, pulled out the win.
Nice. Wow. Totally. I think there were
Nice.
2 achievements for that. That was awesome.
Achievement for Marisa.
Nicely done, Marie.
But it was fun. It was fun to play a good old
You know what your family would enjoy? I know you don't like this game, but I think your family... Mystery Express.
Oh, God. No.
That is like the ultimate clue. Seriously, it's
No, but
awesome.
it's not somehow. Clue is awesome and fun.
No, dude, this beats Clue with a stick.
Mystery Express is like...
I think the things that might cause you to say it beats it with a stick are the reasons that Rafe would say that it's not interesting.
Oh,
Yeah.
no way, man. Oh, it's awesome.
I mean, I watched it played, and I don't want to play it.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
Right.
Well,
See,
you don't like Clue
you can
either.
still guess. You can
And
be...
it's fun, and it's light.
You can still
It's
guess. You
light
still
and-
guess in Mystery Express.
Yeah, Mystery Express is not light. Mystery Express has math. Right there, you're off my list.
There's
Oh,
not
yeah,
much
and that
math.
weird clock mechanic in Mystery Express. I don't know.
No, it's deductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning, people. All right, anyway. All right. Are you,
So that was my fun
Any other games?
gameplay.
Can we move on to modeling now? I guess so. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll take
do
it as a
it.
yes. Let's see. I am in a last-minute painting frenzy for TempleCon.
Yes, you sure are.
So I got to finish my battleship and my cruisers by Friday, and I have everything else ready. So we're excited for that. And so that's pretty much me, folks. Oh, but I have a side modeling project. So achievement.
Oh, very nice.
So when we're down in Disney World, the new hotness in Disney World used to be pins. Remember the pin collecting? That's still
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on.
yeah.
But the pin collecting's not quite as hot as it used to be. Now the new hotness is these vinyl Mickeys. So these little, and it's really kind of silly. It's these little vinyl Mickey Mouse things, and
Is
most
he
of them-
three-dimensional?
Yeah, they're 3-dimensional. They're made of like some kind of vinyl plastic thing, and most of them come in random boxes like magic boosters, and you don't know what you're going to get. So you open it up, and it might be a vinyl Mickey done up to look like an astronaut, or Woody from Toy Story, or Darth Vader from Star Wars. You don't know what you're going to get, right? So it's this kind of random thing. But then they have these solid colored ones that you're meant to paint. And Rose fell in love with one, and she totally wants. She's my little artist. She just wants to paint it. So she got this thing in Disney World. She took it home, and now she tried to work on a color pencil, but it didn't really work very well. So we're going to do a painting project with her. So I'm going to take all my paints out, and and she's drawn on paper exactly how she wants them to look, all the things, different spots in his body. We're going to paint them up together. So we've been laying
Hey,
out
Russ.
for that. So pretty cool.
Russ,
Yeah.
you know what'd be cool is if you could open up your Battle Foam P3 paint bag
Right.
and have all your paints in it.
Yes.
All
yes, it
you
would.
need to do that
No.
is admit that ninjas
No.
are better than pirates.
I can't lie. I cannot lie for product.
That's true. I wouldn't accept the lie.
Not even for a P3 bag.
No. I will not tell a lie.
Well, no, because I wouldn't let you lie. You'd have to wear T-shirts to that effect at TempleCon.
I'd be lying. I'd be
When
promoting.
people ask you.
I'd be promoting a fallacy. I'd be propagating a myth.
Okay.
I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that.
I don't have any modeling, but I'm saving up my time for other. I've got lots to talk about. Nothing.
Okay.
I saw that. Well, I finished up our TempleCon event is going to be a battle royale for a bunch of Sturginium platforms that look like steampunk oil rigs, and so we needed 9 of those. So I did up 9 of those. And I did some buildings. I'm experimenting using MPOC buildings and seeing if I can doctor them up to make them look cool. And
the
so
one
far,
you have
so
look pretty
good.
good. Yeah, I like the coming out.
Yeah.
It is. It's the right scale.
It is. Well, some of them are. It's.
Depends.
I mean, the buildings in MPOC are kind of a fluid scale, sort of.
Yeah, they are.
But I mean, they look beautiful. I think when they're all painted up and everything. I've also almost completed a complete second fleet box for my FSA. I don't know why. I just
Dude, there's plenty of land stuff coming out. I mean, come on.
I know it's not till March, and this way now I need 2 more bombers, and then I'll have 2 full squadrons of bombers.
You and Jeremy are
I've
buying
got
like crazy. It's awesome.
more frigates than I'll ever be able to field because of the field allowance is on small ships.
Right.
And I even made it even worse by buying 3 extra cruisers. So now I have 3 battleships, 9 cruisers, and 18 frigates.
Jesus.
And almost all of them are painted. And today, looking through my old MPOC box, I found the Statue of Liberty.
Huh. I had that. Yes.
And I thought, what did you just say, Russ?
I had that too. It's awesome.
Yeah. Now, and I thought, in an alternate world where the French did not help us in the Revolution,
Right.
and the British did help the South win the Civil War, I bet the Statue of Liberty would look different.
Right.
So I changed the Statue of Liberty, and it is now the Statue of Victory.
Oh.
And I made a big steampunk base for it to go on.
Cool.
Oh, cool.
That's awesome.
And that will be featured at the TempleCon event also.
Did you put
Nice.
a sword where the torch is or anything?
I did.
Good call, Granger.
And a shield where the book is.
Ooh,
Oh, cool.
Neato.
I want to see that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to paint it up like it's bronze, like not patinaed, but just like really heavy bronze.
If
Paint a copper like it's brand new.
if Christmas presents from Russ were real, you could twit pick that.
I could.
Little foreshadowing.
Yeah, you're cheating, aren't you?
You're not very good at
Did you read
foreshadowing.
my answers?
Yeah.
This is going to be like last time where he stole my
That's
predictions.
why I didn't. That's
and then
why
he's
I
like,
didn't write. I
he's like,
started.
I
writing
swear I
it.
didn't read ahead. I just quoted exactly what you said you're going to say in 15 minutes.
Pretty much.
why I
That
did.
is. Wow.
And so that's what I've been doing.
Talk about deflating the episode there. All right. So,
No way, it's good. People will be like, "What's going on?"
yeah.
So how about other Rafe?
Yeah, I want to go first because then when the pressure of time squeezes, you guys will edit. All right, I've got some sad news.
Right.
Craig, you know those boxes of books you read when you're an adolescent reader?
Juvenile. The term is juvenile.
It is not.
It is too.
Just because that one guy emailed you and said he's in the business. And
Have
it's
you been to a
juvenile.
library lately? Go to a library.
Young readers.
Look
Young-
in the Dewey Decimal System.
It's young adult readers.
It says
the
juvenile.
bookstores where they keep up with society, it's young adult. But that's okay. Go ahead.
Go to Webster's.
Here he
You
is,
like this?
Craig. Here he is, all Twitter. He's all Facebook.
Yeah.
He's using
I'm
the.
just saying words mean things.
He's
The
going back
definition
to
of
the Dewey
juvenile is
Decimal
14 to
System.
18.
So today's project during the snowstorm was to clean out the basement, and I found my old books, and they were all my Xanth novels. I loved Piers Anthony. I know you're not a huge Piers Anthony fan, but lots
I
of
used
fond
to
memories.
be. When I was young, I was.
Yeah.
When you were juvenile.
And
Yeah, exactly.
what happens to books when you keep them in the basement? They get moldy, right? I mean,
Yeah.
everybody knows this. I should have never put them in the basement, but I did because I didn't have any room, so I had to
Attic.
throw them away. All my old.
well, achievement for-
Really? Oh, that stinks.
Yep. Had my 3 investigator books in there.
I'll give you a negative achievement for poor book storage.
I know. But you know what made me feel happy is I'm like, you know what? In all reality, if I ever do read these again, well, number one is I haven't touched them since I'm 12, and but it pisses me off. So they were all stored in my mom's attic, and then I had to like bring them up to CODs, and I brought them up to COD. I mean, they've been all over the place. They've been to Texas. I mean, they've been everywhere. I should have just thrown them out 15 years ago.
When looking for the term juvenile reader, everything is coming up like in the 1830s.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Which point?
Yeah.
That was a good year. That was a good year, 1830.
It was a very, very good year.
You know what I did
Cobb's
find?
Juvenile Reader number 2, containing interesting moral and instructive reading.
Exactly. That's my point.
Wait, even better. Composed of words of 1, 2, and 3 syllables.
Oh, my God.
Very nice.
Don't believe everything you read on the internet. That's all I'm saying.
I did find my Gaunt's Ghost book, though.
Those are good books.
So those I didn't throw away. Those aren't so moldy because I haven't been in there so long. Now, I have another little thing I'm wondering about this. What do you guys think of this? I've had to call Verizon recently and AT&T and just different big companies. And they're like, the wait time for the following operator is 8 minutes. Yeah. By the way, would you like to conduct a survey? Now, I have a theory. I'm thinking, if I press yes that I'll do a survey, they're going to get my call quicker because they don't want to lose the survey, right? And they don't want my survey answer to be like, well, I waited on hold for 15 freaking minutes.
Yeah,
so I've been clicking yes, and sure enough, I called AT&T, had some questions about my plan and the iPhone and everything, and they're like, due to the storm, you will experience longer than normal wait times. I counted the seconds. Within 8 seconds, I had an operator. And it was at 4:30 p.m.
Now, this is when did you answer the survey or did you not answer the survey?
I didn't, but it wasn't because I was lying. I didn't have the time to answer it.
Let me explain a little bit about scientific method.
Yeah.
All right. So you timed the call. You did not take the survey.
Correct.
And it took 8 seconds. But
right.
is your theory that if you had taken the survey, it would have been faster?
Nope.
So I misunderstood your theory then. What was your theory about the survey?
The theory is if you select that you will take the survey.
Yeah.
They ask you that right in the beginning now.
Yeah.
So I selected I would.
No, wait. So you selected you would take the survey.
But then he didn't do it because he's a downright dirty, stinking liar.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you said you would not take the survey.
No.
Did you try again and not take the survey and see how long it took?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so that's the missing part of the sign. You need the control. You need the control.
And you also need more
bigger sample. You need a control and a larger sample.
And I didn't do that because I'm a lying sack of crud.
I know.
No.
I know you're not a lying sack.
I know, but I've got the real answer. This is dumb. They say you have to hit #1. Well, that's just stupid because then the customer service is like, okay, sir, have a good day. I'm like, okay, goodbye, and I hang up. Like it doesn't lead right into the survey.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that I would say that's a flaw of the system.
Exactly. Because I've actually tried it like 3 times, and I've hung up 3 times on 3 different calls.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, so give that a try, everybody, and then it'll blow it, and it'll ruin it for everybody.
Right.
But hey, I like to share. I saw the movie Shutter Island.
What is it even about? I haven't even heard of that movie.
It. Have you guys seen it?
I haven't even heard of it.
I have.
It's based on a Dennis Lehane.
It came out last year.
All right.
Yeah. So I am gonna be able to talk about this without spoilers. There's a huge spoiler. Not going to say what it is. I liked Leonardo DiCaprio in it.
Yeah,
I liked the movie.
He's good. He's maturing into a very good actor.
He was a very good actor in this. Mark Ruffalo was also really good. And without any spoilers, I had a Craig moment.
Mark Ruffalo is way better in this than that crappy movie he's getting nominated for this year.
What's
Kids
that?
Are All Right. That was a pathetic movie.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
He does have some
it's
flops.
cutting edge, so let's give it. It's not. It's anyway. Go ahead, Mark Ruffalo, good actor.
The term is avant-garde.
It's cutting edge. It's
what's that?
And juvenile.
It's an issue movie.
It's a juvenile avant-garde.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, Craig, what's that movie with the brain or something that he's in? Leonardo DiCaprio.
The movie with the brain.
The Dreams.
Inception.
Yeah, is that good? Is he good in that?
It's pretty much the exact same ending as Shutter Island.
Oh, so you've seen Shutter Island 2 then?
I have.
Okay, awesome. So here's my big beef.
Okay.
The last line in the movie,
Yes.
he does it give it away if I say what it is?
I can't remember, but I
Okay.
don't think so, because I think you leave the movie not knowing.
Okay, he says basically it's better to what is it? Live as a monster than
No.
it's better.
No. It's
It's
better to
it's
die
better-
a hero than to live as a monster.
There you go. That's what I'm trying to say. And that just doesn't match with the whole movie at all. So
It totally
you have to see
does.
yeah, it totally does.
It totally does.
No, because he wasn't a monster. That's
He
the
would
thing.
have been. He was one of two things. He was a psychotic monster, or he was a hero. And he has
I
two
see.
options at the end.
All right, that makes more sense now.
Right.
I was thinking about earlier in his life, which isn't going to make a lot of sense to the listeners who haven't seen this, so I'll just move on. But I had a beef with that movie, and I thought of you, and I'm like, I got to talk to Craig about this.
Does that fix it?
I have been having some nice times in Latro playing the epic storyline, and I just learned we were doing a hunt for a part of a ring called the Nargil. And I'm like, what is this? And I'm talking to one of the kings, the old kings, and I'm like,
Nazgul
So
or
I did-
Nagil? Or how do you say
yeah, it wasn't Nazgul.
that? Oh, it wasn't.
No, it was Nargul. Narghuil. So I Googled that, and I'm like, I haven't remembered this. I mean, I'm not a total, Uber guy on my Latro lore, but sure enough, it's they've taken some liberties, and this is what I'm calling Latro lore. Like this is just made in the storyline, but it was weaved in so well that I really thought it was part of the canon, and so I thought that was interesting. And I had heard that like a lot of people who are Tolkien buffs have said that they don't like Latro because, of course, it expands the canon. But it's been a very enjoyable quest line. And the last item I want to talk about is
Dying to hear this.
Granger's Guide to Life.
Yes.
All right. Well,
All right.
I have this theory. It's actually a flaw where I believe there's this great big book of life. There's this great big tome that if I can just scry the pages, I will know how to live life perfectly happily with all the money I need, blah, 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 blah. And I've learned that, of course, there is no book of life, and you have to live and make mistakes and things like that. Well, various friends of mine, mainly Dave, and some other ones that you don't know, have been like, Raef, with your divorce and how you've started this podcast and how you've done this and how you were a teacher in Texas and all these different things, you ought to just write like a little book on how you've gone through. And I'm like, I've been mulling this over. I'm like, Granger's Guide to Life. And it could be just like a spoof on myself about this theory that I have. But I actually don't like to write. I don't like to sit down and write. I find it to be very tedious because it's a difficult task for me. But I like to talk. So I thought, with the new podcast and with the new bonus episodes, I was like, maybe I'll just start recording my book of life. So I just wanted to throw that out to the universe because I don't know, it could be a dumb idea. So I need to hear some feedback.
I'll give you an achievement for optimistic.
Optimistic.
concepts.
So listeners out there, give me some feedback and see if you think that's a good idea. If that's just dumb.
Sort of like it kind of would be like the Hollywood Minute longer, right?
Yes, although actually what I was planning on doing was Hollywood Minute is totally non-scripted. This would be outlined. I like making outlines. I like brainstorming. I like the creative part of writing. But then sitting down to type, I can't stand it.
Okay, well.
So
Hey, you never know. Give it a try, right? The only way you're going to find out if it works is if you try it.
exactly.
Right?
Yep.
See?
That's
Try
my
something
story.
new. You never know. You never know, people.
All righty.
All right.
Russ, you want to go next?
I'll go next. I'll be quick because Granger just sorked up all the time there. But that was part of the plan.
Once. It took 73 episodes, folks.
Played more Civ 5. I had a glorious victory as China. And my favorite part
very
about
nice.
it was I played on a map that was, remember, Craig, when we played the board game, how the map is abstracted? And I said, well,
Yes.
in Civ, the maps are always abstracted. Well, they are, except in Civ 5, there is an option to play a map of the world, which is kind of neat. So I actually started as China, and at the end of the game, I had built the Great Wall and completely encompassed all of Africa, which is kind of fun.
Wow.
It's kind of an cool alternate history.
How'd
there.
you win? Which kind of victory?
Science. I launched to Alpha Centauri. I got the spaceship built, and it was pretty cool.
And was this single player?
Single player, but there were 5 other nations, and it was funny because George Washington was the only guy close to me in terms of points. He was actually on the other side of the world. He actually started in North America, and by the end of the game, he had conquered all of North America and most of South America, except for Argentina area, which I controlled. But
Cool.
in Europe, I had totally turned the European powers against each other. They're all busy infighting constantly throughout the entire game. So only George Washington could contest me, but he was happy to stay in his part of the world. I was in mine, and we together went to the end, but I was a little faster than he was. So
Very
that
nice.
worked out. Also, thanks to Josh, a friend of ours, I was able to score an early demo copy of Dragon Age 2.
Ooh.
So I'm going to try that out soon. And also, just finished my giant Disney trip. Thanks to everyone for some tips on road trip ideas and stuff.
Now, the only thing they care about is did you stop at south of the border?
Yeah,
No.
that's what I want to know.
No, well, sort of. Okay, so on the way down,
How do you sort of stop?
well, I don't know when the last time you guys were at south of the border. First of all, you probably should.
God, probably 20 years
15 years.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So on the way down, it actually happened to be late at night. It was like 11 o'clock when we flew by there. So on the way down, we didn't stop, but everything was lit up. You could see the giant sombrero. Blah blah blah. So on the way back, we actually went by there like right by 11 o'clock in the morning. Now, we just had breakfast with friends, met up some friends in Georgia on the way back, and then we were going north, and we saw it, and we did need to stop. I can't remember why. There was some, like, we had to pull over to, someone needed a bathroom break or something. The place was like a ghost town. I mean, it was,
Yeah, that's how I remember
no, it
it.
was total ghost town. I mean, the paint wasn't peeling, but it was total ghost town. There was nobody there. It looked like total, it looked exactly as I remembered. It's like total, empty, really chintzy, carny location. I mean, really... Yeah.
Well, that's what it would look like
That's
at January.
the point.
It's just nasty. I mean, ugh,
Yeah.
ick. So we and the great part was if the kids didn't want to get out, they're like, "Dad, can we just keep going?" Like, no problem. And so we did. So yes, that was not a highlight. However, what was a highlight brought the as I mentioned before, I had loaded up.
Rafe, do you think at all that the parental selling of that made it not a highlight?
Oh, totally.
No, dude, you're looking at it. Seriously,
Totally.
Try if you ever take a drive in that area. Take your kids.
Russ, when
It's
I'm
awful.
driving, right, and if my son's 3 or 4, he's in the back seat. He's going to want to stop there, and he's going to have a good time. It's all about your outlook on life. It's all about
okay.
outlook on life.
Hey, I'm looking
And
forward to that.
and your
episode.
outlook on life excludes minorities. Clearly, you do not like Hispanics.
I'm looking forward to episode 150 when actually probably more than that, 250 when you can tell me all about Reese's amazing adventures at south of the
I will,
border.
and I'll show you pictures of him sitting on the big,
Yeah.
fiberglass alligators.
dinosaur.
And then there'll be pictures of him picking out fiberglass fibers from his hand. And then there'll be pictures of like rust scrapes on his body. It'll be awesome. All right, so
Well, there you go. There.
hey, Kai, how's it going? See, even your dog is scared of south of the border. So, of all the parks, Epcot is still the favorite, thanks to the Kim Possible.
Oh, it is,
adventures
huh?
there. Yeah, Kim
Oh, the
Possible
Kim
has made that
Possible,
totally
yep,
cool.
Now, has that developed more, or is it the same thing and they just keep loving it?
It was the same thing as we went last year. We were in the vacation club, so we go a lot. So it was the same as they haven't changed it much. They did add there's a little more bling around it, but in terms of the
What's
actual
he have? A
adventures,
naked hamster?
naked mole
No, a
rat.
mole rat.
Naked,
No, what is it?
Naked mole rat.
A naked mole rat. That's right.
Yes.
I want one of those as a pet.
Rufus the naked mole rat. There's a whole rap song about it. Maybe it'll be an Easter egg. Who can say? And my kids finally defeated Everest. They went on the Everest ride, so they now conquered the entire Disney mountain range in
Nice.
Florida. Haven't done the Matterhorn yet, so we still got to get out to California, but we got Florida one done.
Do you get a T-shirt for that?
No, that'd be cool. They don't have one of those. And the big thing to keep the kids happy in the car, I got Peter Pan and the Starcatchers, which is a series of novels narrated by Jim Dale. And they really enjoyed it. We're in the second book now, and they're really liking it. So cool stuff. Talks about Peter Pan and how he got his powers and how Neverland came to be and where Tinkerbell came from and all that stuff, sort of how Hook became Hook and all that stuff. It's pretty interesting. Mm-hmm. And I got to have a special shout out and thanks to La Quinta, the Inns and Suites, our official hotel, the D6 generation there. Mm-hmm. I don't want to get into everything they did because they did it just as a personal favor for us, but I had to say Angelo just did an amazing job. The hospitality was unbelievable. And special thanks to Earl, too, at the BWI La Quinta. They did a great job, and it's clear that the level of hospitality, the dedication they have to making sure that all their guests have a great stay is just clear all the way from the top all the way to the bottom of that organization. It's an amazing organization. So do stay at La Quinta if you get a chance. I don't think you'll regret it. The prices are great, and if you use the code, they're even greater. So
I forgot to say, we are staying at a La Quinta, meaning my crew, not Russ and Craig, Saturday night after TempleCon in Connecticut. So I'm looking forward to that a lot.
and I might be again on Saturday. I'm not sure yet, but hopefully I am. But yeah, we had a great time, and they really made it feel extra special for.
You're coming to Connecticut? You're going to go gambling?
No. Craig and I might be staying between Boston and
Gotcha.
or something. I'm not sure yet. So I just had to say thank you because they did some really nice stuff for our family. It was really very nice and much appreciated. So I just wanted to personally thank them for that.
Very nice.
So very cool. So that was my other achievement. So achievement for La Quinta.
Okay, well, I've been doing an awful lot of work on the XCAM and the missions for Dystopian Wars, and working on the TempleCon mission, which is based on a mission that one of the posters at the forum over at Spartan Games, Vertruchio, put up, and I told him that I'd give him a shout out because the Sturginium platform mission was his to start with, and I've tweaked it a lot, but it's still basically the same. And so, reading, I read the book that Jeff Engelstein gave to me, The Dream of Perpetual Motion, that I was talking about last time. I felt like I was in graduate school. That book is, and for those of you who are, into literary analysis and meta theory, that book is a postmodern anti-realist look at steampunk. It was really, really hurting my brain. It was good. It was good, and it was an excellent example of its type. But I have not read anything that cerebral since I graduated from graduate
it fiction?
school. It is. It is fiction. Yes, it is a story. It is a story about the dehumanizing elements of, or the dehumanizing effect of technology, and the nature of creation, and the nature of voice and speech. And I'm telling you, man, it's deep and heavy.
Well, it's always important to exercise the brain, or you lose it.
It totally is.
It's probably a good idea to go back in there and just get the little gray cells working every once in a while. Yeah.
Yes, well, as a literature teacher, I tend to do that on a fairly regular basis, but thank you.
Yeah, push you outside the box, though, you know what I'm saying?
It did. No, I enjoyed it a lot. I really did feel like I was back in grad school.
That reminds me, Russ, do you have Jeff E.'s gift book for moi?
I do, yeah. You just got to show up or something.
I would, I've been busy, got stuff to do. I've got dragons to slay. I was wondering if you could bring that to TempleCon.
I should be able to. That should be a problem.
Thank you.
No problem.
That was it.
Okay.
Little editorial.
Also, I'm not done yet.
Keep going, man.
The last achievements in gaming.
Yes.
I kind of trashed the Miles Vorkosigan series.
But you made up for it later.
I did make up for it in Jever Notice. But I wanted to definitely give a shout out because the fans of Miles Vorkosigan have been coming out of the woodwork in emails. And I've had several emails about how, we didn't even recommend it to you because we thought that somebody like you would never have not read it already, and never assume that, because as another listener said, there's always a first time everybody reads something.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So not only am I enjoying it, I ran out to the library, got the next book down as a download. Very disappointed that the third book isn't available right now. I'm hoping that it becomes available before TempleCon for my solo drive down to Rhode Island. But what I did do, and this is how you know how much I'm enjoying this, I ran out and there's two prequel books that are now available in an omnibus edition called Cordelia's Honor. I ran out and I got those, and I'm reading that omnibus right now, and I'm loving it.
So when you're saying okay, never mind. You're downloading. Okay, got it.
From a library.
I thought for a minute there you had the e-reader version, but then I was like, he's in his car.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And the way the library does it is each town in New Hampshire is allowed a certain number of downloads of each book, and when that is reached, then you go on the waiting list. And right now, I'm on a waiting list of 1, which is why I'm hoping that it'll be swiftly taken care of. But
cool.
I'm loving it. Not only am I loving it, it's also making me wish I could play Firestorm Armada with somebody. So
I'm always up for that game.
Wow.
That's kind of the fleet to paint. So yeah.
That's the thing. Yeah, that's the issue. Is what I'm hoping is that when Firestorm Invasion comes out, or any other Firestorm thing that might come out in the not so distant future, that it'll rekindle. I want it to happen after Dystopian Wars has established itself, because I believe there's things in Dystopian Wars that are going to be coming out over the entire course of this year that are not going to let it fade from the radar. I believe that. I can say
With
no
my
more,
soul,
but,
I believe it. I will not be denied.
That's right. And this is not like my predictions. This is actually, I do have inside information and I can't share it with you.
I believe.
But yeah, so what I'm hoping for is
we
once
just saw the
it's
picture of the
established
we just saw the picture of the giant flying robot for FSA, so you know.
Oh, it's beautiful, yeah.
Pure
But
win.
I mean, outside of the original book,
Right.
you're going to see a whole bunch of cool stuff coming right down the pike, as well as with Firestorm Armada and Uncharted Seas. But I'm hoping that some of the Uncharted Seas, some of the Firestorm Armada stuff rekindles the interest in Firestorm Armada, so we can get some of that in also. So
We'll work it.
anyway.
We'll work it, baby.
And there you go. And that's what the Vorkosigan. The only thing I'm not liking about the Vorkosigan, it's not that I'm not liking it, is that I wish it was more. I wish he was not as good at solving things without combat. He's got an entire mercenary fleet at his disposal, but he's so good at diplomacy that half the time he can like fix it so they don't have to fight. And I'm like, oh, come on, some more fights. And where David Weber is like wraps his stories around these big, massive fleet actions, the Vorkosigan books are actually, the combat is very secondary to the actions and the personalities of the characters. But it's still enough to get those juices flowing for the space combat. And that's me for other.
Well, achievement for that too. All right, is that achievements?
It's achievement. I feel like I've achieved.
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to game.
Craig, cue
Yes.
the wolf. Yes, that's right, folks. Our next sponsor is Lone Wolf Development. Now, what I want to say about Lone Wolf is I've had a lot of...
Wait. I bet you want to say that they take your game to the next level.
No, I wasn't going to say that, actually. I was going to skip over that.
Oh, okay.
That's in the front of the show. You can feel that part.
I've had a lot of nostalgia recently over 40K, and I do remember these very fun times when...
I think the last Hollywood Minute, I shed a tear. I'm not going to lie about that.
Exactly.
Little tear,
And
little
do you
tear
remember
down
those
my eye.
times, Russ and Craig, when you're building your 40K army? Like, do you take out the bombs? Oh, I don't know. Do I give the Wolf Guard the little wolf
Let me
totems?
tell you right now,
With Army
you cannot
Builder,
survive for the life of a 40K player without
You
Army
can't.
Builder if you go on the tournament circuit. You just can't do it.
You
It's
just
just
click,
not
click,
possible.
click. All your options are right
Right.
there.
It's a necessity. It's not even an option. It's a necessity. You need Army Builder if you play miniature war games like 40K.
Absolutely is.
Yep.
Absolutely
Pretty much.
is.
And the new
Also-
3.3 is out, so you can now bling it out. You know, you like to bling your army and make it all cool and have the right colored
3.3.
dice. 3.3, you can add the photos of your own models into your list. So it can basically print out those really cool lists you submit to GTs and stuff just to make the tournament organizers even more impressed with how cool you are.
Well,
You
you
do
got
all
to
that.
get those theme points.
Right, baby.
Yeah.
So definitely check that out.
The other thing I'm really excited about is Realmworks. Craig, did you know that Dave and I and the Breakfast Crew are trying to get a Deathwatch campaign going? So imagine if we had Realmworks going.
Very cool.
Easy, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of
Now,
role
Russ,
playing-
you have some updates regarding Hero Lab.
Exactly. Well, speaking of role-playing games, the latest Wolf development letter came out. So if you go to their website, it's all posted up there. And
Most of the words you need to understand that sentence were included in the thing that us just said.
right, it was just I just picked the
Wolf
highlight
developed
letters.
there
Right.
meant wolf.
I went right to keyword search. That was right to
It's
keyword
like that
search.
Google commercial.
Right, exactly. Yes. Use
Salsa
Bing.
is a melange of several different types of Latin dancing.
Exactly.
So, but basically what's happening is they're going to have the fully licensed kit for Shadowrun, the RPG, available in Hero Lab this spring. So if you're a Shadowrun fan, you need to go grab Hero Lab and be ready for it because it's going to be awesome. Great way to make your characters up, take care of all the rules for you, make sure your character's legit, give you all the options without even having to worry about making sure it's right or wrong. So it's really nice stuff.
Very cool.
Yes.
And of course, they've still got Card Vault for all of you collectible miniatures / card
right,
folks.
Right. So check out Lone Wolf Development at wolflair.com.
Oh, yeah.
Worlds to conquer, foes to vanquish, violence to sow, and medieval crops to reap. The whole world of gaming at your fingertips. The D6 generation. Born to game.
And now, what's in the news? With the shout-out, keep up the great work on the podcast, and I'm glad the Wakeland clan found North Carolina barbecue not too horrible. Mark M. Well, thank you, Mark. It was great. Thanks. What, Wakeland? Are you jumping in on the shout-outs now? Oh, but the barbecue was really good. It was so cool. Wakeland, this is my segment here, okay? Thank you, Mark. And now the news, but not really the news, because apparently, we got to make this update. Wakeland has a little update here on the whole lost chapter thing. Anyway, apparently earlier in this episode, I can't be bothered to listen, really, to be honest with you. I don't know how you people take this for so long. Anyway, earlier in this episode, the folks mentioned that the lost chapter subscriptions, they were holding off on the subscription concept due to some technical reasons, and also they wanted to make sure they have everything all lined up. Due to the overwhelming excitement over the lost chapters and requests for subscriptions, they've discovered a way to do it, and they've launched it, believe it or not. Oh, yeah, it's pretty good. I think you should try it out. So apparently Wakeland says if you go over to the D6generation.com, click on the little lost chapters pile of books there on the right-hand side, you can find all about how the subscriptions work, and apparently if you subscribe through the subscription thing, you can then get a link that'll take you right into iTunes and automatically deliver it to all your stuff and blah, 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 some kind of technical mumbo-jumbo. Anyway, apparently if you go there, it'll all make sense. So if you wanted to subscribe the Lost Chapters, I'm automatically delivered to you. Now you can. Is that good there? Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. Okay, now let's do some real news, okay, shall we? First of all, from the land of England and Spartan Games, a lot of exciting news from Dystopian Wars around some pre-releases of models here. They got some pictures of the new robot giant squid model coming from the Blazing Suns. Looks rather impressive. It is a giant robot squid, so you can't really go wrong with that. Then they have pictures of the new sort of like a ramming submarine. Looks a little bit like the Nautilus from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Pretty cool. And giant flying robots for the FSA that look an awful lot like Iron Giant. So definitely head on over to Spartan Games and go to the forums to see the previews of all those great pictures. Also here, other news. Games Workshop has some interesting news. Games Workshop has announced the new Warhammer Orcs and Goblins book. And the big deal about this is apparently it's full color, has new artwork, and is hardcover. Oh, finally, GW! Thank goodness. Wakeland, you just want the whole segment here? Let me go here. So if you're an Orc and Goblin fan or Warhammer Fantasy fan, this could be a sign of good things to come for Warhammer Fantasy. Also, in other new news from Fantasy Flight Games, Battlelore, the Code of Chivalry is out, or coming out. They've been releasing some more details about this. This is another box army expansion for Battlelore. It's going to bring together the units that were originally released in the 100 Years' War and the Scottish War, all in one box. So back when it was under Days of Wonder, there was a 100 Years' War box set and a Scottish War box set. Now it's all one in the Code of Chivalry. And in addition to all the units that were released before, they're also releasing two new units, the Mounted Knights and the Foot Knights. And the big deal about these guys is they're basically mounted and foot soldiers, but they have bold all the time. Pretty cool. Good to see the Battlelore stuff still popping out there from Fantasy Flight. Also, in other news from Fantasy Flight Games, Magnifico has hit the streets. Now, this is apparently being billed as an inventive board game of Renaissance warfare themed on Leonardo da Vinci. I'm pretty excited about this one. It's got like ornithopters. It's just fun to say ornithopters. Really? Ornithopters. Anyway, based on a lot of the artwork from Leonardo da Vinci, looks sort of like a world conquest game where you invent the units that you can then fight with. It's sort of interesting. The components are pretty cool, too, so check that out. The rules are actually up on the Fantasy Flight Games website, so you can see what that's all about. And the final bit of news from Fantasy Flight Games this time, Fantasy Flight says bye-bye to Blizzard. Not entirely, but apparently the Fantasy Flight's licensing agreement for Blizzard World of Warcraft products has expired. So that means the Warcraft board game, the World of Warcraft board game, and the World of Warcraft, the adventure games, are all no longer going to be in production. So if you wanted one of those games for a while or waiting for it, best pick them up while you still can. Apparently, they still have the StarCraft license, though, so that's good if you like the StarCraft board game. And speaking of licenses, Games Workshop has been awarded the Hobbit gaming license based on the upcoming films. Games Workshop does some really interesting things with the Lord of the Rings license, so it'll be kind of interesting to see how they handle the Hobbit license. Will they do some kind of a board game, or will they go for some kind of miniature combat game, or some kind of hybrid thing? Who can say? But interesting to see that they're maintaining that whole Peter Jackson relationship thing, Madoodle thing there. And in a little bit of sad news today, Activision, the video game world here, Activision has canceled the Guitar Hero franchise. So a little moment of silence there for Guitar Hero. There we go. The analysts are trying to determine if this speaks that the music franchise, the music game thing was just a fad and it's dying, or if Rock Band has just sort of squished Guitar Hero dead. It's probably some kind of combination of both. It's pretty clear the last few years that Guitar Hero products have not been very impressive, while Rock Band continues to innovate. So not really surprised that if one of them was going to go, it was Guitar Hero. While we're in video games, Twisted Pixel, the makers of the Xbox Live games you may have heard of, like Maw. Wakeland, is that you? Anyway, have announced a new game called The Gunstringer. We're playing words there. It's a Western cowboy-themed game about marionettes. And I guess the main character you play is sort of a marionette undead cowboy. Now, what makes this game really interesting, in addition to being a cowboy title with skeletons in it, so you're already gotten a good start, is that it actually is a Kinect title where you use one hand to move the cowboy around as if you were controlling a marionette, and the other hand you actually get to control your gun and aim and shoot with your fingers like you're playing cowboys and robbers or something when you were a kid. Kind of interesting, and it looks kind of interesting. They're going to be demoing it at PAX East this year. Oh, I'll be there. I can't wait. I'm sure you will, Wakeland. And that's what's in the news.
This is the D6 Dice Demon, and when I'm not tormenting souls in Hades, I'm listening to the D6 Generation. Shouldn't you?
The D6 Generation.
Dice are our vice.
Another one of our great sponsors, one of the longest, if not the longest sponsor we have going, Battle Foam and Romeo and the Crew, protecting your army so you don't have to.
That's right, baby. And you know what we just got from Battle Foam? They sent us to check them out.
Oh, my God.
What was that, Russ?
Oh, the new, we finally got the Malifaux bags. Now, I've seen the Malifaux bags before. They had them at Gen Con, but I got my own to hold. Yes. And the size is perfect. It's not too big, not too small. Got the cool little
Raef,
card
this
thing.
is the bag you were hoping for.
It is. It's the bag you dream of at night, Raef. It really
I
is.
actually do. I've checked it out. I've wanted it. It's just the right size. And then I say to myself, well, I already own the Flames of War bag, which I love. And I already own the Privateer Press bag, which I love. And they're both different sizes, mind you. And I'm like,
Hey, you got 3 armies? You need 3 bags.
I know. No, I want it.
Clear. I mean,
You got it.
Fill them up.
I know.
Fill them up. And it's great because now you can go to your wife and say, honey, I've got 2 empty trays. I got to go buy more models.
Yeah.
You don't want to waste money on a bag, right?
Hey, Russ.
So, yeah.
Talk about that new P3 paint bag attachment that you want so badly.
This I really want. My understanding is Craig has one. He won't let me see it. He's been holding
Craig
on.
has
There's one.
That's right. There's only one.
And he won't let me touch it.
You and I have Privateer Press bags. So if you admit that ninjas are better than private.
Well, let me just say, my case for the P3 bag, which by the way is awesome. It holds. What it's designed to do is it zips onto the bottom of the War Machine bag, so it attaches right to it, and it comes with all the foam you need to hold every single hobby supply and paint from the P3 line, and from the Privateer Press line. Now, in our last bonus piece of material that we've attached to our new D6G app coming out for the iPhone and Android, more on that later. We had a little painting guide. And on that painting guide, I'm the only one on record that likes P3 paints.
That's true.
So, therefore, and in conclusion, Your Honor, I would like to submit myself as the P3 bag recipient.
I don't know. That's weak sauce.
I will remove myself from the race if you admit ninjas are better than pirates.
I cannot. I cannot tell a lie. I cannot tell a lie. So Battle Foam, you know what else? And they're going to help us out here at TempleCon coming up, right?
Oh, we should not forget that actually our big event at TempleCon is sponsored by Battle Foam.
Right.
Yes.
We're going to have some of the latest Battle Foam tech on display while we show Dystopian Wars off.
Complete with C4 explosive.
Right.
That's not true. It's really just the C4 Battle Foam
which is
bag.
so cool. It's
One
explosive.
of the many prizes is going to be a C4 bag with pluck and pick foam so you can customize it.
How could you go wrong? If you miss this event and you live in Providence, you just are not a gamer. I'm sorry.
right.
There, I said it. I did.
But you
I
don't like
put it
steampunk,
out
and you
there.
don't like ships, and you don't like land stuff, and you don't like foam.
And you don't
And
like
you don't
Raef.
like the D6 generation.
Right.
Yeah, you
Or
don't
Battle
like
Foam.
us. What did we
Right.
ever do to you?
But we're not taking it personally.
That's right.
Battle Foam at TempleCon. Me there or be square, baby.
Yep.
PulpGamer.com. If you've got sheep, we've got wood.
All right. Welcome back to one of my favorite episode segments. And
Best ever.
basically, the way we get these is, the way the holidays fall, Russ is on vacation, the game doesn't get played, there's a big gap in the show, and I go, hey, how about a Raef's Roundtable? And they go, oh, all right.
It's what we refer to as Raefian roulette.
Right.
Yes, that's right. But,
It's like a box of chocolates.
is that exactly?
You never know what you're gonna get.
Sometimes it works out. I mean, that's how the famous Peter Lipton segments got going. Remember
true.
remember the jangled nerves over that.
Yeah, famous is relative. But yes.
All right. So for the first bit, I'm going to ask you two 6 questions, and I will answer them too. And for the second bit, I've created a game show
Oh, God.
that only you two will compete head to head
Okay.
against each other
All right.
for ultimate victory.
All right. Fair enough.
All right. Here's the first one.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, here's the first question.
All right.
We're going to go to Russ first.
Okay.
Russ.
I'm ready.
You are going to a
ready.
deserted island.
Warming up. Here we go. All right.
What games do you take with you?
Yeah.
You cannot break down the boxes, and you can only take what fits in a backpack.
Now, okay, I need a little clarity on this because I've been
Yeah,
thinking
I know,
about
this is hilarious.
You gave us some of these early, but now, do you mean like a backpack you typically see someone carrying into the office or school, or do you mean a backpack like you'd see someone going on a hiking trip with?
Or like a military 40-pound backpack.
Right, because if it's a hiking
right.
backpack, I can get Descent in there, even in the original boxes with some extra.
That's right. That's right.
If it's a backpack for like the office or school, I can't even fit Small World in there. So you're looking at like card games.
Exactly.
So I need some clarity around my backpack size.
Okay, no, here's the beautiful part of this is that this is why I love doing these segments. I know as I'm writing this, you're going to go, what?
Right.
I don't even know what size backpack he's talking about.
So clearly you have some kind of planned response here.
Yeah. The response is whatever size backpack you want to bring.
Oh, well, then in that case, I would have as large as I could. Now, you figure
Okay.
30% of the backpack at least will be dedicated to foodstuffs and survival gear.
Okay.
So that leaves me with roughly 70%.
I was wondering if you'd forget that.
No, it leaves me roughly with 70%. And you figure the sleeping bag and everything else is hanging because it's a hiking backpack, right, with the frame. I'm thinking the framed hiking backpack, the kind you go up a mountain with.
That's good because you can attach stuff with carabiners.
Exactly. So all the small card games and stuff could be thrown in outer pouches, so like Race for the Galaxy and smaller games. Now, my other question for you is, how many other people will be on this island?
Yeah, I did forget that. That is a flaw in the question. There are people on this so-called deserted island.
So, A, it's not deserted.
That's right. It's not deserted.
All right.
Is it by any chance connected to the mainland by an isthmus?
It is, as a matter of fact.
Well, then there's not a problem. Is there a game store located on the island?
No.
And do I have any money?
And there's no electricity either.
Okay, so there's no electricity, but it's connected to the mainland.
But on this deserted island, there's 50 people.
50 people. Oh, well, then I got to put, that's a lot. So I've got to have at least a copy of Werewolf in one of the outer pockets.
Well, they're not all gamers. They're just 50 people.
Oh, well, we're going to make them gamers because they're on a deserted island, which is not deserted. Semi-deserted. Partially deserted island.
Yes.
Somewhat, mostly deserted. And so anyway, so I would bring, Descent is like the ultimate game to be trapped with because you can play
I
it.
figured you'd bring that one. But see, that takes up a lot of room.
It does, but any game that handle 50 players is going to be kind of big, except for Werewolf. So I'm going to go with that, and then I'm going to go with I think I'd go with. I think I'd do Descent primarily, but then I would throw an RPG in there as well.
Okay, that makes sense.
I could fit 2 or 3 RPG books for some variety. Instead of taking a really big system with a lot of books, I think I'd take a couple small systems. I throw Dresden in there because I haven't played it yet. I throw Serenity in there, and then I would throw in probably Death Watch or something, just because it's another different kind of system. Throw them all in there for that. So yeah, that's what I take.
Okay.
What did you forget, Rafe?
Nothing. I figured Descent. And then I wondered what
How's he going to play all those role playing games without any dice?
Oh yeah, well he'd have no dice.
Well, I can use the Isthmus to get to the mainland. The bottom.
There you go.
No, the Isthmus got sunk.
You can use the survival gear to carve your own.
Right. I could figure I could carve a for the player aids and sheets. We could right in the sand.
Right.
You know that game of survival? The Isthmus is sunk.
Oh, okay.
It'll be cool because as the weight tide comes in, it'll wash out our characters and we got to start over again. So it keeps the game short.
Yeah. But see, I figured he'd go with Descent. Now notice, no Civ, no Merchants and Marauders.
Well, the problem is you can only play one game forever because you can't go back and get another game.
Oh, I hear you.
So it's got to be a game that really can replay. Oh no, the other game I wanted to mention. Here's one I forgot. I really wanted to bring Starfleet Battles. Because
that hasn't even come out yet.
No, Starfleet Battles came out in
the old
1985.
one?
Yeah, so I would have Starfleet Battles and all the accessories because, or I might be wrong on the year, but in the 80s, because that game takes forever, but it's awesome. So if you're trapped on it with all the time in the world, you can actually finish them, play another one. Years could go by and you wouldn't even notice because you'd be halfway through a game. It'd be awesome.
Ooh,
Twilight Imperium.
I'm going to take Twilight Imperium.
Yeah, you take that one and we'll play that together. I'll have Descent, I'll have the RPGs, and I'll have a nice long space battle game.
Right, there you go.
All right. You bring TI, and we're good.
Okay.
You're not on the island with Craig.
Why not?
No.
Why not?
No, it's deserted.
There's 50
Except
people
for
on
the 50
it.
people.
And Craig.
Except for the 50,
Look,
50
look,
random
this is
people.
flexible.
Right, 50 random people, exactly.
Okay.
All right, Craig, who do you bring to your deserted island with 50 random people, not anybody you know?
Okay. Well, I'm going to bring a couple RPGs also because I think your imagination can work on that, and you can have unlimited different things to do there. So Death Watch and Serenity were the 2 that I chose. Although I'm wavering back and forth on a fantasy one, so maybe Dungeons and Dragons, maybe Pathfinder. I don't know. I would want to bring Cutthroat Caverns.
Oh, that's a good choice.
I want to bring Wings of War because actually, when you get down to all the different airplanes you get on all those cards that just the basic box comes with, you got all kinds of different things you can do. That's
some smart planning because that comes in a very small box, as does Cutthroat.
Cutthroat does too. Yeah. Let's see. What else would I bring? I think I would want to bring a miniature game, but one of small scale. So probably one of the Spartan games, and probably it would have to be Dystopian Wars.
How do you get that in your backpack, though, dude?
You could easily get a fleet into your backpack.
C4 case or something? Or how are you going to not get crushed?
Well, first of all, my backpack is one of the standard military backpacks.
Yeah.
Load-bearing equipment included, so I'm actually getting to clip all kinds of stuff on it.
So you could clip on, you could put a C4 case up at the bottom of that.
Yeah, you totally could.
Yep.
Right.
So I would want to do that, and then I would want to bring Small World is a relatively small box.
Yeah.
So I could do that, and you could get, all the expansions will fit in the box so that you can do that. And then I would want to bring, so I can actually bring survival gear, so I don't have to make any tricks. Like I don't have to bring the Egyptian archaeology game for all my survival gear. So anyway, yeah. So, and then what else would I want to bring? I'm trying to think. I'm drawing a blank.
I was thinking Westeros would be good because or Battlelore because those games are modular and you can play them over and over again different ways.
Oh, that's true. I have Battles of Westeros.
Yes,
yeah.
That would be a good choice.
Or Memoir. Any of those would be good games for that.
Yeah. So that's what I think that's what I would bring.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I'm using a soft backpacking backpack, so not the external frame. So I'm a little bit limited on room. I brought no survival gear. I just figured I'd live like
there's
Gilligan
50
did,
people living there, so they got to have something to live on.
Yeah, exactly.
You can live off the rest of them.
You know, there's a McDonald's.
Well, there's no McDonald's.
There's 50 people. What are they eating?
But there's tiki huts with
Right.
tiki drinks.
Oh,
and
Polynesian food. Excellent. That's good.
Yeah, there is Polynesian. Absolutely.
Umbrella drinks and Polynesian food.
And there's rum.
Poo-poo
and
platters
coconuts.
and beverages. We're good.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly
Boy,
what's
this has
there.
turned into a
I know.
dream island for gamers. I would like a plate of chicken fingers and play some memoir, please.
Exactly. That's exactly
Is there a bar
how I
in the
envisioned it.
pool? Is there a bar in the pool? Is there like a lagoon with a bar in it?
This has gone from desert island to gamer resort. So this is what we're going to build when we retire. We're going to build a gamer resort island. But apparently, under the rules, there's only room for 50 people. So sorry.
Not only that, but there's no game store.
No, we're bringing it on. Here's what we're going to do in Ireland, though. Every person that comes has got to bring their own backpack full of games, and we got to sync up before they come so no one brings dupes.
There you go.
Then we'll have an island, a tropical island with a pool and tiki drinks and all the games you can play. It'll be awesome.
Very nice.
I said that you like with chicken fingers.
Right.
What are those little pork bits that you get at the
Right, the little boneless spare ribs.
yeah, the boneless.
And, and,
I want bacon wrapped around scallops.
Right. Something with
they have
bacon on
those,
it. You know, even cauliflower with bacon is working. And then just some, the obligatory spring roll / egg roll thrown on the side there. You know, you got
There you
Craig, at this island, the scallop shell opens and it's wrapped in bacon.
Nice.
Nice.
They grow that way. Pigs. What
This is
happens
kind of like
is,
the opposite of the island of misfit toys.
what happens is the scallops actively hunt pigs, and when they ingest them, they didn't have bacon wrapped around them. It's still dangerous. But, you know.
I don't think I can go on.
It's a very ugly scene. It's like, get up, my scallop.
With sound effects.
Not a good way to go. Not a good way to go. You've got to pity the pig that gets eaten by a scallop.
Scallops.
You gotta pity the pig.
Oh, that's a T-shirt right there.
Oh god.
Oh, but in all seriousness, I do want to create the gamers retirement community. We've talked about that.
Right.
Doesn't have to be on a deserted island, but we've talked.
Hopefully it couldn't be on
I
a
think it
deserted
does
island.
with pig eating scallops. It's got to happen.
As long as it's got the bacon wrapped scallops, we're good. Okay. Well, I take Agricola, small world with all the expansions and the card expansions because that's packable. Agricola, self-explanatory. Small world because I just think that game's very playable and it's very replayable with all the different races, all the different cards, all the different expansions, and different people.
It's a good game.
And you learn how to farm, so you could then grow agriculture there on the island.
He's talking about
Yes.
a small world now.
I thought he was talking about Agricola.
I already talked about Agricola. You're behind the times.
Yeah. You gotta
I
follow
kinda
along,
goofed.
Russ.
I can't follow along. The
I
rate of
goofed.
pace is too long.
You goofed?
I goofed because I'm bringing Death Watch and Horus Heresy. And that's
have-
just because they're both on my mind now. But
You don't have
that's a
a-
huge goof because I have no fantasy RPG.
Well, I'm here to tell you right now, Horus Heresy or Horus Heresy.
Dark
won't-
Heresy. Dark
Oh,
Heresy.
because Horus Heresy won't fit in your backpack.
That's right.
Not in the small one.
Dark Heresy. I did remember my bag of D&D dice, and I would bring the box game of Iron Dragon. And then I figured
Yeah, I'm going to
I'll
whittle
fill
my
up.
own. I'm going to whittle my own dice at it with scallop shells.
The damn scallops.
Now, here's what I was thinking. I'm surprised none of you guys said this. You don't need to bring Werewolf, even though it's very small, because you can just play Werewolf.
That's
Well,
true.
one of the 50
no, you need cards.
One of
You
the
need
50,
something.
One of the 50 people probably is a werewolf, so you'll probably for real.
Yeah,
It'll be a real werewolf.
Yeah. Oh, I would have brought werewolf too.
Yeah, you would have.
Yeah.
I forgot that you need cards, but I would have carved them out of like palm leaves or something.
There you
Right.
go.
All right. The next question will start with Craig.
All right.
I
You
don't
can
think
take-
you want to do that.
One luminary that we have met in the gaming circles on this somewhat deserted island with you. Who is it and why?
I don't see. That's just not fair. That's making us choose one
I'll
over
go.
the others.
I'll go.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't even have a real answer.
How do you know? You read my answers in advance again? I call shenanigans.
Yeah, well, maybe you should write 'em out.
Shenanigans.
I thought that's what they were there for. They're not secret answers.
All right, here's my answer then before someone spoils it. I would pick one of the game designers we interviewed. It doesn't matter who it is. It could be Matt Wilson, Corey Kanitzka, Ross Watson, Jeff Tidball, any of them. Because then if I get bored on the island, we can just build a new game,
That's a good.
That's
point.
very true.
right? So they'll just build one for us. And if I really had to pick only one, I would pick Jeff only because, not because he's in any way a better designer than any of our other designers. It's just that I follow Jeff on Twitter along with the other guys that have Twitter accounts, and Jeff has totally contrary political views than I do. Which would be fun because we have rousing political debates when we get bored between games. And we could
something you enjoy.
We could use the scallops, pigs, and other indigenous life forms to create our own hybrid social experiment on the island.
That's very true.
You know,
you'd have both sides represented.
We could have his views and my views. I won't say which are which, but on the island there, and see which. It'd be very, Lord of the Flies kind of thing going on there.
Yeah, very, 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 very scallop eat pig sort of way.
Exactly right. We might have a scallop shell on our thing, and they'll have a pig set on their side, and it flies everywhere. It'll be awesome. So that's my take on that.
Okay.
I dodged the question because I kind of agree with Craig. I don't think it's really fair to pick just one person.
Right.
Okay. All right.
So, I would say the same. Any designer obviously would be great. Any of the people would be awesome. I'm going to say not Neil only because he sounds sick and feeble. So I don't want him to die on the deserted island.
Wow.
Yep.
Not feeble like as a human being, but
I don't know.
like
Neil kind of strikes me as like the Virgin Atlantic guy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's actually if you bring Neil, he's probably going to be able to afford to bring a heck of a lot more stuff with him.
He'll bring like a helicopter and
that's true.
A bajillion miniatures. I think he's a good
bring
call.
Neil. Anybody who can afford half a £1,000,000 of gaming stuff is probably going to bring a helicopter.
He's probably got the tech for a bag of holding somewhere, and he could bring as much as he wants in his backpack. I think he's the guy. He's the guy to call. Yeah.
With particular apologies to Ross and Kurt.
Right.
Because they would have been very, 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 very quick runners up. Also,
Kurt would be hilarious.
Can you imagine the party games Kurt would come up with?
Kurt would be hilarious.
That would be brutal.
Yeah,
and Ross, you could talk about 40K fluff with Ross.
All of them are good. The thing is, there's no bad choice really here.
I made a pick.
If they were a bad choice, we wouldn't have. I wouldn't bring Raef's pick only because I think he's an awesome designer, but I don't enjoy his games.
Yeah, all right.
Well, that's who I picked, Matt Wilson. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I picked Matt Wilson is that I can't be gaming all the time. And I think Matt, because he's kind of laid back and he's kind of, it seems like he just lets water roll off his back. So he'd be able to put up with my personality and he wouldn't want to kill me.
That's a good choice.
So
Russ, that's because he doesn't actually see Matt rolling his eyes behind his back.
Exactly. See, I only know Ross, and I figured Ross would want to kill me after a while. And Kurt, probably the same thing. He would just like move away and never talk to me again. So I would need somebody that's pretty easygoing to sustain. You know, he doesn't want to kill me. So that's why I picked Matt Wilson. It wasn't for the gaming purposes because I didn't bring War Machine figures. So
I got you.
You know,
I got it.
Yep. All right. My third question. We'll start with Russ. What Christmas gift would you give each co-host and why?
Well, for Rafe, I would give you a D6G tape measure. So I could stop hearing you ask about them every episode.
Thank you.
And then for Craig, I would get you a good smartphone so you could share your pictures of your creations when you're working on them. Because I think I just see you like at your little table working on your little Sturgeon oil rigs and going, oh, that's so cool. Imagine if you could just take a picture, instantly tweet it, and get feedback on it. People say, oh, it's great. What if you added that? And you'd be like, oh, that'd be awesome. And you just get instant feedback. I think that'd be awesome.
I would love to do that.
So there you go. That's what I would give you. So virtually, happy Christmas.
Awesome.
Or Merry Birthday.
I'm going to go next.
Okay.
For Russ, you get a custom battle foam case on wheels that would fit all the fully painted miniatures of Descent, all the dice, and a fully painted Hearst Art mold set.
Oh, that'd be cool. That would
all
be cool.
fit into custom cutout trays, including
that would be awesome.
Including all the bits, you know?
Wow, that would be cool. Well, thank you, Rafe.
They'd have the foam trays with little plastic covers so they don't pop out and fly all around.
That'd be cool.
Wow.
All right. Now, for Craig, he gets a custom-built painting/modeling studio table.
Wow.
So on the one side, he can stand up and work out of that work table height, and it has all these like wooden pegs, so you can kind of hold things if you're gluing things. It's got the old-fashioned wooden clamps, and there's lots of little peg holes for lots of different lights.
Cool. Sounds awesome.
Telescoping. But the other side of the table, you can sit down at, and so with the two different heights, there's also areas to put all your paints and everything in there, and little slide-out trays.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Sounds cool. Okay. Yep. Well, when buying gifts, I've always thought that arranging for an experience was one of the best gifts that you could do.
Interesting. Okay.
So for Russ, I would like to arrange a press pass to follow the candidate of your choice in the 2012 presidential election.
Ooh, that'd be kind of cool.
Wow.
So you could actually go and actually be with them the entire time through the entire.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. So I think that would be something you would thrive on.
Oh, that would be neat. I'd see all the shenanigans and the missteps and the great moves and all that. So that'd be cool.
Exactly. And Rafe, I think what I would like to get you would be a trip, probably a summer-long trip for you that would start in Ireland. There's a little village that's right next to a castle where it's kind of like a historical reenactment village, and they actually show you all about how the farmers did their thing and how the village actually worked on an economic level. And there's a bunch of those, and I would actually have you hop from one of those to the next all through Europe.
Oh,
So you
that'd
could
be
actually
awesome.
See how all those different places actually worked and interacted, and so that's what I would do.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I thought you'd like that. Yes, you're very welcome.
Yeah. Okay. My fourth question, we have 6 questions, and then we have the super secret part.
Right.
My fourth question is, I remember starting out in serious gaming with sci-fi miniature games, and only 40K, actually. But now I notice we play more board games. Russ, let's start with you.
All right.
Why?
Well, I just need to be clear. I don't really consider myself someone who started gaming with miniatures.
Okay.
My gaming experiences started with board games first, as at the family table, even exotic ones like Carrier Strike and Chopper Strike and all these strange games that are not necessarily Monopoly and Clue, although we did play those too. And then I went to RPGs, doing D&D when I was 12, and then from there I went to like really hardcore board games like the Master Series with Axis and Allies and Shogun and Fortress America and Broadsides and Boarding Parties. And then I went to things like Starfleet Battles. Then I went to BattleTech, which started exposing me to miniatures. I've got my first miniatures in D&D. And then, thanks to Craig, I got into miniatures much, much later, like college-ish times. So, but as an adult, but then in my mid-20s, I got more into 40K for a long time, which is when you kind of showed up. But I'd say I spend about, even today, though, I do enjoy my board games, and I do think there's been a board game renaissance in my life where I play more board games now than I have in a while. But I'd say I don't think I play more board games on an hour-by-hour basis than I play miniature games. I'd say it's probably around equal, and if you factor in all the hobby time I have at home, it's actually I still probably put more hours into miniature games than I do into board games. Now, of course, for board games, if you count games, on last Tuesday I played 1 game of Dystopian Wars, 2 games of Survive, and 1 game of Merchants and Marauders. Mm-hmm. So it sounds like I played 3 to 1, but really Dystopian Wars took just as long as the other 3 games combined, right? So it's like, because miniature games are more involved. So it's not really, it's just, it's really a matter of hours. And I think it's about equal. So that's how I kind of evolved.
All right. Craig, how about you?
Well, I would say I didn't start as a miniature gamer either. I started when I was about 10 with D&D and D&D with models, and then put that away for a while. And then I went into board games in high school, the Masters series that Russ talked about, Axis and Allies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then when I graduated high school and left all of these guys who played these board games behind, I went to military school and found Johnny Reb and then the Games Workshop games. So that's how I ended up with the Games Workshop games. Why are we playing more board games now? I think because all of us have different taste in miniature games is one of the reasons. I think that for a very, very, very long time, like more than 10 years, we were a monolithically Games Workshop group.
Shop.
Yeah, and we used to go from Warhammer 40,000 to Warhammer Fantasy to Mordheim, and and there were other things that we would do in between there. Like some of us went with Battlefleet Gothic, and some of us went into Blood Bowl, but it was all GW, and it was all basically miniature games. When everybody started to splinter off, and it was Babylon 5, and then it was War Machine, and then it was Flames of War, and then it was War Machine. And each of those iterations, I think we'd shed some people. And I think if you look now, we've actually pretty much got a lot of the people from the old 40K days back again. But I don't think we all like playing the same miniature games generally. So unless a game comes around like Dystopian Wars that catches a lot of imagination, you're not going to have enough people to have like a big self-perpetuating miniatures gaming group. So we do play miniatures, and we enjoy the miniatures. And people bring out their War Machine every now and then, or they bring out their Firestorm Armada every now and then, or they bring out their 40K every now and then. But it's not like a big monolithic group anymore as far as what miniature games we're playing. And for me, it's not so much the games that I'm playing as the people I'm playing them with. So as long as I'm getting games in with Dave and you guys and Ian and and Joe and John and Pete, then I'm pretty much okay with. I mean, when I invite those guys over, I don't care what we're playing as long as we're all hanging out. So. And board games are much easier to organize, and there's a lot less preparation time.
Well, cheaper too. One game,
and they're cheaper, yeah. And so we can play a lot of different board games, get a lot of variety in there, be hanging out with the people we want to hang out with. At the same time, we're still getting our gaming fix, basically. But I've never stopped painting, even when I'm not playing miniatures. I'm always, I've always got something on the painting table going. So I still love doing all that stuff.
I like that answer. That's a good answer.
That's my answer.
Mine's a little shorter. I do feel different, and I apologize. In my question, I was thinking about starting out in gaming with sci-fi miniatures as an adult. So I'll just start there, skip over the games I played as a child. But I do feel different. I feel like I don't have the patience level for a miniature game that much anymore, even though I love it. If I played War Machine right now, I'd have a blast. I've been playing Flames of War. I have a blast. I'm looking forward to Dystopian War. So it's very weird. But I notice at home, I tend to look at my painting table and go, I think I'll just sit on the couch and watch the ball game. So I don't know. I feel tired, I guess, is the answer. It could just be this phase of my life. New job, new commute, new time getting up, Emmy's 3, lose 9. So there's just a lot of time, and so I like to default to Tuesday night board game. You don't have to think about a thing. I don't even have to bring a board game. I just show up, and someone cracks. Yeah, they crack the lid, and Russ is like, "Here, let me teach you how to play Merchants and Marauders." I'm like, "Perfect." Even though we could play War Machine, so but it feels like I'm missing my left arm. I mean, I'm still a miniature gamer in my soul, so I feel like a part of me's missing or something. It's very strange.
I have found that I will paint something to a standard that's not even close to what my basic standard used to be.
Yes, I've noticed that too.
I'm okay. I look at it and go, you know what? It's going to look really nice on the table. It doesn't look super great, from 6 inches away, but I'm okay with that. So
I do that too a little bit, but part of that is definitely from the, let's see if this game catches on, and then I'll go back and do another pass.
Well, that
There's a little
could very
factor
well
of
be
that
part
in
of why.
Yeah, because it's not I like the. I think part of it too is there are a lot more miniature game choices than there used to be in terms of model quality.
That's a good point too.
And so part of it is just it's not that we're actively avoiding certain games as much as it's just so much new stuff to try, and so we're like, we'll try this, and we can get decent standards without going all the way. But before it'd be like, this is going to be my model for the next 80 games or year and a half, or I'm taking to these 5 tournaments, and there's a painting judge, and there's all these things, so we would paint to a very, very high standard. Now it's like, well, I'll just paint that looks good, and we'll go from there. And we also know all the tricks to make them fast.
There's a lot of miniature hybrids. So you've got Battle of Westeros.
Yeah.
You've got Battle Lore.
Well, I'm finding that too, Craig, right? These games are coming out, and we're painting them, right? Like you and I had a blast painting some Westeros stuff up.
Descent.
We paint. So we still paint. We still hobby gamers. It's just that the board, and it wasn't that long ago where there were no board games of the standard that mattered. You know what I mean? Like the models now actually are worth painting in board games.
Yeah.
So that's another aspect of it as well. So it's a lot. I think board games have really. There is a bit of a. I think we've rediscovered them. I think we've rediscovered the what board games can do, and now it's sort of like a part of this healthy gamer's diet. Have some board games along with your miniature games, kind of thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So.
I like those answers. That's good.
But I do miss not playing enough, and in fact. You'll see later. I'm still very excited about games like War Machine and Dystopian Wars and stuff. And in fact, I'm also polishing up some of my War Machine models for this weekend. I hope I can get a few War Machine games in at TempleCon because there's some listeners out there that want to play me, and I just love playing on the tables they have there at TempleCon for all the crazy War Machine stuff. So So I still like those games, but you're right. I don't feel the need to play them as frequently to still have value in them. I feel like if I play them once every couple months or whatever, that's okay by me.
Yeah, it's funny about TempleCon. I have no desire. I don't want to play a miniature game at all. I want to hang out and watch them, and I want to do Dystopian Wars demo. But I just want to crack open a board game, and I'm really looking forward to not having to worry about it.
Yeah.
It's funny. Okay,
Yeah,
that was
there you
good.
go.
I like those answers. All right, question number 5. All right, for 2+ years, we've been doing podcasts. We have over 100 downloadable episodes.
How do you
Craig,
get to that number?
because iTunes says that we have that many.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
How
if
is
you-
that possible?
It's because
because the Gen Con episodes and different episodes
some episodes
count.
some episodes are split,
Right.
and and then we had the Gen Con bonus episodes, which are like 3 or 4 extra ones.
Still don't see how you.
I still think 100 is optimistic.
27.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, maybe they're not full episodes. We have
they're
100
not full
downloadable audible files of the D6 generation. How's that?
Right.
Craig, how do you feel about the podcast today and why?
How do I feel about it? I feel I'm still in awe that like people are out there listening. And I feel bad when we get something wrong. I'm like, oh crap! And there's actually people listening now.
Like the Australia situation.
Well, the Australian situation is a good example, but that's also a bad example because I kind of feel like I got caught on the back foot, not intentionally.
No,
I
know.
I was like, I entered into this whole thing like with a funny like, ha, ha, ha. Like, please don't think that I'm ignorant of things that are going around the world. I'm fascinated with world news. We can get world news in America. It's not like we are like, oh, if it doesn't happen in America, it didn't happen. I understand where that stereotype comes from. I've met a lot of people who would feed that stereotype, but that's
definitely not Craig, though.
No. Or most people we know.
Right. But yeah, and I know that it's an awful situation, and I've been emailing listeners, and I've been keeping tabs on the people that we know that live in that area, and so please understand that I didn't in fact, when I listened back to that, I would say that for that particular prediction, it would have to be worse than Katrina, because Katrina to me was more of a man-made disaster. If you look at it, I mean, really bad things happened to innocent people, but by far the thing that made it 1,000 times worse was a failure on every level of government and civil responsibility. So, but anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, right.
No, I wanted to follow up with that and give you.
I appreciate that because I had meant to address that earlier in the show.
It's one of those things where, like, when you're talking in your head, like if we're at the donut shop, right, and I'm thinking about TempleCon, and you're like, Raef, you want a donut? I'm like, no, and then I'm blah blah blah. I'm like, no, I want a donut. I just was thinking about what I'm doing at TempleCon. It was like one of those moments,
Yes. But anyway, so how do I feel about the show? Like I'm in awe, and I feel humbled by the fact that there are so many people that listen to us. I think it's awesome that we now have, like, I have people that I would consider my friends all over the world that I email, and they email me back. And, if you've emailed me several times and we go back and forth and I know who you are and I don't sign off with like, thanks for listening and happy gaming, which is nothing wrong with that. But that's how we generally, sign off to people who write us once. But there are people all over the world now that I've made friends all over the place that I contact and I can ask questions of. And so I feel like it's become bigger than me, sort of, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's almost like when you're working and you've got your nose to the grindstone and you just don't pay attention to anything else, and all of a sudden you look up and you've got an entire army painted. That's kind of how I feel. Like, we just grind away, and every week or every 2 weeks we get together and we do these things, and every other week I'm doing Do You Ever Notice, and we're all putting it together, and Russ puts it all together at the end and shoots it out, and the next thing you know, you look back and you're like, holy crap, 73 times 4 hours of stuff out there, and people actually are listening, and we're growing, and we're continuing to grow. So I'm still very, very, very excited about it. And I'm very happy that it's working as well as it's working.
All right, Russ?
Well, I mean, most of what Craig said, I think we're really blessed. What amazes me the most is about our listeners is is who they are. I mean, I think you always it was kind of cool with DACA to see some of the people who are miniature gamers, and to when we're in the store see that. But it's even more impressive. I feel like we've touched more and become involved with more people from the podcast even. And I'm constantly impressed with the level of and caliber of our listeners. It's really
Yes.
it's amazing the most. Like, there's this term in news and in podcasting, which is the well actually. You've been well actually'd. And well actually is basically when you get something wrong and you get the email from somebody. Well, actually, actually, the French Revolution was actually in 1790.
1780, yeah. Uh-huh.
So but we don't get, but the well actuallys we get, which should be sent in. We make a mistake, we want to know.
Yes, absolutely.
Are always so polite
Yep.
and so
Very
well
much
phrased.
so.
It's never like, you idiots. It's like, your show's awesome and you do a great job, and I even feel bad saying this, but you kind of, you may have misspoke here. It's like so polite. I'm like, you guys are awesome. It's really nice to hear that. It's so, the amount of positive feedback you get is constantly, and the generosity of our listeners, just from little things like, you guys sending us books to read and stuff, to important things like the amazing amount of money that was raised for Extra Life.
Yeah.
Those things just blow me away, and the level of you guys out there, and the positions that gamers have around the world and what they do, and how so many of them are influential, and so many of them are, are interested in what we do, and are want to give back to us, and we can give back to you, and I think that's wonderful. And I'm so, it's such a really cool feeling to have made connections with people around the world, just because we play games.
Yeah.
So I think that is really. And I also can't believe how many hours you've recorded. I still am shocked.
Yes.
Like, I talked for that long. Really, that just doesn't seem possible.
Right. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I want to follow up on what you guys said, actually. The generosity, I hadn't thought of that. You're right. I mean, just out of the blue, we'll get packages from listeners of, like, really nice gifts. I mean, like Warhammer Invasion cards and dice and books and games and T-shirts, and people are like, I thought you'd like this, so here. And it's like, wow. It's really nice. And actually, it is really enheartening, with all the forums and trolls that are on the forums and all the negativity, how a newscast is just all negative. And then you read one of our emails and you're like, wow, there actually are other people who think like me, which is more of a positive vein, and they're all over the world. So it actually feels more enheartening. It's like, okay, maybe the world's not going to hell in a handbasket kind of feeling.
Yeah.
I have to admit that for me, it's sometimes it does feel like work, and that's been the first time I felt that way in a long time. It's not ironically, it's not when we record the three of us. I look forward to those. It's when I have to plug in my microphone and I'm doing something on a Saturday. I'm like, oh crap, I got to do the Hollywood Minute. And if I don't have a particularly good idea, then I notice then that's a bit of work. But once I plug in the microphone and get going, then I enjoy that piece as well. I'm glad we're doing the bonus episodes because my entrepreneurial side can be engaged. It's something fresh and exciting and new and kind of scary. I'm still loving going to the cons. That's still a blast. I mean, that I can't give up. It's just, being able to go to Adepticon and see people and go to a new city and see the con. That's going to be great. And this is surprising me too. I can't believe that I've actually made friends. Like Craig was saying, like we have some of the people that have emailed us over and over again. I feel like they're my friends. I feel like I could bump into them in Ireland and just be like, "Hey guys, how's it going? What's new?" Like I've talked to them for years.
Well, that's the coolest part of the con experience too, is that there's now groups of people that you can get involved in. That's what I think is great about the email and about Twitter and Facebook, is that I'm connected now with certain people via the show only that I would not have connected with without the show, that I now know at a very personal level. And it's so cool to see them. It's almost like, it's weird. There's certain friends of yours from college or times in your life where if you run into that person, you haven't seen them in 10 years, it's like you just talked to them yesterday when you see them again.
Yeah.
And some of the folks at the cons now are like that. Like, I may have met this person only at last con, and then I see them again, like the Engelstein family. I met Jeff Engelstein for the first time in detail at Gen Con, and then he was driving through New Hampshire to stop by to say hi to my family. And we had it was like I just talked to him yesterday, and it was back at Gen Con. You know what I mean? So like it is really so cool to be able to meet new people and get involved with new folks and see how see how people are using games to make their lives exciting and to make their families closer and just to get along with other friends. It's just really I just am blown away by it. can't really state it very clearly, but it's an amazing feeling.
Yeah, I mean, we have a listener, Doc. He, part of those people that sent us gifts every year, and Doc. I mean, his real name's Dan Kramer. We call him Doc, and he's flying in Friday night. He's staying at my house. We're driving down to TempleCon together, and like that wouldn't have happened 3 years ago. And it's fun.
Yeah, it's very cool.
It's fun, and same
awesome.
thing. We're hooking up with Greg at the TempleCon, and they just happen to be lawyers, which is ironic. But it's just it's been fun. Yeah.
Is it really ironic?
All right.
I don't know if it really is.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it like
I have
rain
no
on
idea
your wedding
when that
day?
happens.
Is it like rain on your wedding day? I'm not really sure. All right.
All right, number 6.
Yes.
Craig, we're going to go with you first. What are you,
Okay.
Craig, looking forward to most gaming related over the next year to 2011?
Well, as we know, I don't do a lot of looking forward. So what?
Thank God, too.
You
'cause
do. It's just do
There'll be more disasters as we speak.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I am really looking forward to, and we actually haven't even mentioned this on the show yet, but Rafe and I are going to Adepticon.
Oh, we haven't mentioned that yet?
Not that I know of, not on the
okay.
show. And we're going to be there. I am going to be taking part in the Epic tournament. And Rafe is still trying to. Yeah, I got in, so that's exciting. Rafe is still trying to decide. Trying to decide what to do.
Yep.
We're going to have we're going to set up a meet and greet at some point, but we are also hosting the official end of the con board game party.
Yep.
They're going to have that. All the folks that are staying over Sunday night. It's like the last event. There's a poker tournament, a traditional poker tournament, and for all the folks that either don't want to play poker or have been knocked out of the poker tournament, we are going to be playing board games and card games in a big room, and we'll be there together to play those games and teach the games. And a lot of our friends in the industry are stepping up and offering games. Yep. So we'll be bringing a bunch of games, and we'll be giving away a bunch of games, and it's going to be very, very exciting. So I am really looking forward to that.
Oh, I'm jealous. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it is going to be awesome. Because we're also going to have we have the potential to have dinner with a very exciting special person that we're not going to bring up until after the fact because I don't want to jinx it, but it's going to be very exciting. And I'm really looking forward to Gen Con. I missed it last year for very good reasons, and I'm not disappointed that I missed it. You know, I have the good reasons, but
you can still look forward to it in 2011.
I can still look forward to it in 2011. As far as games go, I'm really looking forward to. I don't want to tie it all to Spartan Games because that's just the latest and the greatest. But I do believe there are some amazing things coming down the pipe this year from Spartan Games that I can't wait to see how they develop. And I'm really looking forward to the games that I have no idea. My favorite games are almost always things that I had no idea what they were going to be the year before. You know, so they're not on my I don't really have radar, but if I did, they wouldn't be on them. So I'm excited to see how that evolves and the different games that I get excited for and meeting new people and, hoping that we can bring some more really exciting folks in on the interview side of the show and growing the show and looking forward to, what we can do with the lost chapters and things like that. So is that sufficient?
Oh, yeah, that's awesome. All right, Russ.
All right, well, I took this to mean games, so here I go. Ready? So first of all, on the video game front, I'm looking forward to seeing how the new Star Wars game for the Kinect is going to play. I have no idea how that's going to work.
Oh, interesting.
Really cool, but anything lets me run around and pretend I'm swinging a lightsaber can't be all bad. Also looking forward to very much the War Machine video game. I know in my predictions I said it was going to be meh, but that was for non-War Machine fans. I think for War Machine fans it's going to be fun, so I'm hoping it A, comes out this year, and B, I can play it. Very much looking forward to also the new RPGs. I know Dragon Age 2 is coming out this year. Don't think Mass Effect 3 is due out this year, but if it is, I am excited for it. And then finally, Space Marine coming out on the Xbox. I cannot wait. That looks very, very good. It's by the guys who did Dawn of War. But it's a third-person shooter as a Space Marine. I say shooter, but I think there's all the preview pictures show an awful lot of chainsword action, which is all good. So that looks really fun. So I can't wait to try that. I'm just kidding. It's probably going to be a meh game in terms of gameplay, but who cares? The Space Marines cutting orcs apart, so it's all good.
There you go.
On the miniature wargaming side, War Machine Wrath is going to be very excited. I've been reading a lot of the new issues of No Quarter, and the battle engines have me all excited. I really want that Walker for Signar. So that's going to be cool. I can't wait to see how that's going to add to the
Is that a new book?
Wrath is a new book coming out, yeah.
Okay.
And it's got all the new walkers in it and all the other things, what they're calling battle engines, which are coming out. Also, the dystopian land models, to echo Craig. Anything by Spartan Games at this point, I have to watch for very carefully because
there's some amazing
I
stuff
agree with
coming.
Craig that after talking with Neil, this is a company I'm watching very carefully. I've of course, been a fan of theirs since the beginning, but even more so. I think they've kicked it up to 11 here, and I'm looking forward to what's going to come out with.
Yeah.
Now, also, on the board game front, now, I went into this, it's like, what board games am I really watching for? Because normally I'm kind of like Craig. I'm like, well, board games just sort of pop out, like Merchants and Marauders. I wasn't really watching for it, but as soon as it hit, I knew it was a game I wanted to get involved with. But I do know that the Inglestein's game that we got to try at Gen Con, the Ares project, is probably coming out this year. Really like the prototype. I'm really interested to see how it plays in real life and how the components look. I really want to try that game.
Cool.
The new D&D Wrath of, I can't even pronounce this,
Ashardalon.
That's the one. It's the new Ravenloft variant. This one's a dragon you're fighting. So I'm really interested to see how the campaign part works and how the games interlock. I really want to try that out. Now this, I don't care about the theme at all in this. The Cargo Noir is the new...
Noir.
That's the one, yeah.
Just
Noir.
Not Noir.
Yes. The new game from Days of Wonder.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Whenever Days of Wonder releases a game, you should take notice because they don't do it very often and they're always really high quality. And someone was like, I played this Days of Wonder game. Do they all have this good of components and storage? Yes, they do. But Cargo Noir is this themed thing with smuggling in the 20s or 30s, something like that. So I don't,
20s,
but
30s.
the components are cool. I want to try it. I'm not sure it's a game I'm going to buy as soon as it hits the stores, but I definitely want to try it out. And although a game that I am dangerously close to buying as soon as I see it would be Magnifico Da Vinci's Art of War. Okay.
Wow.
So Leonardo da Vinci, win.
Yeah.
It's alternate 16th century Renaissance, and you basically invent stuff and fight. So imagine a world board game, plastic components, infantry, flying machines, his little ornithopter things, and then you can invent those and send them to battle. And then also he's got little tanks and stuff, and all Da Vinci-esque.
Cool.
Even the dice have his little drawing of a human in the circle thing there on it. It's very, that heavy theme that
cool.
only Fantasy Flight can really inject into their games. It's area control conquest game based around Leonardo da Vinci. How can you go wrong? How can you go wrong? So it looks really cool. On the RPG side, I really hope our D&D 4 campaign returns from the wastelands that are WoW. I think I've lost.
Good luck
half
with
crew.
that.
I haven't even heard from John or Joe now in almost a month.
You gotta get a WoW account and mail them in game.
I know
that's what's crazy about
it's funny because they'll answer email when the campaign was running. I could email them, they both respond, boom, 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 boom. Then they got back into WoW, and I emailed John, didn't hear from him. I said, why didn't you respond to me? He goes, there's a phone. Like, there's email. It's only a 20-year-old technology. You use it once in a while. Right. It's not like I'm asking to be on Facebook.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened with the Serenity campaign.
Right. As soon as they go into WoW, they're gone.
Yeah.
I wish, dear Blizzard. Okay, dear Blizzard. Now, I know you've sucked all these people into your game, and that's fine. That's what you're supposed to do. I get it. Can you please make it so that you can assign these people an email address at their WoW messenger system so I can send an external email and they get it?
Yep.
This would be wonderful. Okay, I would thank you very much for that capability. They can stay in their world, but I can communicate with them. That'd be great.
They can stay.
All right. Also, I really am looking forward to running Dresden this year. That was a prediction, but I really want to try this game, so I'm hoping I can get some Dresden action in this year. And, of course, to echo what Craig said, the cons are awesome. I can't wait for TempleCon and Gen Con this year as well. So those are the two cons I'm definitely going to attend. So,
yep. I reiterate what you said. Mine's more list format. For games, I am looking forward to the Star Wars MMO, if that comes out. BioShock 3, if that comes out, and Batman Asylum 2.
Oh, yeah, the new BioShock game looks awesome.
Yeah, I love that series. Of course, for me, it started way back with System Shock, so I have very fond memories. The Walking Dead TV series, I'm looking forward to that. Oh, yeah. And this past year has been a great just block of good comic reads for me. There's been Lock and Key by Stephen King's son, Joe Hill, goes under a pseudonym. The comic called Chew has been really good and interesting. Did I ever tell you guys about that character?
No.
This author created this. I don't know. Maybe it's over Wiki or something. But what he is, he's a detective in the Food and Drug Administration, and he has the ability.
Oh yes, you did. And he eats things.
If he eats something, he can know the history of it. So it's just pretty interesting.
That's
the Walking Dead comics, and I'm looking forward to whatever new undiscovered comic talent is out there. And then generally, mine for 2011 is exactly kind of what Craig was saying. Is I like the newness of it all. I like anticipating that I have no idea, like, what will I see and experience in Adepticon? I don't know. And I like that. That's a fun thing for me. Same thing with Gen Con. Who will I meet? What new things will be discovered? What's Fantasy Flight Games going to turn out next? What's Matt Wilson going to say next in the next interview if we have the chance to interview him? You know, all that kind of stuff I really look forward to. And more coming up. Looking forward to this weekend. I'm going down with Doc and Matt, and we're going to go play some craps. Christian's supposed to come too. We're going to stay at La Quinta. We're going to get some gaming in at TempleCon. So it's going to be a fun little weekend. So I'm looking forward to that and other weekends like that.
Excellent.
That's pretty much what I'm looking forward to over 2011. All right. Do you guys think you have the energy, the desire, the time to enter the next super secret segment, which is a little game I created?
Do we have a choice?
Yeah, you always have a choice. You always have a choice.
I'll be a good sport.
Any living man has a choice.
That's right.
Yes.
All right. You are going to play, Russ, whenever you're ready. Yes, that's right. This is called the Do You Know Raef game. I will pose...
Oh, my God.
Yep. Okay, you can cut the music. I will pose gaming-related questions, or just questions, to each of you. The one with the most right answers wins.
Uh-huh. What do we win?
Right?
All right.
Okay.
What do we win?
You win bragging rights.
Oh, really?
All right.
Well, I want the present you were offering me earlier.
there you go.
Oh, yeah. If Russ wins, does he get the P3 bag?
But what do you get, Craig?
That's exactly my point. That would have been my next question.
You get the P3 bag, and then you got to negotiate something.
Well,
with
then
it.
I get. That's good. I like that. And then Russ has to give me something for it.
Wow.
Yes.
All right.
I like it.
All right.
There we
Perfect.
go.
Who made you the kingmaker?
I don't know.
what
I'll
happened here,
I'll let you guys figure that out.
As long as
All right.
as long as it's not conjugal, I'm okay with it.
No, yeah.
No, it's not. It's not conjugal.
Good.
Now here's the
I'm getting nervous.
question: is we do need someone to keep score, and you're both the contestants. All right, so I guess I will host and keep score. I
Wow.
don't have a banner right.
Don't strain yourself now.
Hold on, I had to reach for a pen.
Wow. Don't make sure you do some stretching.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I gotta clear my space here. Move my iPhone.
I
Okay.
know this is a project.
Turn off Latra. Oh wait, did I say that? Okay. All right. Okay. Here's the game. This is: do you think you know the man, the legend, the
God.
enigma, Raef Hollywood Granger? Russ, cue the music.
Jesus.
Okay. Let me introduce our contestants. We have Craig from Walpole'ville, New Hampshire. His hobbies and interests include Spartan foot races, cave spelunking, and miniature wargaming.
It's
Watch
true.
out, ladies. He is married. He just enjoyed the birth of his son, and he is an avid alternative history hobbyist. Our second contestant is Russ from Nasway, East Compboro, New Hampshire. His hobbies
I don't
include
think these towns
driving Dacamobiles, origami from gum wrappers, and rules, prognostications, and prestidigitations. Russ, I understand you are quite an avid Dystopian Wars fanboy, but tell us, what video game is in your console?
Right now, I'm trying to finish Assassin's Creed 2 so I can play Brotherhood.
All right, good. Okay, we can cut the music kindly, as I am your host, Raef Hollywood Granger, and this is the Hollywood Game Show, sponsored by all things Jimmy Django and Battle Foam. The goal of the game is to get as many questions about Raef H.D. Granger right as possible. The first one to, quote, buzz in correctly gets 1 point.
How do we buzz in?
I will get to that, Russ, the engineer Wakeland. If you are wrong, your opponent can steal for 1 point.
All right.
And, of course, where would we be without some random element scoring getting you 6 points should you get it right? Craig,
Yes.
you are buzzing in using the ding noise.
Okay.
Okay? Russ, you are buzzing in using the or buzzer noise.
All right.
Contestants, are you ready? Do you have any questions?
No.
Can I be a sheep instead?
Let's learn as we go.
Okay.
Yeah, let him
Question-
be a sheep.
All right, I'll be a sheep.
Okay. I
I'm
got
going to be a buzzsaw.
All right.
In.
Okay. Craig, you're buzzsaw. Russ equals sheep.
You really had to write that down.
I did. Well, I did. I'd get confused. Okay. So I've got the column for Craig and the column for Russ. Okay. Question number 1. What is Hollywood wearing right now?
Oh, you gotta make your
Craig
own
was first.
I
sound.
made my own sound.
Yeah, bull.
Craig
There was no
was
rules
first.
about that.
Yeah, you're wearing a baseball hat.
That is incorrect.
Oh,
But I am wearing a baseball hat.
what?
But-
then how is
but-
it incorrect?
Well, because I didn't finish the whole question.
Oh,
Oh, he buzzed in too soon. So I get to steal and hear the full question, right? Is that how
That's
that
right,
works?
you
All
do.
All right, here we go.
What is Hollywood wearing right now, given to him by Spooky V's?
A shirt with about Ireland.
That is-
can I jump in?
How many steals are you going to allow?
yes,
no,
I will allow
No,
the
wait.
steal.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Come on now.
All
It's
right.
a Marine. It's a U.S. Marine.
Oh, the
shirt.
Marine shirt,
West
right. Yeah.
Marine Corps T-shirt. Okay, no points for that.
What? Bull
Oh, you
crap.
can't guess twice, Craig. Come on.
Question number 2.
How often have you played the Raef game?
Oh, look, this is by legally binding 1970s game show rules.
That's the best part. It's like, okay. Question number 2.
All right, I'm on the
What
buzzer.
is the full motto of the Air Force? Parentheses, the unofficial, according to the web.
What?
Wait.
I will repeat the question. What is
Russ,
the full,
Russ is doing a web search right now.
what is the full motto of the Air Force? The unofficial
full
one.
motto of the Air Force? Yeah, I'm not even going to look it up.
Bah.
Yes, Russ.
I would like to go with aim high, fly, fight, and win.
No, I predicted that you would try to Google the answer.
Nice.
Uno ab alto, 1 over all.
What?
I don't think that's correct.
Says who?
No points.
What?
Says the web.
Oh, this is about Rafe Granger, not actual facts. That was. I see my error.
Question number 3.
Where did that come from? You got to give us a source on that.
Web.
He's just making this stuff up.
Question
He's totally
3.
making this stuff up.
What does Rafe like most about playing Agricola? Russ.
He likes the farming theme, the feeling about farming history and learning
Yes,
farming.
theme is the correct answer, scoring you 1 point.
All right, I'm on the board.
The score.
All right, here we go.
Okay, enough of that.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. I like that theme music. All right.
We'll go back to your theme. I'm sorry, I was wrong show.
0. Oh, folks. Ding, 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 ding. Craig, this is a random question. So both of
Okay.
you, this is a 6-pointer.
Woo! All right.
What is Rafe's favorite home-cooked meal?
Home cooked.
Uh,
Oh wait. I actually kind of know this, but I'm trying to remember. All right. Google's no help.
no.
Yes, Craig.
I'm going to say macaroni and cheese.
No, that is incorrect.
No, I'll go.
Go ahead, Russ.
Well, I'm gonna go with snack instead and go with the chocolate and the pretzels.
No, and it just dawned on me, Russ. You should. This was supposed to be hard for 6 points.
No, but you know what it is?
Rigatoni with meatballs.
Yes, because you were talking about this you told me about this the other day, and I should have remembered.
Really? I don't think I've ever heard that.
No, Craig, you never know.
I like partial credit for pretending I knew.
No. Question number 5. This is one you guys can get. What LARPing game did Rafe play at Gen Con? Russ.
The sci-fi one where you went and shot the aliens on the spaceship.
Yes,
there.
we need a name.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, wait. I can't think of the name. I don't remember the name.
Craig for the steal?
Let me.
He's Googling. He's Googling.
Was it called Nightfall?
No, Terror Works.
Yes, that was one of those.
Oh, that's right.
I like
That's
partial for being sort of right.
See, See, folks, this is how well my friends know me. What con is Rafe looking forward? Oh, wait. I'm going to pause here. Some of these do allow you to have choices, so you might not want to buzz in too early. Mm-hmm. What con is Rafe looking forward to the most for 2011? Gen Con, Temple Con, or Adepticon? Craig.
Adepticon.
Correct. Yay! Craig ties the score up. It is now 1-1. Question number 7. What are the names of Rafe's 2 friends he met at Gen Con/TempleCon? Extra clue. Yes, Craig.
I am going to go with Doc Rain and Greg Silberman.
That is correct.
That was good.
Craig gets 1 point for a total of 2.
Yay, I've got 2 points.
Question number 8. Oh, folks, ding, 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 ding. Random question number 2. Another 6-pointer.
Uh-oh.
Perfect. Who is the third lawyer that contributes to the show?
The third
I got it. I got it.
Yep. Russ.
Ken Whitehurst.
No.
He's a lawyer, though.
I don't think he is.
He is totally a lawyer.
All right. If he's a lawyer, then you get full credit.
He is totally a lawyer.
I am thinking of Steve Shortgen, who came up with The Price is Russ, Agricola with Rafe, and the Hollywood Minute theme song.
Yeah, but Ken...
How is he the third, though?
He's a lawyer, too.
Counting Ken.
And who are the first 2?
Doc and Greg are lawyers.
Oh, but they don't contribute. But Ken contributes. Well, I guess they give this stuff, but Ken
if
contributes.
Ken's a lawyer, then you get credit.
Ken is totally a lawyer. Guaranteed.
All right. Question number 9.
Give me the point, because I'm telling you right now.
That's 6 points.
He's on Facebook.
I'm not giving you the point.
He's on Facebook. I'm a friend with him on Facebook. He's a lawyer.
All right. Well, we'll have to do a recount after the show. We'll have to call Alex Trebek.
Ken, please email Rafe and explain to him you're a lawyer.
What was the name? Question number 9 for 1 point. What was the name? There's a bonus round. Don't worry, guys.
Right.
What was the name of my main character in the not so critically acclaimed play-by-podcast D&D?
Oh, God.
This will catch you.
I should know this. I should know this.
I don't remember.
Oh, I got
Yes, Russ.
It begins with an R.
Close. Craig for the steal?
He's a fighter, isn't he?
He is.
No.
God, I can't remember his name.
I don't remember the name.
Arath is the correct.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Question number 10. What is Rafe's favorite role-playing game produced by FFG? Craig.
That would be Dark Heresy.
Correct.
I think I was
Russ.
ahead on that. Yes.
Craig is ahead by 3. You have 1.
Yeah, but I've been robbed on the Ken Whitehurst question where it's 6.
All right. Well, hey, you're on Facebook. This is the instant media. He should have texted you.
How do you not know he's a lawyer? Do you not know our contributors? Come on now.
Go ahead. Send it out to a
What
Twitter.
does Owen do? Do you know what Owen does? No, you probably don't.
He's a storyteller.
Yeah, that's right. What does Ken do?
I don't
You
know.
have no idea. he's a lawyer.
All right. Well, you'll get full credit then.
All right.
Send it out on the Twitter right now.
Well, he's on Facebook, but I can try to Facebook him.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
This next part, I will explain the answers to you. These are rapid-fire questions, so you want to be quick on the buzzer here. This ends the contest. Craig is in at 3. Russ is in at 1. Arguably, perhaps 7. There is also a final silent question that you guys will get some time to think about, and that final question is worth 10. But these questions are worth 3 points if answered without the clues. 1 point with the clue, no steals allowed. Whoever first buzzes in gets the chance to answer.
Right.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
There we go.
First question. Rafe got his nickname for the show after what event? Craig.
You did an interview for NPR.
That is correct.
Oh, man, I knew that.
Second acceptable answer is he did go to Hollywood on a
I don't think my
convention.
buzzer's working.
Okay.
You think I was in Jeopardy? They're always checking their little thing? That's what I'm doing right now.
All right.
Now you know why.
That's right.
Second question. Rafe's adopted country is... Russ.
Ireland.
That's
Correct.
crap.
Oh,
I got it first.
No, you were late on that one. Come on now.
Totally first.
I was totally first on that one.
Okay. Next question for 3 points.
Check your buzzer.
Without
Check your
clue.
buzzer.
Rafe's favorite color is... Russ.
Green.
Correct.
Wow. I'm impressed and a little
It
scared.
was a guess.
Russ now has 7 points.
He likes Ireland. I
Craig
went
has
with it.
3, 4, 5, 6 points. Very close game. That Privateer Press.
If you
Fatty
count Whitehurst,
has
I'm way ahead.
Balance. Rafe's favorite geek flick of all time is Russ.
Bring it on.
Incorrect.
I had to do it.
Incorrect. Craig, you might as well wait for the clues.
Yeah, I'll wait for the clues.
Rafe's favorite geek flick of all time is Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, or The Princess Bride.
The Princess Bride.
Incorrect. It is Star Wars.
Ah.
No points for that question. Okay.
Although Bring It On's got to be a close second.
Bring it on.
Get ready for
No, that's his favorite movie of all time.
Oh, I got it wrong, right?
get ready for this one. Rafe's favorite juvenile genre of movies is
Harry
Craig.
Potter. Harry Potter.
incorrect. Russ.
Juvenile genre of movies. Is it the original Lord of the Ring ones?
No. The correct answer is, I didn't give you any options on that one, sorry. The correct answer is teenage angst or coming of age movies such as
Bring It On. I deserve credit for that. How is that
No points for that
juvenile?
one.
Is that juvenile?
Great.
Really?
Moving on to the next question.
Bring It On is really teen angst.
It's not juvenile either.
It's coming of age.
All right.
Rafe's favorite martial artist is Russ.
I went with Bruce Lee.
Incorrect. Craig. Oh, you might as well wait for the clues. Rafe's
Li. favorite
favorite martial artist is
Yeah,
Bruce
I already
Lee,
said it. Yep.
Chuck Norris, or Daniel San.
Go with the juvenile
Chuck
choice.
Norris. Chuck Norris.
Incorrect. It is Daniel San.
See, juvenile. You got to stick with the juvenile on this. I'm sensing a pattern.
Rafe's favorite alcoholic drink is
I don't know.
This
Okay,
changes.
here
I
are
don't
the
know.
choices.
Yeah, this changes.
margarita, a vodka martini, or scotch. Who's that?
That was me. That's
Russ.
cheap. I'm going with Scotch.
That's a good choice, but you are incorrect. It is the margarita.
Hey.
Too late. You listed.
No, you can't. Yeah, right. Exactly. Can't steal.
You're right. You can't steal, right? Yeah.
Okay. Rafe's favorite soda
Well, then
is...
why did you offer me the option?
I'm in. I'm buzzing in. Rafe has sworn off soda for some time now. It's a trick question.
Ooh, very good. Russ gets the 3 points.
You know what? I'm going to go
soda.
out on a limb, and I'm going to say that that's not the answer that Rafe had prepared.
I will read it to you quote for quote.
Uh-huh.
Don't drink soda anymore, or seltzer water is acceptable.
Oh, by the sheep.
Owned by the sheep.
Okay, the last question before the 10-pointer
Right.
is Rafe's favorite position
Oh, my.
in football is Russ.
Nose guard.
Incorrect. Here are the choices of answers.
Okay.
Running back, receiver, or quarterback.
Running back.
That is correct, Craig, for 1 point.
Yeah, I got a
Okay. The score before we head into the final and 10-point question is
What does Craig have?
Craig has 3, 4.
Wait, I've got
5,
Ken. I've got
6.
Ken on the Facebook. He's going to email you shortly.
And
Okay.
what does your stalker have?
Craig has 8 points. I'm seeing
And
who's a
your
better
stalker
phone.
Don't be bitter. Don't be bitter
Craig,
now.
I sent some work ahead of you for our Adepticon trip.
Oh, really? How about I
Craig, he's
forget
looking-
to put you in the hotel?
Craig, he's looking for a spoon here. He's looking for little spoon
Actually,
action.
it's a closer game.
Now our
than we
listeners
would
all
think.
get that if they're less than to admit it too.
I am not your Huckleberry.
Okay.
All right.
Craig has
Yes.
8 points. Russ has 10 points.
Okay.
Or
Hey, by the
16.
way, I need to interrupt here. I informed Ken that he needs to email you as soon as possible. He said why, and I said it's for a contest. It's very important. He doesn't believe you're a lawyer, and Ken's response was, "Neither do many of my colleagues." So I don't know if that proves it to you or not, but he'll be sending you an email shortly.
All right. I guess that does prove it to me. So basically, Craig, he's at 16.
Yeah.
You need the 10-pointer
Oh, the
to
sheep
win.
are going wild. like a stadium.
The power of the sheep will dominate you.
Right.
Okay, here we go.
Sheepage.
You will be given 60 seconds by my clock to answer the question, Jeopardy style. You're going to write it down.
All right.
And then I will come back
gotta
and
write
ask you.
Where are we writing it?
Can we text
Writing
it
it
to you?
down on your
Why don't we
own
text it to you on Skype? Can we do that?
piece of paper.
All right, paper, okay.
Oh, yeah. Text it to me in Skype.
Yeah,
Perfect.
but then we'll be able to see each other's
No, not if
answer.
you do a private chat.
I don't know how
after
to do that.
after the 60 seconds, you both will type your answers.
I'll type mine into Rafe so you won't see it.
How's that?
You just click his name in the contacts list there, Craig, and you'll type just directly to him. All right. Give us the question.
Okay, you ready, Craig?
Yeah.
Okay. 60 seconds to answer the following question.
Right.
What was Rafe Hollywood Granger's very first Warhammer army, and who was its leader? Perfect.
Warhammer or Warhammer 40,000?
I am unable to answer that question. It's built into the question.
Okay.
I've submitted mine to you via... I've locked my answer in on Skype. Rafe, do you see it?
Wait a minute. Technology. It definitely flashed.
I
Yep,
think
I got it.
I sent you one.
Yes,
Did you get it?
I've got it.
Spelling may be incorrect.
You still have time.
I don't know if spelling counts, but I sent mine.
No, spelling does not count.
Oh, good.
You want me to reveal? You got about 20 seconds left.
No, I don't think I'm going to change what
We're not going to change. Okay, Russ, are you locking in your answer?
I'm locked in.
Okay. All right. We can cut the music kindly.
Right.
Russ's answer for 10 points, having 18 points, is the Space Wolves, and the leader is Turiah. Craig's answer was dwarves, and the leader was Stony. You both are incorrect. My very first army was Sisters of Battle,
Oh, I forgot about that. Holy crap,
with
you're right.
my leader being Soraya,
Oh, I had the
who
Turiah.
is
It was
the
in my
twin
head.
brother. Actually, not twin brother,
Twin
but brother of Turiah.
Right.
sister or
All right.
Yes.
So no points.
No points. Let me check the email.
But can I just ask a question, Rafe?
Yes.
What was your first Warhammer army?
Warhammer 40K, right?
No, you said
don't have to say-
Warhammer.
You don't have to
No,
say
but I think
40K.
I think he was
just curious.
implying
I'm just
either game
asking.
system.
What was your first Warhammer army?
Ooh, Craig might be right.
No, because what you were implying could be either game, whichever came first.
Yes, I was.
That is
implying.
not what he was implying. But
Because
that's
people
okay.
say all the time,
It
I'm going to
was.
play Warhammer. They don't necessarily.
Craig is correct. If it was my first Warhammer fantasy army, it would be Stony.
Dwarves and
with
Stony.
the-
Yeah.
the
Right.
dwarves.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not.
So there was a
question.
correct answer given.
No.
Just saying.
No.
Just saying.
No.
Alex Trebek says.
Tell you what,
no.
I'll give you 2 points.
And you
I don't need your 2 points. The universe knows who was closer to right.
Well, I have to announce, Russ, cue the music. You are the victor, even though Ken is not a lawyer.
What do you mean Ken's not a lawyer? He's totally a lawyer.
All right. I would there are 4 lawyers that listen to the show.
Right.
Well, folks, that's all we have today for the Do You Know the Rafe game show.
I was robbed. Robbed, I tell you, of a prize I didn't want.
Wait, with you. And to say that for party gifts, you will be getting degree anti-personnel
Anti-personnel.
spray. And spam.
Anti-personnel spray. That
Yes.
sounds about right.
And that's all we have for tonight. And good night.
Thanks for listening.
Very nice.
We apologize in postscript.
Very nice.
The D6 Generation Podcast. All of the mysteries of gamer culture revealed. The D6 Generation. Born to game.
And lest you forget this sponsor, my brothers, the War Store, bringing the war to your door since 1999. And for those of you who are deficient in math, that is for a decade and more. That was my Viking.
I liked your Viking. That was great.
That's funny.
Good Vic.
The War Store.
You know who went to the war store?
Who went to the war?
Mrs. Granger. She bought all sorts of awesome Battlefront miniatures. I got my dismounted MGs for my half tracks from there. I got my heavy machine gun crew. What else I get? I got a building.
Now, how did she know what to get you? How did she figure all that out with the War Store?
I sent her an email.
Nice. So did you go through and just order these things, and she was able to navigate their website all by herself and do all that stuff?
Exactly.
Oh, see, that's pretty. I've always been telling you how easy their website is to use, and there's a good example for a non-gamer can find what she's looking for and get it all ordered for a present for her hubby. That's pretty good. Good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then I got the little the landing craft from Dan at Myriad Games.
Oh,
so
nice.
They got both Battlefront, but the Battlefront pictures on the War Store are awesome because you can see everything that you want right there.
Yeah. Well, that's what makes them great is that they have all the photos of everything. It's easy to search, easy to find. A lot of the obscure stuff you can't find anywhere else. All the major miniature manufacturers, even a few board games, all the paints. You need to find P3 paints. They've got them. If your friendly professional gaming store is deficient in any of these areas, the place to go is the War Store. Best prices on the net.
You live in one of those parts of the country, like I hear upstate New York has very few game stores. Could be wrong, but that's what I heard. Somebody at Privateer Press told me that.
And they
this
they'll
would
be
be your
TempleCon,
store.
too.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing their booth at TempleCon. There's always something I need to pick up.
There is. You cannot go through the War Store booth without picking something up.
Yeah.
It's almost like a metal filings and a magnet.
Well, it's worse. It's like when you go to Home Depot and you just need to buy one thing and you walk out with a bucket of stuff. That's how the War Store is.
And you always have to buy the bucket, too.
You're going in and you're like, all I need is a cotter pin. I walk out $400 later, I've got like 30 things. I need
in one of those big orange buckets.
It's like I go to the War Store, all I need is a bottle of glue. And I walk out and I've dropped like $400 on miniatures. It's awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Your kids won't eat, but it's awesome.
Right. Warstore.com. TheWarstore.com.
Yeah.
I'm Rafe, Hollywood Granger, and this is the Hollywood Minute.
Today's Hollywood Minute is going to be a nice, random hodgepodge, going back old school. Got a lot of emails recently commenting on that they like the Hollywood Minute going back to its original foundation, where I just talk about what's on my mind. But before we get too further, I'd like to let you know about the following shout-out. It's from Neil. And Neil lets us know that he is a member of the club called Warforge, and they are located at www.warforge.co.uk. For all you Americans, that's how you get to websites over there across the pond. Okay, it's not .com, it's .co.uk, and they're based in Lancaster, United Kingdom, Northwest England. So he says, hey, if any of you blokes are in that area, they cater to war gamers, board gamers, role players, etc. But right now, they're particularly in the hunt for any board gamers. So, hey, any of you board gamers in that area, go look up Warforge and go say hi to Neil. Tell him I said hello. Well, so as you may know by now, by the time this airs, TempleCon will have come and gone, and let's talk about some highlights and lowlights. Highlights are... Again, as we talked about in the show, got to see some good old listener friends. Got to see Adam. Got to go see, of course, Doc. He flew over from Ohio. We palled around together for a good 72 hours. That was loads of fun, just catching up with him. And we went down, played a couple board games. He got to meet the whole crew. He got to meet Matt, Alex, Stino, Ian. Andy was there. Christian was there. Rich was there. Greg was there, and then we had a little bit of a side shoot that night, about 11 p.m. that night. We went to stay at the La Quinta Inn, which was awesome, and we went to the casino the next morning, and that crew was Matt, me, Doc, Christian, and Greg, and we'll talk about rolling some craps in a minute. But I'd say one of the highlights was we had dinner with Romeo of Battle Foam and at the little pub there, and man, if you ever get the chance to have a beer with Romeo, man, he can tell a story. I just love his euphemisms, and it kind of reminded me of those old time movie shows where the people would, the Rat Pack would get together, and talk about good times and stuff. We had a lot of good people there, and Doc ended up showing up. Greg the Scott Silberman, he came to the board game. He always knows he likes to have me test out some of his new scotch, so he poured me some scotch, and he poured Doc some scotch. I don't know what that stuff was, man. That stuff was like dragon firewater. You drink like one sip, and I think I was looped after that. And accordingly, Nicole, as of Total Fangirl fame, apparently I smelled quite like the distillery. I mean, I think she thought I was bombed out of my mind, which I wasn't, but apparently that scotch emanated quite an odor. She's like, "Whew, where you been, a scotch barrel?" I'm like, I guess so. And that was during the Dystopian Wars event. That was very well run by Craig. Craig marshaled everything. Russ was the main timekeeper and second guru on the rules. And I just kind of stood around, tried to mill around the crowd, talk to some people that maybe hadn't done too much miniature gaming and hold up like the ring girl. Craig would yell out for the crit table, which they had to blowed up. And that was pretty cool, so he could see where the crits were. Oh, and our FSA, my FSA poster was around, and then Russ was the scientist and Craig was the politician. We had those hanging up on the walls, and it was really cool to see them blown up. That was a good time, and it was a good time to see Dystopian Wars broken out. I still haven't played the game yet, and actually that little demo was a good primer, as Craig would say, for me to bust down and want to play the rules, because I haven't played a game yet. I've been a little intimidated to crack the tape measure on that. Let's see. Lowlights. It was really my own fault. Tempocom was fine. They handled it fine. Well, the registration line went very slowly. I don't know why. I mean, we were pre-regged, so I'm not sure, but we probably waited in that line like 45 minutes. There was only like maybe 20 people, so I'm not sure what the holdup was there, but that's not really a lowlight. I mean, that just is. But the other lowlight was I kind of just ended up just playing a couple board games with the same people I play with up at Myriad Games, which, again, is fun. They're my friends. I love playing them. Actually, we had a great Civ game. I think I was doing pretty good. I think Doc would have pulled it out, but I was going for a monetary win, and man, did I have fun with that. But I had to break early and go do the Dystopian Wars demo. But, I think next time, or definitely for Adepticon, I'm looking to sign up for an event so I can actually go in, have a chance, do something other than what I do and can do every Tuesday night. So I got the sense I didn't take full advantage of the con like I did in year one. But again, having dinner with Romeo and his stories, we talked about, ball players, and we talked about the industry, and we talked about it from different vantage points as podcasters and him as entrepreneur, and it was really quite exciting. It was kind of funny, too, is Norbert and Nicole and another woman I didn't know, they were sitting across the table, but they were having their own conversation, and we actually crashed at their table. It was kind of funny. Oh, and then Greg the Scott Silverman, he came in, and he was like a lumbering Sasquatch for reasons I'm sure you can put together, and what was hilarious is he was talking with his hands, and he just kept bonking into me. It was funny. And he was wearing that awesome, and if you haven't seen him, he's got this really tall green hat that he had specially made for him, made out of beaver fur, which I covet that hat. I gotta get me a cool con hat or something. So I'm gonna be working on that. And if anybody knows any Milners out there, let me know. So that was a good time, and so yeah, looking forward to Adepticon. I think I'm gonna either look to do some tag team, or do some Eternal War Struggle with Hordes or War Machine. But actually, I just sent a query out to get signed up for a couple Flames of War events. And one of them is, it looks like taking the Omaha Beach Draw 3. That one looked good. Also having a good chance to meet up, since it's in Chicago, 3 of the people that I run with in Latro that are in my kin. We're going to have a kin meetup. We're going to have breakfast, so that'll be fun to put a face behind the avatar. It's weird to know we're emailing each other to coordinate plans, and it's weird to actually know their real names. I still think of them as their in-game names, which is Sageborn, Pettiwing, who we call Petty, and Brucey. That's not his real name. That's his toon name. And, of course, I'm known as Stony. And that is with an I, by the way. Let's see. What else? Oh, Doc and I talked about trying to maybe get together a little Skype play for some role-playing and do some D&D and get a collection, maybe some of the Breakfast Club gamers, and maybe do what Russ was doing with his brother and try that out. So that'll be fun if that ever gets off the ground. More random thoughts I'm very much looking forward to. I haven't gotten my comic pull in a while. I'm very much looking forward to getting that. I want to see what's going on in The Amazing Spider-Man, and I want to specifically see what's going on in Chew and The Walking Dead. I'm a little bit behind, a little bit jonesing for that. Listening to the follow-up book to Leviathan. which is called Behemoth by Scott Westerfeld, I believe. And that's on Audible, and I'm really enjoying that, squeezing that in between my podcast listens. Really only get to listen to 3 podcasts now. It is Twit, it is Game On with Cody and John, and it is The Instance, even though I don't play WoW anymore. Oh, I guess we'll wrap up with how the day at the casino went. Super Bowl Sunday, we arrived, we had a nice breakfast in the morning at La Quinta, had some waffles, and we kind of just hung out and chatted, and we didn't really get a chance to get to the casino till like 11 a.m., and we were expecting $10 tables, but we were very fortunate there were $5 tables. And one of the things about craps is it's all about money management. It's about bankroll. So for a $5 table, you need about a $200 to $300 bankroll because the theory is you need to survive the lows in order to take advantage of the highs. So we got there. We were having a fun time, and we're all rolling dice, and Matt Alex was making some points, and we're starting to get somewhere. And all of a sudden, they changed the table value to $10. Now, I get it. They want to make some money. And the dealers were like, well, it's because of the Super Bowl. But I'm like, it's 11 a.m. It's 11:30. Super Bowl's not till 6:30. I mean, I get it if all the tables were packed, cheek to jowl, and you couldn't get anybody in. But it was a ghost town. They had 5 craps tables running, and there was nobody standing around. So why raise the table? So, I mean, literally, there was like 6 people on the table. They all left. She kind of gave me some misinformation, too, because normally you can find one other $5 table. She told me, oh, no, they were all going to 10. So we kind of walked away, and that really kind of bummed me out. It would have been fun if it would have stayed a $5 table, and then we all could have been within our comfort zone. And I really enjoy gambling. I don't see it as one of those things that's necessarily a sin. Like anything else, taken in moderation. It's my version of a golf weekend. Well, I mean, this wasn't even a golf weekend. This was like a golf hour. But there's nothing worse than gambling money-wise outside your comfort zone. That is not a fun feeling. So, again, we all know that, so we just got up and walked. Oh, but this was fun. They had electronic craps tables, and they had electronic 21 tables, blackjack tables, and it wasn't just that you played blackjack electronically. There was this big circular kiosk, and there was these big flat screen TVs, and for the blackjack you had these like beautiful looking women, and they were filmed, they were live. These weren't cartoon women, they were live women, and they would look at you. You could tell they were dealing in front of a camera to like nobody. And they'd be looking at you as if you're at the table, and one would kind of wink at you and nod her head a little bit. But then the video camera would do this Max Hendricks thing, and it would like jerk back to this other position. So like her head would be at a 45-degree angle, and suddenly she'd be looking straight at you. It was creepy. It was really creepy. But we had a blast. Matt, Alex, me, Doc, and Christian sat down to play some electronic craps where we're all sitting at these little electronic kiosks, and one person has the dice, and they throw them, and then they show it up on the big screen. And what was fun about that is it was $5 minimum, and then after that, the bets were $1. And so we would get these goofy little bets off, and, we got a hard 8 or something, which is 2 4s, and we'd be all whooping and hollering like we were at a real craps table, and meanwhile, we're all snuck into this, like, little Pai-Gow area where all the people are quiet because they're playing, like, quiet card games. And so that was fun. That was fun until Matt broke his machine. Nah, he didn't break it, but it kind of winked out on him, and we had lost our, we put in like $20 as like a carnival gag, and that was it, man. That was the experience. Drove home, had a great trip home, and then got home, watched the Super Bowl, watched the Green Bay Packers, fell asleep about the third quarter. Doc was there. We enjoyed ourselves some good wings, some hot wings, just like traditional football, and then went to work today, Monday, and I was kind of bummed out. I've got the post-con blues where kind of feel like the weekend went by too quick. Had some good times with some good friends, had some good drinks, heard some good stories, and I'm sad it's over. But hey, that leads me on to when we'll have the next con, which for me will be Adepticon. I'll see you in 2.
What a fun episode. I really like those guys. I hope they keep doing it. I wish there was some way I could support the D6 generation.
Can support the D6 generation. The chief way is through donations and shout out. Wait, there are two chief ways you can support the D6 generation. You could donate through the lovely donate button on the website, or purchase a shout out, or buy a lost chapter. Three ways you can support the D6 generation. Donate via the donate button. Go to ebay.the-d6generation.com and bid on one of their shout-outs for the show. Buy a Lost Chapter ebook for only $1. Leave a positive review on iTunes. I'll need to start again. We're going to come right back in, okay? Just do your thing again.
Okay. Gee, I wish I could support the D6 generation.
Anyone can support the D6 generation. Amongst our methods of support are these. Donate via that cute little donate button on the website. I love that so much. Bid on a shout-out via ebay.thed6generation.com. Buy a lovely lost chapter for only $1. Leave a positive review on iTunes. Purchase some lovely D6G merchandise. Oh, the little merchandise button. Get some bling for your ka-ching. Visit our sponsors and let them know you've heard it here. They're out here on the D6 generation. Like our Facebook page over at facebook.thed6generation.com. Follow us on Twitter at the D6 Generation. The D6 Generation. Supporting the show helps it grow. Or perhaps send a nice email to Craig's mother. She loves that sort of thing. You know, flowers are good for any occasion. Need to add a big unit to your current force and don't feel like painting that many grunts? Or maybe you want to start a new army and really don't have time to paint it up. That's where PaintedFigs.com can help. For over 4 years, their staff with over 20 years of experience in the industry have been providing gamers with high-quality, affordable paint jobs on miniatures for their most popular games, including Flames of War, Warhammer 40,000, Fantasy, War Machine, Hordes, and even a variety of board game pieces. Their full-service packages include the cost of the models themselves at wholesale prices, assembling, painting, and basing. And they now offer a super affordable dipping service starting as low as 99 cents per figure. Because they are able to get the models wholesale, you end up with a package appearing on your doorstep full of ready-to-play models at only a fraction over the retail price. That's why PaintedFigs.com is the official painting service of the D6 generation. Their name says what they do. PaintedFigs.com. High-quality miniature painting at the lowest rates on Earth, even with shipping. Be sure to let them know the D6 generation sent you.
This is Total Fangirl. Regular Jane most days, Total Fangirl when the moment strikes. Han shot first. Starbuck is a guy. And Lestat, now there's a vampire. Hey everyone, this is Nicole, your Total Fangirl. You can find me on Twitter at Nicole Wakelin. And also check out my blog, TotalFangirl.com, and find me on Facebook. Just look for Total Fangirl. This week's shout-out is from G'day Bloke, who says, I'd like to give a shout-out to the members of the Lost Hemisphere crew, who all pitched in to make Themapalooza such a success at TempleCon. And he also says a big thank you to me for taking the time to sit down and chat. I did have a wonderful chat with G'day Bloke, and it will be on the Lost Hemisphere radio podcast, so check that out, and you can hear me gabbing with him. This week, I actually wanted to talk a little bit about TempleCon. I know the guys probably talked about it quite a bit, but I wanted to talk about what makes this different. I mean, everybody goes to cons if they're fortunate. I know I love going to them, and most of the ones that I go to are pretty darn big. Gen Con is huge, so is PAX East, which happens again in just a couple of weeks, and New York Comic Con. These are fantastic cons. There's more there than you could ever hope to see in the 3 or 4 days that the cons run, and they're ridiculously crowded. They have great names, they have celebrities, they have panels of every kind that you could possibly imagine, but they're crowded, and they're huge, and they're almost a little intimidating. And like I said, there's no way you can see it all while you are there. TempleCon, by contrast, is small. But, you know, I think sometimes small cons sort of get a bad rap. They're small, they're not going to have a lot. Well, TempleCon is incredibly diverse. The cosplay that goes on there is amazing. They have contests. They have people who have put in an amazing amount of time to make incredibly detailed costumes. And they have a really incredible number of events and panels going on. They've got board games, they've got card games, they've got RPGs, miniature gaming on a grand scale, and demos of all kinds of games, especially the latest and greatest stuff that's out there. But the beauty of a small con and what makes TempleCon so neat is that you can actually get to all these things. If you're in a gigantic con with tens of thousands of people and you really, really want to make it to a certain panel, chances are you're sitting on the floor waiting for it an hour and a half before it starts, just in the hopes that you're far enough forward in the line that you can actually get through the doors that you probably can't see because they're somewhere around the corner in the building somewhere. At TempleCon, you want to go to a panel, then show up and you can go. It's small enough that everything's not packed. Now, there are some events that sell out that are smaller, but you don't have to buy tickets or sign up for those 365 days in advance of when the event happens. There's time to look at things, decide what you really want to go to, and make sure you can get to it. The same thing for getting demos. You go to some gigantic cons and they're doing great demos, but it's 2 guys or 3 guys or 4 guys running a demo and 550 people trying to get around a 4x6 gaming table. The chances that you will get to see it are pretty slim. The chances that you're going to get your hands on some dice or a couple of miniatures, practically zero, unless you're very tall and very burly and intend to elbow people out of your way. TempleCon, that doesn't happen. It's small enough you actually can see what's going on. You get a chance to play games. You get a chance to talk to the people that are demoing them, so you really get to experience what's happening around you. And another thing about going to a small con in terms of experiences, you ever tried to meet up with somebody at one of those gigantic conventions? A, it's incredibly difficult to find them because they take place sometimes in 3 or 4 hotels and you got to track each other down. And B, how often is your phone not working so you can't text, you can't call, you can't do anything? It's really difficult to communicate with people. Not so at TempleCon. You put on there, I'm sitting in the bar waiting for you, and the person you're trying to find is going to get the message and they're going to show up. So it's much easier to meet people that you've either never met before that you're trying to hook up with for the first time, or just to see old friends that are going to be at the convention. And even to get a seat. I remember waiting at Gen Con for like 45 minutes to an hour and a half to get a meal. Not at TempleCon. I walked into the bar on a Saturday night. I sat down at a little comfy chair with a couple of friends, and we sat there and had drinks, and we did not have to fight for a table, and we did not have to endure dirty looks from folks who wanted to steal our table. So if you're fortunate enough to have a small local convention in your area, I strongly suggest to check it out. Don't save every penny you have so you can fly to a big one at the expense of going to any of the smaller ones. There's a lot to be offered at those small cons. You're missing out on entirely different and in some ways better experience where you really get to experience the flavor of what's happening in a convention as opposed to just running through it and hoping that you're going to be able to catch everything that you want to see. That's it for me this week, guys. Thanks.
Now we'd like to talk about our sponsor, Myriad Games.
The official game store of the D6 generation.
Yes, our friendly professional gaming store. Mm-hmm. And they're sponsoring us, of course, on behalf of friendly professional gaming stores everywhere.
Everywhere.
Dan just wants
got a bugaboo.
The size of the heart that Dan has.
Right.
I've got a bugaboo about Dan. I'm just angry with him.
Why? Are you angry with
You know
Dan?
why? Because
You think this is the venue for that?
I do. Because, I've got these games cluttering up my closet. So I take him to Dan, and what does he do? Gives me credit for the games. I mean, God, it's just terrible.
You know what's awesome?
Where else can you bring in an old board game? Not even old, but just a board game you've used, and he gives you credit for it.
He is an enabler.
Yeah.
You know what's awesome about Dan? We had these snowstorms lately. Have you noticed that on his Facebook page, or he'll send out Myriad Games game guides, or the employees at Myriad Games, right? Game guys have braved the storm, and they're on staff duty today. So if you're out early from school or work, go on over and get some game in it.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but Dan mentioned to me he likes shoveling so much he shoveled my whole driveway.
Yeah, somehow
when he delivered my games.
Somehow I don't think that happened.
No,
it's true.
That's a standard Raef lie.
It's true.
And also check out their Game Share program, which is in beta, so you can try game out. I think right now he has to be local for that. I'm not sure if he's mailing those out, but they're going to be local. Check them out. They have 2 locations, both in Manchester and Salem.
Yeah, and don't forget Facebook Free Games Fridays.
Right. All you have to do is like the Myriad Games Facebook page, and that automatically enters you for drawings on Fridays. And if your name gets pulled out of the hat, you get a free game. How easy is that?
Wow, that's
Doesn't-
pretty cool.
doesn't
Damn
get
easy
any-
if you're
I mean,
on Facebook.
It makes our contests look like require a PhD. Let's be clear.
That's
This,
true.
that's
Which
just-
is, I think, what many people feel.
I know Dan just had a big Friday Magic release event too, so he's really up to date on.
Oh yeah, they're all
on
excited about the
games.
latest Magic the Gathering over there, unlike us.
That's Myriad Games.
We will pass through the American patrols, past their sonar nets, and lay off their largest city, and listen to their D6 generation while we play our Russian board games.
Dice are our vice.
Ahoy there, and welcome back to the show.
Avast the main sails.
All right, listen up, you scurvy dogs. It's time to talk about pirating.
Secure your booty. Ha ha ha.
Or if you're Rafe, instead of pirating, what would you be doing there, Rafe?
Throwing ninja stars.
No, you'd be merchanting.
You'd be like,
Oh.
excuse me, do you think that I could get an extra load of coffee on my boat?
Terribly sorry, but I'd like to play a pick up and deliver game. Could you put your cannons
Or
away,
actually,
please?
you were French.
Oh, may I put a little extra coffee in my large ship, please?
I was doing a fine job of it too.
Yes, you were indeed.
You were indeed until you decided to.
Until you messed with the Spanish government.
No one messes with the Spanish government.
Right.
Until I wasn't. Yeah.
Could have been the Inquisition. Could have been. We don't know. They were around then.
Could have been anybody. Could have been anybody. So, what are we talking about? We were talking about merchants and marauders.
And the fact that we're coming up with all these stories ought to tell you what kind of game it is.
Yes, published just 2010, but just barely. Really, it's-
Barely.
just snuck
Skin
in
of
under
their
the
teeth.
wire. Yeah, by Z-Man Games. It is 2 to 4 players, and the play length they say is 45 minutes per player,
I like that.
and that's about right. But I think that's actually uncharacteristically a little longish. I think once you know what you're doing, it's actually a little shorter than that.
Yeah.
And the suggested retail price is the MSRP, if you will, is $65.
You sure it's not $64.99?
It's $64.99. He's rounding up.
65. Do you know that the lost chapters are 99 cents, but we actually charge you $1? That's for
That's
you, Craig.
funny.
Okay, then. See, this is at least Russ is consistent.
Yeah,
Right.
touche.
Right, exactly. So the theme of this game, and this is from the back of the box. Are you ready?
Lazy. Lazy.
Merchants and Marauders let you live the life of an influential merchant or a dreaded pirate in the Caribbean during the golden age of piracy. Ha, ha, ha. Seek your fortune through trade, rumor hunting, missions, and, of course, plundering. And basically the goal is to be the first guy or gal to accumulate 10 glory. Now, you can achieve glory through a variety of means.
What's glory, Russ?
Well, glory is essentially it's a victory point track. But it's a little more complicated than that. We'll get into exactly how that works in a minute. But essentially, you're trying to get 10 glory points, and you can do this through honest work, to skullduggery, and piracy, which I'm not really sure if it's redundant.
Does it say that in the book?
No, I added the skullduggery.
Skullduggery,
and
nicely
piracy.
done.
But I'm not sure if skullduggery and piracy together is redundant. But
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
you know,
could be.
Well,
maybe-
I know it's not redundant the way you spelled it in the notes. Skullduggery.
right.
I'm going to do it through honest work or skullduggery.
Right, yeah, I missed a couple D's in there, I'm sure.
Skullduggery.
So Rafe, when you go to open a box full of pirate stuff, what does that sound like exactly?
Yeah. All right. I have to give you a little caveat before I do this. First of all, I want to apologize to both you and everybody listening. I've got one of those situations going in my throat. All of a sudden, it's like I swallowed a hot coal or something. I don't know.
Did you
So I'm gonna
swallow
be like,
a fly? Because perhaps you'll die.
I don't know. I'm going to be coughing all the time. so I apologize
Better grab a
in advance.
spider. Just choke it down.
I didn't
choke,
do that. No, I
choke
didn't do
down a
any of that.
spider or maybe a bird. You'll be fine.
I think I might have.
According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, skullduggery is underhanded or unscrupulous behavior. So I don't think you're necessarily being redundant by saying skullduggery and
So
piracy.
therefore, most pirates practice skullduggery, but not all who practice skullduggery are necessarily pirates.
In fact, indeed.
God.
So
There
you could
we
be a
go.
square rectangle.
Right.
Oh, God. Well, I feel we need to give credit where credit is due. So since I'm about to open the box, it's more interesting than just Z-Man games, but the designers, according to the geek of Merchant and Marauders, are Casper Agard and Christian Marcuson.
Right.
Giving a little love to the
What else?
designers.
What else?
Okay.
I think is this their first game, Rafe, or what else have they designed?
Listen, I didn't delve that deep into it.
All right.
Raef is a single-click researcher.
Yeah, this was exactly. My Google foo doesn't go that deep. But here's how a pirate opens the barks.
Arrgh, what you have there, me matey? What is it? It's a box full of treasure. Ooh, let me shake it. Filled with bits it is. Let me get out my hook. God, drat. I crushed the corner of the box. Ooh, but let's look what's inside.
There you go.
Good, great.
Very nice.
Very nice. Hook. Well, what is inside, indeed, once you pry it open with your hook there, or whatever you have for utensil or hand.
You spear it, and then you lift it up.
You'll find a 16-page full-color rule book.
Lovely.
There is, in fact, a table of contents. It's kind of weak sauce, though, and there's absolutely no index. But that's not too painful because there are these giant quick reference cards that are actually a little intimidating, but don't be intimidated.
Yeah.
The rules aren't that complicated, but everything you need is right on that card. So you really can get away without the rule book if someone at the table has played the game at least once.
Yeah.
But even reading through the book is not that hard, and it presents the rules in a very clear, understandable way with consistent terms. I really like how the rule book is written. It's just
I did like how you gave me that caveat to not be worried, but I wouldn't have been worried. I don't think.
Good.
But now once you said it, I was like, oh yeah, that is pretty in depth.
Well, actually the first person I played the game with was Nicole, and she likes gaming a lot, but she doesn't like overly complex games.
What are you trying to say? That Nicole's not as smart as you?
No.
Oh.
No, she totally
That women
gets
aren't
it.
complex.
Yeah, that women can't handle complex rules?
No.
Oh.
No. I'm saying that she doesn't particularly enjoy a game that takes a half an hour to explain rules for.
You saying she's simple?
No.
You're saying that she doesn't have patience? She's raised two girls and took care of you. That's the definition of patience.
Taking care of you, patience is right there.
Anyway, I'm just saying that if you're not someone who enjoys listening to a lot of rules, don't worry, you don't have to. That's where we're going with that. All right.
Got it.
It comes with lots of nice plastic.
That was fun, Craig.
Thank you. I enjoyed it.
Let's do more of that tonight.
We should.
Okay, see what I'm dealing with, folks, here? This is why I have to ask for $1 from you people once in a while, just to keep me in the game. You know what I'm saying?
To keep Russ coming back for more. Now you know what his price is.
All right. I'm not sponging for gold. It'd be dollars I'm after. All right.
99 cents, but he's stealing your penny.
Right. All right. So, inside, first of all, the game is awesome. You can talk like a pirate. I mean,
the game is so good,
let's
man.
go. All right, so you got 26 awesome, really detailed, surprisingly so, plastic ships.
Very nice.
They have sails and everything, but the nice thing about these guys is they don't feel fragile somehow.
No.
They don't.
Lots of plenty of detail on there, even a little bit of rigging and everything, but they stay together nicely. Of these
Very
26,
well designed.
Yeah, and of these 26 ships, you've got a bunch that are for each player color coded. So you've got some blue ships, some green ships, some yellow ships, and some red ships. And
One of each type for those 4 colors.
Yep. So you got a sloop, a flute, a frigate, and a galleon. So small to big. And throughout the game, you're going to replace your ship with larger ships.
Russ.
Yeah.
Did you have to put the boats together?
No. They come.
Okay, because that's what I liked. The sails didn't pop out or anything.
It all just fell right out of the bag.
Yeah, I like that.
And then also you get a bunch more ships though than that. You get a bunch of these bronzy, goldy color ships, which are the neutral naval vessels from various nations. We'll get to that more. And there's also 2 black ships, a small black pirate sloop and a small, medium black pirate frigate, which will also occasionally come on the board as NPCs and cause trouble as well.
Yes.
Yeah. The bronzy goldy ones were brown.
Brown, yes. Okay.
Russ calls them gold, though. You know, he wants to.
They were brown. They were right. They were definitely brown.
He's counting his pennies.
Wow.
It's kind of like the dwarf's penny. We're going to call it the Russ's penny.
I see how this is. Okay. You also get.
I'm suddenly having the vision of who's that? Who's that in War Machine? I keep thinking merchant. The dwarf paymaster.
Little short guy. Yes.
That's Russ now.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, at least he's a pirate.
I keep seeing him as Tyrion because of the dwarf's penny.
Wow. Okay.
There was a penny tax on all prostitutes.
I don't remember that.
And they called it the dwarf's penny.
All right.
You'll be working for the dwarf's penny.
So in addition to plastic, you also get other stuff, including some little wooden cubes. Z-Man Games always has little wooden cubes in the games. These are nice. They're color-coded to match the ships, and there's also some brown cubes to match the naval neutrals. We'll go into those a bit later. Lots and lots of cardboard. Tons of cool-looking cardboard coins look like little pieces of 8 with different numbers on them for denominations, right?
Very nice.
Tons of different tokens for all kinds of stuff. We'll explain them as we get to parts of the game. What's also interesting about the game is there are 4 really thick cardboard treasure chests that you assemble, and they become little 3-dimensional pirate chests with a slot in the front like a piggy bank.
Very nice.
Very nice.
And you can actually put the coins inside this piggy bank to conceal how much money you've got in your stash. More on how that works later. Also, tons and tons of cards. These are almost standard-sized playing cards. Not quite, but they weren't the little Corey cards from Fantasy Flight. They were sort of a medium-sized card.
Yeah.
And
they're like Ross Watson cards.
Yeah, there's like 254 of them across 7 decks. So all kinds of stuff. Now, of all the cool components in this game, I'd say the cards are the weakest. Not because the quality is not okay, but because there's not a lot of artwork on them. Some of the cards have nice artwork on them, but then other whole decks are just text. Yeah. And they work fine that way, but it's sort of, that was the only part of the game I was like, it could really it'd be nice to see some art here. But
I thought the box cover art was overused on the card backs.
Yeah, you could exactly. The same.
Wow.
Yeah. But other art elsewhere,
but it is linen. The cards are the linen paper. They're nice thick cards.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. I didn't pay attention to any of the other stuff.
And there are there's nice art on all the captains. Each of the ship has its own art.
Oh yes. Yeah.
The cargo all has nice art, so it's not like the art that's there is not beautiful. It's just there's a couple decks of cards that they just decided not to put art on, and you can tell. It's just
but with the ones that are all text are literally all text too. Right. There's not a lot of room for anything extra.
And it's fun flavor text. It's just that's what they did. So just FYI, I don't think it takes away from the game, but just so you know. But in contrast, and this is why I probably noticed the cards being so art less, is because everything else is so beautiful. A game board looks awesome.
Yeah, a game board's incredible.
It looks beautiful. A beautiful map of the Caribbean, right? Also, great graphic design, which I'll touch on more. It's just really easy to understand where everything is and how everything works. Each player also gets a player board made of the same material as the main game board in terms of the linen paper, right?
Yeah, very good.
This is this is almost like if it was in a role-playing game, your ship is your character almost. It's going to evolve and change over time. So this is a piece of card that's got all these little slots for the ship card to talk about the ship stats, spots for all your little wooden cubes to show about the curtains, the stats of your hull, and your mast, and everything else, your crew points, your cannon points, all that stuff. So you really got a living, breathing vessel here. You're tracking a spot for your coins and your cargo and all that kind of stuff. What do you guys think of the player boards?
I loved them. I thought it was very cool. It's very graphic.
Yeah.
It's a graphic organizer. You can look at it and you can immediately see how well you're doing and what's been damaged and how much damage you've taken. And it tracks a lot in a very elegant, easy to follow format.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything Craig said. No need to repeat it. I really liked it.
Now, in addition to that, there's one other really kind of thing you'll notice in the game, which is the 10 custom D6 dice.
Very cool.
And these are custom because you'll notice there's the skull and crossbones, of course, on the dice, in addition to the pip values 1 through 4. Yeah. So you've got 1 through 4, and then you've got 2 skulls.
Right? And they're bone colored.
Yes, they're bone colored. They're great. They're very piratey. And when you roll these dice, you basically want to see the old Jolly Roger, the skull and crossbones. And so that's what you're looking for. The game, all the game skill checks we get into this later are all success based. So you're hoping to see the skulls and crossbones.
Yep.
So what do you guys think overall of what's in the box and how it looks and feels?
Craig,
I think it feels just about right for $65. I don't think you feel like you're stealing anything for $65, but I think you feel like you're getting well worth it because it has the Euro components of the tokens and the and lots of little blocks, but at the same time it has the more American components with all the cool plastic ships. So and the cards are there's a lot of cards. So I think when you look at the board all set up, you know that you've bought a meaty game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
my overall impression was the same thing. I didn't necessarily have the price tag in my head, but I liked the presentation and I wanted to sit down and play the game. It had enough fun bits to it that I wanted to do that, and the board and the card stock looked really good.
Yeah, I think when people ask how much it is when they see it on the board and you say $65, like, oh, that's a fair price.
Yeah.
Not like, wow, it's a steal, but it's definitely good for what you're getting. I also there's definitely they could have gotten away with simply one colored ship for each player, and that the player's board would track what the ship actually is. But no, instead, when your ship becomes a galleon, you actually replace your plastic model with a bigger plastic model.
Yes,
galleon.
I like that too.
And that's just it doesn't even really matter in game mechanics except for the little bit of visual of who's scarier than who. But it's just really cool to kind of upgrade your ship. It just gives you that extra little feeling of coolness. So
that was there's lots of that kind of cool developmental elements to it.
Right. So that's what you get in the box. You get all that open. You poke out all your components. You get everything set up, and now it's time to actually set up for play. So what happens here? Well, there's a little bit of token sorting going on, and if you
it is a little longer.
Yeah, it's a little intense, effort intensive to set the game up.
So what you want to do is, and I don't have Plano boxes yet for this game. I know it's shocking, but
hard
It's
to
almost
believe.
well, you were on vacation.
Yes, I
That's
was.
true.
So what you do is you want to sort your tokens out into backed pieces. So the game's got different piles of tokens, and 3 of the token types, what they call the demand tokens, which look like little wooden crates. They're square and they're small, and on one side is like a crate box. The other side's got a crate box, but on top of that looks like a symbol of some kind of cargo or good that can be traded, like spices or bananas or something. You want to put all these face down and shuffle them up and keep them all face down. Then you also have these merchant tokens, which are round, look like little spyglasses on one side and have symbols of nationalities in the other. You want to put those all face down so the spyglass side is up and shuffle those all up. And then your ship modification tokens, these are also little brown squares. And on one side, they're just boring beige, but the other side, they have little icons that represent different ways you can upgrade your ship, from long guns to bow chasers to better sails for maneuverability to all kinds of crazy things.
Yeah.
So you put these all face down and shuffle them up too. And what you're going to do is, when you look out at the board, each little island, has a couple of squares on it. And so each island has room for 2 of these little square tokens. One of them should be one of the demand tokens, and they go on the board face up. So each port is going to have a face-up demand token, and it's going to be picked randomly from this face-down pile, right? So one port might get the cocoa, the other port might get the bananas, and that's going to tell you where things need to be delivered to for maximum money. Those are the things in demand in different ports. So there's definitely a pick-up and deliver element to the game where you can go to one port, buy some cargo, go to another port, sell it at a higher price, and make some money that way.
Yeah.
Okay?
And the only thing you have to remember there when you're playing it is a lot, at least all the games I've played, the port, the train station, the city shows the item you can get when you go there, and this is reverse.
Yeah,
Right.
this is you can what you're going to be able to buy is going to be a little random. We'll get into that in a bit, but basically what you're looking at here is what ports are paying top dollar for. Not
Which I thought would be annoying because I would forget it, but I didn't. It was no problem to remember.
I thought it was a great mechanic.
I liked it too.
Loved it.
And I like that it's random and more about how that changes throughout the game. Now, also what goes next to that in the other square is going to be your ship modification. Now, these all go face down, so each port is offering one special upgrade for your ship. And when you go there later, you're able to flip that over and show all the players what that port's offering. But if you buy it first, no one else can get that particular offering from that particular port. And then last but not least, in every sea zone around each port. So we should describe the board for a second, right? Craig, how is the board laid out?
It's a very beautiful picture of the Caribbean Sea, and it has all the different islands, and there's each island and then a couple different sea zones are all delineated by lines, so they're irregularly shaped like spaces on the board.
Right.
And each one of those, I thought, one really cool thing, each one of those has little compass points written on the edge of the space to show you where the NPC ships will go randomly, so you don't have to worry about west, which way is west, or what about northwest or southwest, or so. Right. That's very cool too. It's done in a way that doesn't clutter up the board.
Right. So exactly right. So there's these little sea zones, and so there's actually in each sea zone there's really 2 places you can be. You can be either in port in that zone, or you can be out at sea at that zone. So these little crate tokens I'm describing and these little ship modifications, they're going in the port portion. But then in the sea zone, you're also going to put one of these little round merchant tokens, spyglasses, face down. And what that's representing is what the nationality of a particular merchant that would be sailing in those waters that you could raid is if you want to, right? So that's seeding the board. So the board's now been placed with all the random bits you need to start. The last thing you put on the board is 2 missions, and that's simply you just draw 2 cards from the mission deck, and you read it aloud. It's got some fun flavor text on there about what's going to happen. It might be transport the Duke's daughter from one port to the other in a certain amount of time. It might be just try to find this missing person. It might be deliver some cargo, whatever it is. And you put these missions wherever the zone, they'll tell you where they are, where the mission is. It might be in Nassau. It might be wherever. So you put those out where they go as well.
Yep.
Now the board's set up, ready to rock. And the hardest part is sorting the tokens out. So if you've got them pre-sorted, it's going to be quick. Next up is setting up each player. So each player picks a color. They get their colored pile of stuff, which is, of course, their plastic boats and their little cubes. And then they're going to get their random captain. So there's a deck of, I don't know, how big the captain deck looked. It was pretty meaty. It looked like maybe 20.
The size of the captain deck alone was intriguing and exciting to me because of how important the captains are and how many there obviously are.
Yes. And you can
miss that.
Now, in the games I've played so far, no one has died. However, you can die in this game, and when you die, you're not eliminated. Simply, your captain's dead. Everything on your ship currently is lost, but all the rest of your progress in the game is not lost, and you just get a new captain and then continue to get more glory. Okay. So I think the reason there's so many is if you lead a life of piracy, you're probably going to die a lot, and so you just cycle through captains. But yeah, so you get a random captain, and your captain card, we'll go more into those in a bit, but you get a random captain, and then you also got to choose between your starting vessel. And you can choose between two small ships, either the sloop or the flute.
Yep.
The sloop, make sure I get this right here, the sloop is the fast, small, almost like an intercept vessel. Okay, so it's really, really fast. It's got very low guns, very low crew, but even lower, it's only got 2 cargo. That's its biggest problem. Right. So it's not a good cargo ship.
Yeah, it's good for taking out big, fat merchantmen.
Yes. It's not a good fighter. It's a good merchant raider. Okay.
Yep.
Which I discovered later. The flute, however, is sort of like a very small merchant vessel. It's slow. It would be awful at merchant raids. It has no maneuverability. However, it carries enough cargo to make some serious good merchant deals.
It's got the second most cargo in the whole game.
Right. So it's a perfectly valid merchant vessel for the entire game if you want to be a merchant. So that's a neat.
Right out of the get-go, that's one of the things I liked about the game is I wanted to be able to carry a lot of cargo, but have that also translate into a method to win, and it did. Right out of the gate, the flute worked, did exactly what I wanted it to do.
Right. So when you pick your ship, there's this little deck of ship cards. This is the only deck that's actually not random. You just go through the deck, find the ship that matches what you are picking, and you put it on your ship board, and that shows you the stats of your ship. So it shows you, it'll say, like, for example, it's got 2 toughness, and that translates into 2 hull and 2 mass. So you move your little cubes up to. So on the ship card, there's these little rows that are your stats of your ship, and it says hull, masts, crew, cannon, and next to those are a bunch of little squares, and those squares are the size of little wooden cubes you get that match your color, right? So you're going to put these cubes in these little as like meters for your current stats. So if your core ship's ability is that it has a toughness of 2, it means you have a 2 hull and a 2 mass, and you mark this with the cubes. And the reason you marked it with cubes is during combat and other things, you may take damage to slide the cubes down, right? And then you want to repair them and slide them back up. So the ship card, the one you get dealt, tells you the maximum stats of your ship, or the stats it is when it's fully healthy, and then the cubes indicate the current status based on what's happened. Right. So you put your ship card on your board, and you adjust your cubes to match the stats of the ship, right?
Right.
Then you also you have 1 extra cube that goes over on the glory track on the main board. So the glory track is the victory point tracker on the main board of the game. All of us are going to have 1 cube over there showing us how we're doing there. We also each get 10 gold, and it'll be a gold coin, and that's going to go on your ship. Now, there's an interesting rule about gold. Gold has to be carried on your ship, or it's in your stash, which is, remember, that treasure chest we talked about earlier. So you must put the gold on your ship, but the amount of gold you have can be secret, but the way you do that is you have to put it under any cargo cards that are on your ship. So you've got a space on your ship board for cargo cards, and when you get cargo, you can put them on top of your gold coins. So players can tell you've got a lot of gold, but they don't know the actual denominations printed on the gold coins, right? Now, anything on your ship will go taken or sunk if your ship goes down. Anything in your treasure chest stash is totally safe. So you got to be careful hauling a lot of coins around on your ship. But the converse side is whatever's in your stash can't be spent willy-nilly in the ports. You got to go back to your stash and get it out again. So that's one of the things you got to balance in the game is how much do I keep in my stash, keeping it safe, and how much do I keep in my ship at risk but readily available for spending, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So setup still is pretty simple. We did the board. We laid our ships out. We got our captains. We got our ship card. We adjust our little cubes. We get 10 gold each. We're going to take our ship now, our plastic ship that matches the ship we chose, either the sloop or the flute, and we're going to put it in our starting port. The starting port of each player is dictated on their captain card. It says the name of the starting port. You put your ship there. And each player is also dealt a random glory card at the start of the game. Now, the glory cards are these special sort of power cards that let you do all kinds of crazy things, right, as the game goes on.
Like win the game.
If
you're Russ.
If circumstances present themselves, yes. We'll describe more about those in a bit. And you'll get a glory card also every time you get a glory point in the game. So getting glory points not only gets you a victory point essentially towards winning, but also give you these cool cards, which let you do all kinds of... These are sort of the cards you might remember from games like Rune Wars and stuff that come out of the woodwork and just like, oh, no, what happened there? That's the kind of cards they are.
Yeah, exactly.
So... at this point in the game, when I'm teaching this, okay, so I was teaching you guys, I said, okay, now it's time to explain what your goal is. Of course, it's to get glory, but how do you do it? You want to get to 10 glory. As soon as someone can get to 10 glory, they win, the game ends. There are 2 other conditions that end the game, though. I don't think this will happen very often, though. One of them is that all the event cards in the event deck are empty at the beginning of a turn.
Wow.
So if
That
you
would
go
be a
through
long
all
game.
the event cards, this is sort of like the "Dear God,
Holy
just
cow.
end the game" thing. Or I guess if everybody's at sea a lot and does any port actions, you go through a turn pretty quick. I guess.
That's true.
The other thing that can happen is if a player dies and there's no more new captains.
Another, oh my God, the
Another,
game's
oh my-
lasted forever.
Yeah.
Right, or people just start doing horribly and getting killed left and right, one or the other. Total piracy, I guess. Because basically, if you lose
Bad
combat,
piracy.
there's no way you can lose combat and live. Though we should say, if you lose combat, you do die. So if combat goes wrong, it goes horribly wrong. So that's how it ends the game. Now, if someone gets a 10 glory, they're the winner. In the other two cases, in the event of cards running out in either case, then you go to the guy with the most glory. Is that how that's worked? And we played with a time limit. We played that if the store had to close, whoever the most glory was the winner, and that's how I snuck in my win.
But you were only one away from an actual win.
I was, but I think if you get to your home port, you would have won also because you had enough coins to do it.
Right.
But so how would that work? So how was Craig so close, even though I was ahead of him in glory? Here's how you can do this.
How did that work?
So the way you can get glory points, anytime you defeat a player or an NPC ship in combat, either through boarding action or through sinking him, you get a glory point and, of course, a glory card also. So beating guys up, worth glory. Not the good kind of glory, but glory nonetheless. That depends who you are, I guess. Anytime you sell 3 or more cargo cards of the same type in a port where that particular cargo is in demand, you get a glory point. So we'll get into selling in a little bit, but basically you can buy these cargo cards at one port, sell them in another. Remember those demand tokens we said? So if you go in there and they're looking for cocoa and you sell 3 cocoa cards, you can not only get a lot of gold, but you get a glory point for a great trade because you happen to get there with that. So
I thought it was because you sold over 10 gold.
No, it's got to be 3 or more cargo cards that are in demand. It's got to be in demand. So there's you can see there's another dichotomy in the game. That's what's merchants and marauders. You can be a marauder, get points for killing stuff, or you can get glory for being a good trader. Now another marauder glory point here is plunder. There's another kind of combat we'll get into a bit. It's sort of like abstracted combat, which is a merchant raid. Remember those little spyglasses floating around? Of course, there's merchants floating all over the place. You don't really see them on the board, but they're there. And if you raid a merchant and you get a really good raid and get 12 or more gold, plunder 12 or more gold off a merchant, you get a glory point for that as well. Okay. Then the other ways you can get glory is through completing a mission. Remember I said there's some mission cards that are out there on the table. If you go get one of those mission cards completed, glory point. If you find a rumor to be true, we'll get into rumors in a bit. When you're in port, you can try to get a rumor card. If you get a rumor card, it's kind of like a mission. You go complete the rumor, boom, another glory point. I had one rumor card that was when you complete a mission, play this rumor card, and if you roll well, you also get a rumor completed as well. So you get like 2 glory points in a row.
Yeah.
So if you stack things up, you can do some neat stuff.
This part for me was there one more, Russ?
There's actually 2 more actually.
Go ahead.
So those are different things you can do. Now also, if you buy a galleon or a frigate, the 2 larger boats in the game, the galleon being the big, heavy merchant vessel that carries the most cargo in the game, or the frigate being the sleeker, heavy gun combat ship, if you buy either of those vessels, not steal, but buy it, you get a glory point for that. You only get that once, though, so you can't run around switching from galleon to frigate and getting glory points.
Just flipping your boats.
Just for fun and profit, right? Those are not cheap either. They're 35 gold, and you can sell your current boat for 5 gold, so you still need 30 gold. That's not a cheap investment.
Yeah.
Now, here's what's getting interesting. So you got this glory track, right? And I just read to you a bunch of things you can do. Every time you do one of those things, the little glory point goes up. Someone gets a glory card. You're like, oh, look, Raef's getting to 4 glory. Oh, he's getting to 5 glory. I better do something quick. Well, the other thing that can happen is that for every 10 gold that's in your stash, your treasure chest, it's worth 1 glory point to a maximum of 5. But here's the rub. You don't ever see the contents of anybody's chests, and it's never reflected on the glory track. So if I'm at 5 glory, remember the max glory I can have in my chest, though, is 5, which means 50 gold's in there. Mm-hmm. And you think I'm near 50 gold, you better get worried, because at any point I could open up my chest and say, look, here's 50 gold. I just got my 5th glory point from a merchant raid. I now win. I have 10 glory.
Except that in order to stash your gold,
right,
you have to go to your home port.
Right. It's not the gold in your ship. It's the gold in your stash. And the only way to transfer gold from your ship to your stash or back, well, not the only way, the primary way is by being in your home port. However, we discovered there's glory cards that can get you around that. But
or at least one, right?
At least one. I had one. I think it was, the fluff was something like a bank's note or something, and I could basically make a deposit from another seaport. But basically, you got to get to your home port, and there's only one port like that on the whole board. So if you're far away, and here's another thing that's kind of interesting about the game. If I see that I know Raef is got over 5 glory. And I know I've been watching him do well at the sea and doing these massive trades. And I see he's got his ship card. He's got it covered with cargo, but it's like swelling with gold coins he can barely cover, right? And he's heading towards his home port. Now is the time to strike, right? So there's definitely these temptations in the game to lure you into combat with other players, even though you might be sitting there going, you know what, I'm just going to be the friendly merchant. But suddenly you realize you can never catch Raef being the friendly merchant because he's ahead of you. You got to go. Maybe a life of crime is where it's at, right? So there's these definite
I remember
temptations.
when I sat down to the game, I wasn't frustrated by trying to figure out. Like I felt like I could maybe win in the first game. It reminded me, for those of you that have played Rune Wars, it reminded me of that. I'm like, okay, I get it. So if I can trade and sell a lot of goods, I'll get points. It looks like I can get points by killing a lot of stuff. Okay. It looks like I can get points by doing these things called missions, these things called rumors. I'm like, oh, okay. And what I was very pleasantly surprised with is they were very interchangeable. So if you start the game out and you're thinking, I'm going to build a bunch of warships and I'm going to kill, and that's how I'm going to get my points, that's not to say that you can't also deliver goods and get points.
That's right. And not only that, it's also to say that you won't, even if you don't intend to turn to a life of crime, you may get stuck in a life of crime.
So it allowed mid-game switching of strategy, unlike like an Agricola type of game where if you kind of mess up from the get-go, you're probably not going to win.
It kind of reminded me a little bit of the Civilization board game in that way, because there's these multiple paths to victory, and you may discover based on what other players, and remember, Craig, we talked about this before when we talked about Civilization, certain nations are geared towards a certain path to victory, right?
Right.
But it may be based on what the way the board was dealt or the way other players are playing, you realize that path's not the best for you. And mid-game, you change up. This game's the same way. I think you can be dealt a captain that says, this is the way I should play, but, oh, no, my opponents are playing that better than I am. I need to switch strategies. Yeah. Or an opportunity has come up through a certain mission or through weather events or something that I can now get ahead by doing something I didn't expect I would do. So there's all kinds of choices to make. It's a lot of fun. And you'll hear me say this a couple times. I feel this is almost like a story experience more than a tactical game. Like you're sort of building a tale of the life of your captain. You're still trying to win, and there's a lot of tactics to win, but there's also sort of a, how's my story going to turn out? How's Craig's story going to turn out? How's Raef's story going to turn out? Kind of a thing. So let's talk about your captains just a little bit, because I think Craig and I definitely discovered in the last game we played, I think originally I looked at the captain, I knew they were important, but I never really, I played the game 4 times now, and I never really
hugely
studied the captain, but I think Craig made an observation that your captain really dictates your strategy. And I discovered that because in the last game I tried one strategy that I could not duplicate with my new captain in this last game. And it turned out based on his stats. So let's talk about the captain cards a little bit and what they do. So your captain cards are very simple-looking objects. It's got some, contrary to some of the other cards, great-looking artwork. It's got the captain's nice painting on the front. Yep. Behind him waves sort of a pattern of his nationality. Under his or her name, and there's plenty of female captains as well as male captains, under their name is their home port. Now we should also say that each home port on the table has a nationality flag next to it. So every port in the game is tied to a particular country. Your home port matches your nationality, of course. So if you're tied to a French port, then that is you're French. The reason the nationalities of the ports are important is that things that can happen during, and the nationality of your captain is important, because things that can happen during the game that can make you an enemy of a certain nationality. Yeah, it could be something you do, a bounty could get on your head, in which case Spain now is after you, like when Raef was charged with a mission to deliver a Spanish noblewoman, and he decided to not do it in time, and he was charged with kidnapping, and then the bounty was put on his head by Spain. He can't enter a Spanish port. He also is being hunted by any navy, in particular the Spanish Navy. As soon as that happens, he's classified as a pirate. So the problem with that is you can now, some of the ports in the game are now closed to you. Now the sneaky trick is, though, your home port is always open to you, even if your own nationality is against you. And the fluff there is, you know your home port so well, you know all the secret ways in and out, you can get out in and out there without getting caught. Right. But the reason that's there is for game balance, so that if I can still go to my stash, and I think is basically what's there for. So that's a huge part. Your nationality is a big deal. You got to watch it. The other thing that gets you, even if it's no fault of your own, occasionally event cards can come up that cause war between nations. Mm-hmm. And when war breaks out, any nation that's at war with your nation, their home port is off limit. Their ports are off limits to you, and their navy will hunt you.
Yeah, so that was a cramp in my stomach.
So that's like, oh God, now I'm screwed, right? So it's really interesting how all of a sudden, even just trying to be quote unquote a good guy, you still have to be able to fight your way out. There's also NPC pirates that'll hunt you. You still need a ship that can fight and get away. You can't just run around. Right. The high seas are a dangerous place. This game makes you feel that way for sure.
Oh yes.
So below your nationality and all that is your specialty text. This is a little tiny blurb of special abilities for your captain. Be sure to read this paragraph.
Yeah, and remember them.
I speak from experience on this. I've forgotten it many times. And last game, it turned to be huge. My guy could ignore the effects of storms, which is huge.
Yes, it was huge.
Yeah, that's pretty huge.
Now, every captain on the bottom of their card has these 4 stats, and they're represented by little icons. So there's a ship's wheel icon, a spyglass, a cutlass, and a chest. And next to each of these is a number. The number's usually between 1 to 3. If you're lucky, you got a 4 in there someplace. What do they mean? Well,
really lucky.
Yeah, my guy was garbage everywhere. He was like ones, except for he had a 4 on his wheel, which made him awesome.
Wow.
That's why I was so good at getting those merchants.
Yeah.
What's the wheel mean? Well, the wheel is seamanship. That's the ability of how good you are at moving your vessel around, how good you are at what we would say is getting the weather gauge. So that's your ability when combat happens or when you try to raid a merchant. That's how many dice you're going to throw to look for successes and get advantages in the situation. So that's a big one if you're going to be a merchant raider or a high combatant.
Yeah.
The next one is scouting. Scouting is a spyglass icon. It's used in a lot of missions, but basically it's your ability to find stuff. And so you can't just move into a section of sea, right, and just say, I'm going to attack that ship. You have to try to find it first with your spyglass.
I like that mechanic.
Yeah. So, again, all these numbers are just the number of dice you roll. And remember, you're looking for skull and crossbones. So if your scouting level's a 2, you roll 2 of these D6. If anything comes up skulls, you found what you were looking for. If none come up skulls, sorry, you wasted your action.
So I'd like to pause here, too, and dial back that it was very seamless, and everything you needed to do, this has got Russ's rule, everything you need to know is right there in front of you. It's either on the game board itself or it's on your player mat. There wasn't flipping through rule book even once, and that's not because Russ played it 4 times, but it's all right there.
Well, I kept going back to the stat card, but that's because I didn't know the icons yet.
But what's great is
I should take that back. I meant the actual rule book. Yeah, the reference card, that was very handy to refer to, but I didn't have to pore over it to decide what to do. I was able to intuit to say things like, all right, I'm out of money. I want to attack that that merchant icon, which is in your sea space, and you say, oh, yeah, I can't just attack it. I have to scout. Oh, how do I do that? And it took like 8 seconds to figure out how to do that.
And again, these icons that are on your cards, these same nice big icons appear right on the quick reference sheet. They tell you what they are called and what they do. They're nice and consistent with terminology, too. So like the scouting spyglass ability, if a mission requires you to scout, like there's a mission where a guy has been captured by some natives in the wilderness. So you have to go there and make a scouting roll to find where he is. Well, it just says make a scouting check. Well, you know what that is. You look, that's a spyglass thing, and it even shows a spyglass icon on there, and you roll that many dice. Oh, I got a success. I got him. Now, your next one up, so that's how you find things. The next one is leadership, and it's a cutlass. That's how well you lead your men in combat and also how you can recruit more men. And when I say combat there, I mean boarding actions. So this is the difference. Leadership is only used either when you're recruiting people from a city because you've lost some crew members or when you're actually doing a boarding action. So I had a captain in one game where my seamanship was awful. It was a 1. But my leadership was a 4 with a cutlass. So I was an awesome boarder. So what I discovered was if you buy this little ship upgrade called the grappling hook, you can re-roll your seamanship roll. And there's 2 successes on every D6. So it goes from a 1 in 3 chance to a 1 in 3 on 2D6, right? So basically it makes it 50-50. So if you buy these things, so with that I was an awesome boarder and actually took a galleon with a sloop. It was awesome.
Wow.
So that's leadership, and finally there's influence, and this is the number next to the chest, and that's basically your political persuasiveness. It's how well
savvy.
Exactly, because some missions will require you to go to the governor. To get the mission, you have to make an influence check, right? This is how good you are. So in other words, if your captain's got crappy influence, you're not going to be a guy doing a lot of missions because most missions require an influence check. So but if your captain's got really good scouting and you've got a ship and you've chosen the sloop, which has got really good maneuverability, you might want to be a guy that goes after merchantmen, right? So your captain's going to kind of tilt you in a direction, but you can still work around it like I did with some of these other tools and things you can buy.
Yeah.
That's the captain's card. And that's it. So now we're pretty much ready to play, and I do recommend going through the stats for the captain's card because I think it'll help players understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Now, what I like about the game is the game turn is actually really simple. First thing that happens is you got to figure out who's player 1's going to be, and you're going to remember player 1's going to be player 1 the entire game.
Yep.
And so player 1 will draw an event card, and only player 1 draws an event card. Okay, so these event cards are sort of like the bad things that happen, or not even really bad necessarily, but they're just things that are happening in the world, and they'll affect all players for this turn. So Craig was our player 1, so Craig's going to draw an event card. He's going to read it. Craig, what's an example of an event card?
Well, there were a few. There were the dreaded a new naval ship shows up in the Caribbean,
Right.
And that would give you all the stats for the captain and tell you what kind of ship he was sailing in, and it was either what was it? Either like a galleon.
Well, it's either it's always a frigate.
Oh, it's a frigate or a man of war.
Unless they're at war, then it's a man of war.
Right?
Right.
So like if they're at war, they send their big ships into the Caribbean. Right. So you got those. There's other kinds that are like events, like a hurricane, for instance. And those usually at the top have 3 flags, and any ship of that particular flag, it tells you where it moves. So it moves 1 space or activates, right? So if it activates and it's hunting you, it'll go into your space. Is that how that works?
Yeah. So the neutral ships, exactly. If there's nobody, if they don't move unless an event card comes up with one of their flags on the top.
Yeah.
So if it's a pirate ship and a pirate flag comes up or whatever, and it's kind of like the Cylons in Battlestar Galactica, they're not there until a card puts them in play.
Right.
So if you draw a card with movement and there's no NPC ships on the board, you just ignore them. Or if a flag comes up for that country and it's not out there, don't worry about it. But if the flag comes up, it'll have the flag and a direction, like you said, a compass rose direction, right?
Yeah.
And you move that ship in that direction unless there's something it's hunting for nearby.
Right.
And we'll go more about that.
Nearby meaning in an adjacent
square,
space.
right? So if there's a pirate, if a player is a pirate, has a bounty on his head, and he's adjacent to a naval vessel, and that naval vessel moves, bad luck, he's going to move to you. He's not going to move randomly. So he's still got to spot
That
you.
never happened in our game.
It never did.
You know what happened in our game, though? So Josh went to port in another game I played, and there was a naval vessel at sea. And while he was in port, a war was declared, and it was between the naval vessel at sea and his country. Yeah. And the rule is when you move into a sea square with that vessel in it, they will scout for you instantly. So he left port, and he got in there. But what was fortunate was each captain has his own stats, and this captain had only a 1 spyglass. Huh. So he got this guy. He was a really good boarder, but he was an idiot when it came to spotting ships. So he snuck by. It was awesome. It was really cool. So, but yeah, they will come after you if you've got bounties in your head. But we got lucky where the ships were.
Right. There were lots of ships, but
they didn't move
weren't
much
hunting for us. Or if they were easy to avoid.
Right.
And I ended up going the route of I wanted to be a merchant, and I did fail a mission on purpose, and then I got a bounty. But then there were there were event cards that ended up putting more bounties on my head. And so that was an interesting
What did happen
dilemma,
to you is your choices were limited because you couldn't get into a port because of the bounty, but you also couldn't leave the area you were in because there were naval ships near you, right? You didn't want to get too close. So what ends up happening is that you can try to run by them and hope they don't spot you, or you can play it super safe and stay away from them. But
then there was some other card. I don't know what it was. It was a glory card.
Yeah.
So you have these handed cards. It was a glory card that let me move a vessel away.
Right.
A naval vessel away, 1 sea square. Yeah, so again, I'm not, at this point, I know we haven't gone through all of it. I just want the players to know that it didn't seem to have an annoying situation where I felt totally blockaded. It was more fluffy, like, oh, he's out there. Is he going to get me?
Well, I think what happens
is
annoying. Well, and that's right. And they do all kinds of crazy things. They make storm events, right? Storm weather that says things like if you're at sea, you get less actions, you take damage, unless you get to port by the end of your turn. They add new ships to the board. They cause nations to go to war or bring peace. All kinds of crazy stuff. And it's a pretty big deck, so we haven't seen them all by any means. But it definitely adds the flavor and the variety to the game. Mm-hmm. We happen to draw a lot of naval vessel cards. So that made piracy difficult because if the sea is full of naval vessels, it makes it harder for you to be a bad guy. But I could see a game very easily where they don't come up very much, in which case
we should make a clarification, too, because I had this confusion. When Russ says naval vessels, he means military. So for those non-naval people, because if you're sitting there going, I thought this was a boat game. Why does he keep saying naval vessels?
Yes, I mean, I'm using the proper definition of the word naval.
Right, the proper definition. Like I had no idea that was a distinction. To me, all things that float is a naval vessel.
Yeah, that is actually incorrect.
Right,
a naval vessel is a military vessel, right, or part of a nation's navy, right. All right. So, are you hanging with us there, Craig?
Yeah, I don't know if that's right, but I'm just going to let it.
Oh, it's totally right.
Okay.
Totally right. I think I'm right. Send emails to me if I'm wrong, or send emails to Raef if he's wrong. Let's just check that out there. We'll crowdsource it.
I'm not contesting you. I'm just letting people who don't know the difference.
I'm pretty sure
that was confusing when you kept saying, no, just the naval vessels. I'm like, my boat?
No, because not all
naval vessels.
Not all American
is a naval vessel.
No, not all American shipping are naval vessels.
Yeah,
right. Not all ships at sea are naval vessels.
If you say so, I don't know.
No, they're not.
I don't know.
Like you have to be a member of a Navy to be a naval vessel.
I don't know. Merriam-Webster says, see, you don't want me to have access
Merriam-Webster's
to
an idiot. I'm on record now. You wait. But by the way, you did not allow me to use grok from Merriam-Webster. So if I can't introduce grok, then I will not.
I'm just saying.
We've already established that Merriam-Webster is not admissible.
You, my friend, are using definition 2, part B, consisting of or involving warships.
Yes.
Actually, I think you're right, because definition 1 says obsolete, of or relating to ships or shipping, and definition 2 is of or relating to a navy or consisting of or involving warships. So I think you are correct.
All right. So I guess we'll allow Merriam this time then. He's finally got it right for once. Actually,
gotcha.
I'm right for 2. He agrees with me on Croc also. So there you have it. Anywho, moving right along.
What can you expect of a guy named Miriam?
Right. Wow. Right. Send emails. If your name is Miriam, send emails to Craig. All right. So what do you actually do in your turn? So we've drawn this card. It's going to be in effect for the whole turn. So Craig's going to go first. What's he going to do? Well, each player gets 3 action points. And you can pick any of these 3 actions, and you can do them more than once. You can move, you can scout, or you can do a port action. These are all actually pretty simple. The port action doesn't take any complexity at all. Move simply means moving your boat from one spot on the board to another. So that means if you're in port, it moves out of the port into the sea zone next to the port. Or if you're in a sea zone, moving from one sea zone to an adjacent sea zone. So if you use all 3 action points to move, you're going to be able to move 3 of these sea zones or move 2 sea zones, then enter port or whatever. It takes you 1 point to move from the sea to inside the port. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Your second choice of things to do is scouting. So let's say you're at sea, and I'm in the same sea zone as Raef and I want to attack him, I have to scout his ship. So I would do a scouting action.
Cool.
And that just means I roll my little spyglass stat on my captain, and if I get a success on the dice, remember I get the Jolly Roger, I then, as part of my scouting action, I actually fight Raef. Instead, if I want to scout for merchant vessels, I would do a merchant raid instead. So that's how you do merchant raids or attacks.
Right.
More about those later. And the other option is a port action. That means I'm already in port. So I've used a movement point. I've used one action to move into port, or I started my turn in port, and now I'm going to do a port action. So a port action is a whole bunch of things you can do, basically. But don't let these freak you out. There's only a couple that matter. And once you play the game a few times, I think this is going to go much faster than your first game.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you can do any of these things in any order except selling goods. If you're going to sell anything from your cargo hold, you must do that first. I like this rule. It's a very simple rule to remember, and it prevents a whole bunch of weirdness that would occur otherwise. So basically, you sell anything first. More about that in a bit, because let's do buying. So you go to port, you got nothing to sell yet, your first turn, you're going to buy some things. How does buying good work? It's very simple. There's a deck of cargo cards. You draw 6 cargo cards. When you first look at the cargo cards, you're going to be confused, because on the top of the cargo card, there's a giant wooden crate, a picture of some kind of good with a word above it like bananas or cocoa or something.
Yeah.
And then below that, there's these funky little symbols. When you're buying cargo, don't worry about the funky little symbols.
Yeah,
just worry about the
mechanic.
All you need is the picture. These are kind of like these are your multitasking cards in the game.
Yes.
So let's say you look at the pictures, right? Every good costs you 3 gold. Okay, unless the goods are plentiful. What does that mean? So if you pick your 6 cards and you've got 2 of a kind, then those guys are 1 cheaper because there's 2 of them. So if you wanted to buy, if you look at a bunch of cards and you got 2 bananas. You could buy the 2 bananas for 2 gold each instead of 3 because they're a pair. If there are 3 of a kind or more, then they're only 1 gold each. They're super common, so they're even cheaper, right? So you can buy these goods. Now, when you're buying goods, the things to keep in mind is A, are you getting a deal? Are there multiples? But B, do you want? Are they in demand elsewhere? Because when you sell goods, you can sell any of these goods anywhere in the world, okay, and they're worth 3 gold each. Always, unless they're in demand. If they're in demand, they're worth 6 gold each. And don't forget that glory rule. If you sell 3 of a kind in demand at one moment, not only do you get 18 gold, 6 times 3, but you also get a glory point for amazing merchantry.
Right.
Is that even a word, merchantry?
I don't believe so.
Mercantilism at its finest? No?
Yeah, that I buy.
Right.
Yeah, I get it.
So basically, that's what you're doing here. So you're just looking out, trying to see. Now, if you don't want to buy anything, you don't have to. You just put it on the discard pile. So you buy what you want. Now, remember, though, the other thing to remember is, remember those stats on your boat? That cargo stat? Based on the current damage to your ship, you can't put more things in your cargo hold than you have cargo points. If you only got 2, that's only 2 cards. That means if you pick that sloop for a fast maneuverability, cargo size is only 2. You can never get 3 of a kind into a sloop. So you're never going to get glory for being a merchant in a sloop.
That's right.
First rule of thumb, don't pick the sloop if you're trying to be a merchant.
Right.
Right.
So that's buying and selling goods. Really, really simple. The other little thing to note, though, is if you draw cards and you draw a card for something in demand, your port you're in, right? So if you're in a port, let's say you're in Nassau, and the good in demand is bananas, any bananas you draw must be discarded and drawn something else because there's no bananas there to buy. Those are the ones in demand. This prevents you from buying a bunch of goods and selling them right back, in the next turn,
In the
next
same
port
port
action.
you're in.
When next port action, so you can't do that. So here's the pick up and deliver element of the game. Find some good goods, get them at a deal, take them to where they're in demand, sell them for big money, get some glory points if you have enough cargo hold and can find the right thing. A little bit of luck involved here, though, because you could, if you're drawing things that aren't in demand, or if you're getting good deals on things that are in demand far away, you're going to burn a lot of time trying to get back forth across the sea.
Yeah, the board is small. I mean, it's beautiful. It's small, but they did the right movement by when you're in a port, it costs you 1 action point to move off your port into the same sea square, which makes sense.
Right.
So you'd think at first blush, you're like, well, that's only like six squares away. I can get to that in 2 turns, 3 action points. Actually, you can't.
Right.
Because of the action points to get out of your port and then into the pointed port at the end.
Right.
Which felt right. It wasn't annoying.
It's neat. Now, so that's buying and selling stuff, right? The other thing you can do in port is visit the shipyard. Now, this is pretty simple. There's a lot of choices here, but I'm not going to go through all of them. But basically, this is where you would upgrade your ship from a sloop to a frigate or whatever you want to do. Also, where you'd repair your ship for 2 points a point of damage. Also, where you could buy ship modifications. So,
and your ship would be damaged if perhaps a pirate rolled in, or if you're decided to take down a merchant vessel, which is just a little icon because you want to get some money. Well, there's combat, which we haven't gotten to yet, but that merchant vessel could damage your ship, and it could damage it by making your hull lower. It can damage it by making your cargo lower.
Yep,
so it's a big deal. You're going to want to repair.
Event cards can damage your ship with storms and things. Also, we didn't mention this either, but there are special rule text for each port.
Oh, I
on
was
the
just
board.
thinking that.
One of the ports,
because there's
example,
like one sea space that I think if you go in there and you're a pirate, which means you have a bounty on your head, then you could do repairs for free.
Yes, so there's different abilities, and also these are all listed on the quick reference card too, so you can figure out which port you want to head to. But yeah, they're all right there on the board as well. Again, the graphic design in this game is awesome. You can see what the advantage. Some ports, goods buy and sell slightly cheaper. Yeah. Other ports, you can spend a gold and throw away your whole goods hand you just drew and draw another one before you buy. All kinds of crazy rules. As Raef said, some ports are more friendly to pirates. Other ports are more friendly to particular nations. So really neat stuff. One port, I think Tortuga, is if you're near that port, the naval ships can't spot you, right? Yeah. So things like that. So there's places that are good to hide.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
There's another port where naval vessels must re-roll any successful spotting checks to see you because there's a lot of little islands, like a little archipelago kind of thing. So really cool stuff going on there. So you can visit the shipyard to upgrade things. Remember those special modifications we put around secretly? Those flip over if you're in that port. You can look at it and decide if you want to add those bow chasers to your boat or whatever.
Yeah, because there's only one per port that you can get. And once they get used, they're not there anymore, and there's only enough to fill every port once until people start sinking their boats or selling their boats, and then they go back out again. Yep. So they're a very finite resource.
And there's also special weapons. Now, these are not as finite. They're round discs, and there's also spaces on your card. What's also awesome about this stuff is there's spaces on your ship card for all these things with icons on them, and they tell you what they are, kind of reminding you, hey, don't forget, chain shot is available in a port near you. You know, you're like, ooh, I want chain shot. And then on the quick reference card, it lists what these things all do. You can buy these also there and load up your ship. Remember those grappling hooks I was mentioning? You can go to any port, buy some grappling hooks, have them ready for the next battle. You are limited to one of each of these per ship, and there's a special spot to fill them up. And then you spend them as you use them. So if I spend the grappling hook token, it's gone. I got to go buy it again for the next battle. So that's what going to the shipyard does. You won't be doing that in the beginning, only until you get damaged. You're fine there. Recruiting is very simple also. Don't even worry about it unless you've lost some crew. If you have lost crew, you go to do a recruit action. You basically roll a leadership check. If you make it, crew comes on for free. If you fail, you got to pay for crew. Big deal. Acquire a rumor. This is right out of Descent. Okay, basically, you go to the local tavern, you pay 2 gold, you roll your influence check, right, which is that little chest thing. If you succeed, you get a rumor card, which is basically a mission that no one knows what it is. You look at it, you read it, you put it face down on a special spot on your ship card, and then it's like a bonus mission. Okay, and again, succeeding in a rumor gives you a glory point and a glory card. So these are good. These are ways. And what's great about rumors is unlike most missions require influence checks to get them. Rumors do not. Rumors just require money to spend and a good luck on the. I think on the. Let me check rumors.
There's actually various different
influence
types
also.
of rumors.
Yeah, you do need influence for rumor also because you got to make the influence check on the rumor roll. When you pay the 2 gold, you got to make the influence check to get the rumor. So you still need pretty good influence for rumors and for missions. But you're right; there are different kinds of rumors that do all kinds of crazy things.
Yeah, and so like I had a rumor that was awesome, and then England went to war with what's the Dutch? They went to war with the Dutch, and I needed to get into a Dutch port to do my rumor. Yeah, that stunk.
Well, Raef got a rumor that he allowed him to find a wrecked frigate on a reef and capture the frigate, and make it his own.
That was a beautiful one.
I think that was called the White Lady.
Yes, and I had one where there was I had 2. One was easy. In a previous game, I had one where there was a slaver ship that just got captured, and I could go get the slaver ship, board it, and take it, and either I could return the slaver ship for a reward, or I could keep the slaver ship for myself, which was basically a frigate, but I would become a bounty for that nation, which is awesome, so I kept it, of course. And then also, another rumor was there was this great thing, you get really good money, but you had to board and take a naval vessel, which is hard as hell. So you'd really have to be quite a fighting force.
Yeah, that was the last one, and that wasn't happening.
Right, not by us, anyway. None of us had a really good boarding skills.
Yeah.
And final port action you can do is stash gold. This is only in your home port. So you're in your home port, this is the action you can actually go ahead and move gold from your ship to that secret treasure chest thing you got sitting in front of you there. That you keep shaking throughout the game going, "Arr, me booty."
Well, you can't shake it because it has no bottom.
It has no bottom, right? It's true.
Yeah, so don't go shaking it.
One hidden port rule is, and I like this about the game, is remember the icons that you see beside the port is only the item that is in demand, which means it gives you double gold. You can at any time sell any of your cargo in the port.
Right, for 3 gold each, yep.
For 3 gold each, which again is a really nice feature for a Euro game, because if you just want to switch your tactic, if all of a sudden a mission appears at the port you're in and you just really want to do that for whatever reason, you might need cargo space, you can dump your cargo, which is awesome.
Right. Well, I loved the fact that there was very seldom in this game are you going to feel like there's no hope,
right?
There's something, there's nothing you can do. The one time you will feel that, Raef, is when.
Well, yes, I'll describe what happened. And even then, I didn't have no hope, which was awesome.
Right.
Well, one mistake you want to know in this game, like a lot of rail games, is never, I learned this lesson, never spend all your gold. So I found
you learned this lesson before last night, or last night you learned this lesson?
Last night he was reminded of the lesson. Which he forgot.
Yeah, there you go. I found the frigate, but it needed to be repaired. So I was in a port, and I spent all my gold doing all my repairs, which I didn't have to do. And then I'm like, this is great. I'm going to go get my cargo. Oh, wait. I can look at cargo cards, but I can't buy any without any gold.
Yeah.
All right. Well, how am I going to get gold? I'm like, well, this stinks. I'm like, ooh, well, there's a mission over here that the mission says I will get cannons, which I have to deliver to Trinidad, which is like 1 sea space over. This is perfect.
It was a gun smuggling mission.
So I went,
illegal.
I have 4 cargo holds. This is going to be great. I'm going to win lots of money. I go over there. I get a little greedy, and I'm like, ooh, Russ reminded me if I kill a merchant vessel, which is a little token, I can get gold. I shoot the merchant vessel. This is great, but my cargo hold gets lowered by 1, so I lose like some of my cannons. Meanwhile, my bounties keep going up, which was Spanish.
Right.
I forgot this rule. I have no money yet, mind you. I don't have any money. Or I had, I think I might have had some money by killing
you kept getting a little bit of money from killing merchants, but then you didn't have enough because your bounty kept going up.
Right. And then so the sum of all the story is I couldn't deliver the damn cargo until the bounties were off of my head for Spanish. I ended up with 3. That's what it was. I had a glory card that said pay 3 to remove a bounty.
Right.
I had all my money set up by killing the merchant vessels. Craig does something, gives me another bounty. I don't have enough money.
Right.
Again, it wasn't Craig doing it to you. It was the event card.
Yeah, an event card said get tough on crime. Anybody with a bounty goes up 1. So basically, what happened with Raef, I think what started it was you decided not, you accepted a mission to deliver a governor's daughter. You decided not to. Yep. And when you do that, they assume you've kidnapped her, and so Spain put a bounty on your head. Correct. And that boxed you in because your mission of gun smuggling was required to be delivered in a Spanish port, which you now could not enter because Spain had a bounty on your head.
Right.
And then
and I didn't have any money to use my glory card to get rid of my bounties.
And so then you started doing merchant raids to get more money, which increased your bounty. And then you had enough money, but then the event card came up, which Craig happened to read, so he assumed Craig did it. But it was really an event card where nations got cuff on crime, and anybody with a bounty went up one more bounty level. So what's cool about the bounties, we should talk about bounties now while we're at it. So there's this cool little thing next to your captain card. There's this little track, and it looks like these little flags. And in the game, there's these little cardboard tokens that are little flagship things for each of the different countries, right?
Yeah.
And what happens is when you get a bounty on you, this track goes from 1 to 5. When you get a bounty on you from, let's say, Spain, you put the little flag in the little flag spot labeled 1. So you've got a level 1 bounty on you from Spain. If you're wanted by another nation, which Craig was briefly, he was running by 2 nations, that goes on top at level 1 also. So now you've got a level 1 bounty from Spain and a level 1 bounty from, let's say, England. Now, if you get another bounty, let's say you decide to raid a merchant ship, and that merchant ship is also Spanish, when you do that, the Spanish bounty goes up 1 level. So now you've got a level 2 Spanish bounty and a level 1 English bounty. Now, whenever you have a bounty on you at all, you're considered a pirate. So that means that the good news is pirates will not attack you, but it also means that naval vessels will. But even more so, it means that to get rid of them, you got to pay down all the bounties. So if you've got something that says you can get rid of a bounty for 3 gold per bounty, if you've got a level 2 Spanish bounty, that's 6 gold, and a level 1 English bounty.
And that's a
3.
card, so it's not like it's something you can do automatically.
An event popped up that was clemency. For 5 gold per bounty, you could clear yourself. And that came up when Raef had no money at all. Yeah. And then Raef got the glory card, which was slightly cheaper. I think it was 3 gold per bounty, but he still had to have, at that point, I think your bounty was level 4 or 5, wasn't it? So you needed like 12 gold, which, remember, you start the game with 10. Now, you can make some pretty good gold on some good trades, but, it goes fast when you're buying weapon upgrades and ship upgrades and all that kind of stuff. So, plus you're trying to stash some of this stuff so you can make your glory points. So that's pretty much the core game right there. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So, but let me describe some of the things that add the fun to the game. So there's the merchant raids and there's the combat. Okay. So when you're out there at sea and you decide you're going to do some raiding of merchants, now this is going to use slightly different skills on your ship than pure combat with another player or with an NPC ship. So a merchant raid, remember, there's these little spyglasses around, and if I'm at sea, I'm going to I'm going to do a merchant raid. I'm going to attempt to scout for the merchant. So I make my scouting check, which again is a spyglass. I roll that many dice next to the number of a spyglass. If I get any skull and crossbones, I've spotted the merchant. When that happens, I flip the spyglass over. It's going to show a flag of a nationality. Let's say it shows Spain. Now let's say it's in the sea space next to the port, a Dutch port. I can choose to make the nationality of the merchant I'm going to raid either Spain, the color on the spyglass, or Dutch, the color of the nearby port. Okay? That's because there's basically lots of Dutch merchants next to a Dutch port. Why would I care? Well, maybe I wouldn't mind so much a bounty from the Dutch, but I would mind a bounty from Spain because I've got a mission that requires I go to a Spanish port, right? So you don't always know what's in the back of these spyglasses till you pick them over, but you always know what the home port is. So if you really care about who you get your bounty from, you might want to raid near certain ports, okay? So you turn the spyglass over. Now you're going to do the merchant raid. You remove the spyglass from the board and put it on a special spot on the side of the board. What that does is, now that spyglass is gone, no more merchant raids can happen in that sea zone, right, until the merchant glass is reset, which takes a lot. You got to fill up a track on the side of the board.
8 or 10 more merchants have to go down.
Unless people are really raiding, it's probably not going to happen during the game or only happen once. So that prevents you from raiding one little safe area. Like if you're in a part of the sea and there's no naval vessels, you can't just raid in the same spot all the time. You got to start spreading out, becoming more of a terror of the high seas, and eventually get near the good stuff. And it's kind of fluffy, too, because eventually merchants will only be near the Navy because they can't be anywhere else if you've raided them all out. So how does a merchant raid work? Well, this is pretty simple. You're going to draw 3 random cargo cards. But now
we use those little things on the bottom.
Exactly right. So on the
I
bottom,
like this combat method way better than the Civ board game.
Really simple. You play the 3 cards out in front of you, and on the bottom of this card, there are going to be 2 different symbols. There's going to be a yellow number, and there's going to be either an explosion with a word on it, like explosion with the word hull, or basically a ship location, explosion with a word hull, explosion with a cannon, explosion with a crew. Or there's going to be a little ship, a picture of a silhouette of a ship and the word flee next to it. All right. What you're going to do is look at these 3 cards and the symbols on the bottom. If there are more equal to, you count the flee tokens up. If the flee tokens equal to or exceed the maneuverability of your ship, which is on your ship's card, the merchant is getting away right now. It's going to get away. Okay, equal or exceed. So if you've got that little cargo ship that Raef liked, that's got a maneuverability of 2, if you get 2 flee icons or more, he's going to get away. But my My raider, a sloop, which is not a very good merchant, the sloop has a maneuverability of 4. That means it's impossible for a merchant's first 3 draw to escape me. Now, it gets better than that. Now, also what happens is I then get to roll my seamanship ability, and that is the number next to my steering wheel. So I roll that many dice. Every success I get allows me to either add 1 more card to the 3 cards I've drawn, replace a card of the 3 cards I've drawn with a new card I don't know what it is yet, or remove one of the cards that's in front of me from the thing. Why would I change these cards? Well, first I'd remove or change one if it's going to get away from a flea. The explosions are bad too, I should say, because if the explosion says hull, I'm going to take a point of hull damage. Okay, and if I can soak that damage, that's fine. I'm going to take it up to go repair it later. But if the merchant destroys one location on my ship, I don't sink, but he gets away. So if he takes out my masts, basically the fluff is I had to stop and he got away. Or if he does enough damage to my hull to make it to 0. Well, actually, if he gets my hull to 0, I do sink. But I don't think.
Do you really? So the merchant ship can sink you?
Well, I don't think there's any hull hits on the merchant ship. I think they're all like cannons, crew. If there's hull, there's very rare. It's mostly masts, crew, and cannons. But if you take out your crew or your cannons, you can't board them or hurt them, so he gets away that way too. So the problem with my ship is, even though I've got very good ability, I only have 2 of each of the other sections. So if he got two of those, he can take me out. Right. But the other problem I have to factor into this thing is those little yellow numbers. That is the plunder I'm going to get from this. So if I pulled a card that has one of the cards is a 3, one of the cards is a 3, and the other card has a 3 on it, I add those together, it's going to be 9 gold I get from this thing if he doesn't get away. So if right now I'm looking at 2 hits on my ship and 1 flea, and they're in different locations, so I'm going to be okay. He's not going to destroy a location. I've got him. However, I'm only getting 9 gold, which is good.
Right.
But if you get 12 or more gold,
no glory point.
You get a glory point. So now here's where I want to roll my seamanship. So I roll my seamanship check. Every success I get, I can either swap out a card or add a card or remove a card. So I'm getting tempted. I want to get to 12, so I'm going to draw another card and add it. But if I add it, now it might have another flea on it, and you might get away, or it might do another point of damage to my ship and sink me. So see how it's this little, but simple, really simple, but there's how it goes.
I like it a lot.
So if he doesn't get away, the good news is you get all the plunder in gold. So that goes right into your ship. If it's 12 or more, you get a glory point and a glory card. Awesome. And as a bonus, remember the top of those cargo cards? You can keep any of those cargo cards you have room for in your cargo hold. Yeah. So this is a great point. Raef made a point. All cargo sells for 3. So if you get free cargo off a merchant, you can go sell it for pure profit in the nearest port. A good privateer knows where to make a buck. So that's the good news. Now, that's merchant rating. Now, the bad news is, remember that bounty thing. Anytime you raid a merchant, you get a bounty for the nation you raided, right?
Yeah.
So if you start raiding lots of merchants, boop, your bounty goes up 1 every time you do that.
Right.
Why does a high bounty matter? High bounty matters for 2 very important reasons. The first is it costs you more to get rid of it. But the second is that naval ships, when they're doing priority for who to go after, they go after the guy with the highest bounty from their nation. But thirdly, and this is a really cool mechanic, I think. Remember I mentioned that one ship that tried to spot my friend Josh, and he had only a level 1 spotting? Yeah. Well, the spotting is always a slash on naval ships. If you look at it, it says 1 slash and a little flag. The little flag means that it's either the number or it's the bounty on the nearest enemy, whichever is higher.
Right.
So as your bounty gets higher, his spotting is going to go from 1 to 5, like a level 5 bounty, which is 5 dice to spot you. Basically, you become so notorious and so famous, they always know where to get you.
Everybody recognizes your ship.
Exactly right. But it's also good because it's actually a glory card I had that allows you to play it during a merchant raid. You can put it down, and for every bounty point you have, as soon as you raise your Jolly Roger, you're so scary, they just pull right over and give you all the crap. Awesome. So it can be good. It's kind of cool. There's good points and bad points for being a guy. So that's how merchant raids works. Really, really simple, neat mechanic, and actually it's a very, very fast way to get glory if you've got a fast, sleek ship. But it's also a very quick way to get bounty on your head.
Yeah.
All righty. Now, next up is combat. We didn't talk about combat at all, and it's pretty interesting. It's got a little complexity to it. I think it's got just the right amount of complexity to make it kind of fun for us hardcore gamers.
Yeah, I agree.
So in this game, remember, you got these cool ship cards, and on the board also, we should mention, there was this little area with a spot for every naval captain at sea, and there's a little brown area with little brown cubes that are lined up for an NPC ship if you're going to fight it. So whether you're going to fight another player or you're going to fight an NPC, if you're going to fight an NPC, the player to your left takes the role of the NPC. So if you're going up against a pirate frigate or a Spanish frigate, you look at a frigate card, you set the little brown cubes what its levels are, and you're going to have a fight. Now the bad news is that the pirates and the naval ships always heal between battles. So that's not good. But the stats of each captain is going to be different depending on the captain that's in the area. So you can look at their cards and see, are they good at spotting people? Are they good at boarding? Should I try to board them? Are they better at cannon? Should I stay away from them? That kind of thing. How combat works is pretty straightforward. You're going to roll. There's rounds of combat, right? So let's say Raef and Craig are fighting. The aggressor, being let's say Raef, is going to declare his first action. On the first round, he has to choose cannon, and he makes a seamanship check, which is the number next to his steering wheel, and the other player also makes a seamanship check, and he's going to declare his first action. But your first action always has to be guns. Basically, you're just going to shoot each other at range. Whoever gets the most successes is the winner, and he causes one hit to the enemy for every cannon on his ship. The loser only causes one hit for half his cannons. Okay, so and what's interesting, there's a neat tiebreaker rule in the game. So let's say Raef has rolls his dice and he gets 2 skulls, and Craig gets only 1 skull. Raef beat him. But let's say Raef gets 1 skull and Craig gets 1 skull. In the case of a tie, ties are broken by the number of pips showing on the rest of the dice you rolled. So this is kind of cool because having more dice, even if you roll badly with skulls, still can tilt the thing to your advantage, which is neat.
Which felt very fluffy, too.
So that's how cannons work. How damage is allocated to the ship is very, very simple. Each damage point you roll a D6. On the side of the damage tracker, there's little dice numbers. Okay? If you get one of those numbers, you just damage that row. So if you roll the number like a 3, which is next to the mast, you move to the mast down 1. If you roll a 4, which is next to the cannon, the crew member goes down 1. What's interesting is there is no roll to hit the hull. Okay? But if a location is destroyed, any hit to that location now hits the hull. And only the hull being destroyed sinks the ship. But here is the rub. If I roll a skull when I'm rolling location, the defender gets to pick where he's hit. So that's good for the defender. But if I've loaded some of those special shots in the game, like chain shot, if I spend chain shot, I can turn skulls into crew hits. Or if I've got cannon shot, I can turn... chain shot turns into mast hits, and cannon shot turns into crew hits, I think.
Grape shot.
Grape shot, that's right. Thank you, grape shot. So you can affect where those random ones go, which is kind of neat. So that's how basically damage is done to the ship. If you lose all of one location, bad things happen. Like if you lose all your masts, then you can only roll 1 die in your seamanship check. Things like that are in the game. Now,
it's one of those scenarios where it sounds more complicated being explained.
Yeah, but it's really pretty
not.
simple.
It's quick, it's elegant, it's fun, it's fluffy.
Now you fight to one of two things happen in the next round. So let's say we did some damage to each other. That was our first round. Now it's round 2. The aggressor declares his action, but now since it's round 2 and later, each side can choose from 3 different things. You can choose cannons again, you can choose boarding, or you can choose flee. Okay. If you choose boarding, what has to happen is, and Craig chooses cannon. Let's say what has to happen for boarding to work is I have to beat you on our seamanship check. So we're going to make a seamanship check. If I beat you and you got half with your cannons, you lose with your cannon still does half its damage, but now I've grappled your ship. If I grapple you, we're now going to fight the rest of the battle out in a boarding action. So now it changes a little bit. The other choice is to flee. If I choose to flee, what has to happen is we both make a seamanship check. I must succeed, but you must get no successes to get away. And this is really dramatic. So remember I mentioned Josh got away from that naval vessel? Later, the naval vessel caught him. And it was a ship of the line, it was war, going against the ship. Ship of the line is 5 and everything. It was blowing him away. He was totally getting destroyed. He was 1 point away from death. I choose flee. The ship of the line's got a level 3 seamanship. And the person rolling for him totally whiffed, and Josh got barely away with 1 point. It was very glorious, great moment. We thought for sure he was dead. It was really cool.
That's awesome.
So you can flee. So if you don't flee, though, and if you choose to board, and if I do board you, then what happens is we just start making rolls with those little cutlass symbols, right? So I've got a leadership number, so I make that many rolls, and every success kills one of your crew, and every one of your successes kills one of my crew. Whoever runs out of crew first is the loser. And I had a couple of really great boarding actions in my game with Nicole where it came down to both sides rolled the same number of successes, and those reduced us both to 0 crew. But because I had more pips, it goes to a tiebreaker. My crew was still destroyed, but I win the gay and win the ship. So I left with no crew to go recruit new crew. So it's very dramatic, very cinematic combats. Very, very simple, though. Not very complicated, especially for anybody with any kind of gaming experience at all. So that's all the deal with combat and merchant raids. We already talked about bounties. I think we talked about how neutral ships already moved. So you guys want to comment at all about strategies or anything special you've noticed in the game?
I think the first thing you need to do is look at your captain card, look at all the stats you just need to take 5 minutes with the captain card and the reference card and make sure you understand where his strengths are before you choose a ship.
Now, Raef, I want to ask you this. On Board Game Week, there's been a lot of debate as to whether the game is weighted more towards Marauder or more towards Merchant. Folks seem to think it's a little weighted more towards Merchant. What are your thoughts? Is there enough pros and cons for both ways, or do you think the game is easier one way or the other?
Yeah, I went the Merchant route, and until I messed up running out of gold, I felt like I was doing pretty good with that. But then again, I was doing pretty lucky in the beginning runs by pulling the triplicates and the foursomes of the goods, which you can trade in for 4 times 6 gold.
Right.
But then later, the other half of the game, I wasn't getting even doubles. So I think it seemed pretty equal from what I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was making some crazy Merchant runs later with the Navy all on the other side of the table. I was just pulling in stuff left and right.
Right. Well, I mean, at the beginning of the game, Russ and I were both doing Merchant stuff with non-Merchant ships.
Which was just silly. I don't know what we're thinking.
Which was silly.
Right.
And Raef was raking in the glory points with his big Merchant ship.
Yeah.
And then halfway through the game, everything changed, and I got a giant merchant boat,
right.
but then used it to raid people. Russ kept his little boat, but started raiding with it, and Raef, I guess, gave up and started raiding with his merchant ship. And,
at some point, I realized my captain's seamanship level of 4, and in a sloop made him an amazing raider. And Merchant Raid City was me, man. I was just going after him.
Yeah, and so I mean, I don't know.
I think it's pretty fair. I think it's going to take more points. I think for new players, I think Merchant looks a little easier.
Yes.
Because Piracy has its levels of complexity and stuff. But I think as we play more and more, what's going to happen is people are going to figure out, well, if Raef's been spending all this time doing Merchant stuff and I've got a good fighting ship, why don't I just go sink his boat with all the gold on it and take it for myself?
Right.
I think that's going to start happening, and it's going to become much more interactive. I think it's kind of like Civ, that where you kind of ignore each other and all of a sudden realize, I can't ignore him anymore. I got to go do something about this.
Yeah, no, I definitely think it's even. It may be a little towards one or the other, but I wouldn't be able to tell you which, because I thought you were raking in the dough in the second half of the game when you went and turned Marauder.
Well, you can make big money on Merchant. That's definitely I'm going to try that more. But I think the problem is you can thin the seas out near you, right? I think the problem is, and no one else was doing it. So I think if everybody started doing it, the sea would get very thin of merchants, and all of a sudden
and you've got a lot more bounties to deal with,
right?
Because merchants don't repopulate, right?
Not until there's like I think there's 6 or 8 little merchant circle spots on the board off to the edge. Every time you remove one of those merchant spyglasses, it goes over there, and not until that is full do you repopulate the merchants again. Okay. So there's got to be I don't think there's much more than 8 squares in the board, maybe. So I think you got to you take off at least half or 3/4 of the merchants before they repopulate. So it's a lot of raiding to do. And I think events make a huge influence on how to play the game. Because if you get a game with no naval vessels in it, then you could go heavy piracy. There's a lot of naval vessels everywhere, and they're moving all over the place. I think piracy gets a lot harder,
Yeah.
So
war can screw you up too.
And if the NPC, we didn't really talk about it much, but there's 2 NPC black pirate ships that hunt players who are not pirates with gold and cargo. So if those guys come out early and get in the wrong spots, they can really ruin your day too. We haven't seen anybody killed yet, but I think we're going to see that more as you get better. Ironically, I think.
Right.
All right. So what are our final thoughts? Before we do final thoughts. Who should we pick? I think we'll pick Craig in the style of. I'm going to throw you a boat. This is easy, right? I mean, but how can we not?
Okay.
In the style of. Oh wait, make it harder. In the style of Jack Sparrow, Captain Jack Sparrow.
Wow.
Yeah, I can just say pirate, but pirate's easy. And by the way, I saw an excellent guy at Disney World recently. An amazing guy did a Jack Sparrow perfectly because he was,
because he was getting paid to do it.
Yes. Right, so now, for possibly $1, see, if you like Craig's Jack Sparrow, go buy a Lost Chapter. Here we go. Yeah. So we're working this. In the style of Jack Sparrow, please describe the patent pending D6 generation rating system.
Right. Well, parlay. All right. So what I'm thinking is, if you're trying to decide whether you like this game or not, you should roll a die. It sounds silly, I know, but just go ahead and do it. And if the die roll matches or exceeds what those interesting chaps at the D6 generation say they rate the game, then you will enjoy it. For instance, if they rate it with a 2+, then if you rolled a 2, then you would enjoy it, or a 3, or a 4, or a 5. You know what I'm getting at. If, however, they rated it at a 5+, and you rolled a 4, so more than a 50% chance you wouldn't like it. And that basically is the D6 generation rating system.
Thank you, Jack. I think Mr.
That was pretty good as Jack.
Mr. Jones.
I don't know. I could have done more with some prep time.
Sorry. All right.
If I had been given a heads up, maybe.
There was no warning there. No warning at all.
No, none
But
whatsoever.
I thought Pirate, for a man of your talent, I thought Pirate was too easy.
I was anticipating Pirate.
I know. It was too easy. It was too easy.
I had Booty and Arg all set and ready to go.
Throw them bones. Anything on a 4+, most folks would like it.
See? The knuckle bones.
Right. Okay.
But thank you.
So,
I'm
Rafe,
gonna look
okay, here you go.
Bob
So,
Booty.
Rafe, in the style of Pirate, what do you think of the game?
Well, arg, I liked it. That'd be all.
All right.
Here's what I like about it. A lot of flexibility in the play style. You can do missions, you can do rumors. You're not locked in. You can start out as one play style, switch mid-game. Beautiful component, so it's exciting to sit down and play. I could tell Craig was enjoying it, who, for Euro games, again, if it has just a little too frustration level, then he doesn't like that as much. So I felt like it appeal to a lot of different levels of Euro gamers. I liked the plastic ships. That was a nice touch rather than just like a wooden oval or something. I really think that the game designers really did their homework. I mean, the battles were seamless. The movement methods were seamless. I think the victory scoring was competitive, and it kept I never felt like I was out of the game. I don't think any one of us at all ever thought we were out of the game, really. Right. Did you guys?
No.
And
in fact, Craig made it quite a I think both, because you were way ahead at one point, Rafe, and so both Craig and I moved up near the end.
Until I blundered. Yeah. Price point is good. So I want to give it a 2+ rating, but I'm going to give it a 3+ rating because it might just be I played it last night, I'm all jazzed about it, and maybe after 3 plays I'd be like, I don't know.
Do you feel like you want to play it again though?
Something.
Are you at a 2+ to play it again?
Oh yeah, 2+ to play it again. I want to play it this weekend.
Yeah, cool. Me too.
I want to play it that badly.
Yeah, I like it. All right.
And so, but I'm going to give the rating a 3+, just with some caution, because I don't know, maybe there'll be some critique that one of us finds after the 5th play or something.
Maybe you're not be like in Pirates, and in which case you're pretty much an idiot.
Right, exactly.
But it's a great game.
Then you can be a merchant though if you don't like pirates. Be a merchant. Shoot the pirates. You can do that.
You can.
What do you think, Craig?
Well, first of all, being a firm member of Team Pirate,
right.
that gives you a point right there. I really enjoyed it. It is a bit like it has a bit of that Euro game feel to it, where you're trying to do multiple things, but you can't do everything you want to do. But they've got, for me anyway, they have the balance perfect that I'm not really frustrated unless I get myself into a position where, like, through my own choices.
Right.
I feel like this is a game really where your fate is yours to decide. There's a lot of luck in the cards and the dice, but you can mitigate that with if you pay attention to your captain and his stats and your ship and the stats, but you're choosing the ship right from the get-go. So there really is, your strategy is going to be dictated somewhat by the captain that you get, and you need to make your choices based on that captain, but once you've done that, then there's some leeway as you go forward on all the different options. I love that there's so many different ways you can score glory points. The glory cards were cool. If Russ hadn't had the one that he had, then I think they were great, because none of the other ones I saw were really game-changing. And not that one wouldn't have been game-changing either, unless you were in just the right position to use it. So I really enjoyed it. I think Karen is going to like it.
Yeah, Nicole likes it a lot. Michelle Ahern played with us. Now, she's a pretty heavy gamer, but she liked it a lot too. And I should say it scaled great with 2 players. I played it 2 players, 3 players, and 4 players now. All 3 games were just as much fun.
Yeah,
really fun.
So I think I'm going to probably either pick it up by game share maybe, or probably pick it up by game share just in case, because you never can really tell.
Right.
But
right.
but I think
lesson.
she's going to enjoy it, and I enjoyed it a lot, and I would love to play it again, because it really is a game where you're rewarded with your multiple plays, and you do have to play it once because there's a lot to sink your teeth into. There's a lot to get your brain around. You got to play it once so you can get the basics down, and they're all basics. It's not like there's going to be some wacky strategy out of left field in one game that screws you all up. Every game's going to have the same basic building blocks. They're all going to be rearranged differently because of all the situations that change, but once you master the building blocks, you got the icons down, you understand what's going on, then you're going to be able to make better decisions and play a better game.
Right.
So I am going to give this game a 3+ with a reroll.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I echo both of your thoughts. I think it's a great story game. I remember played Arabian Nights, and that's a neat game because it's kind of like a make-your-own-adventure board game.
Yeah.
And this has some of that elements in it with the very, text-heavy sort of mission cards. And I would really encourage players when you try it, maybe go out of your comfort zone and read those missions aloud and read to the other players what you're doing. I think it adds a lot of depth when at the end of the game you can recite things like, I was supposed to deliver the governor's daughter, but then I decided that merchant looked too good, but I took too long, and they assumed I kidnapped her, and then I got wanted and became a wanted man, and there's like a whole story that happens,
Raef had the best story.
And that was Rafe's story, that game, which is really funny. So that was,
and it was fun to kind of role play it on the side and be like, no, she's still here.
right.
Just can't find
and
her.
That
right
was the
now.
bargaining, and then Rafe paid off the bounty, and then Craig got a bounty on him, and then Rafe had a glory card, let him go to court and kind of accuse Craig of another crime, which increased his bounty, which is hilarious.
That was fun.
So,
that was
a lot of,
maybe that's why you keep thinking that I did it to you, because you really did it to me.
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So, and there's definitely that screw your neighbor element. It's got it all, really. What it doesn't have is, I think it's not. There's a lot of strategy here, but I don't think you want to go into it thinking this is a highly competitive strategic game.
No, which is why I liked it.
There's some of that there, and with more plays, I think we might find more of it there. But it's also a little Rune Warsy in that you just got to be here to have fun with the theme. I think that's the underlying part of the game that makes it awesome, and see what happens to you.
But there's so many different paths to win that it's almost like you can't say, I'm going to do A, B, and C.
Right.
Like in Rune Wars, you're going to say, okay, I'm going to build here and here, and then I'm going to attack there. You can't do that in this game. You're going to be well, I don't know. Like Russ had built them. He got all the cargo he could of one particular type, and there was only one place in the entire Caribbean where they wanted it. And I knew that they wanted it, and by that time I had the galleon, so I was loaded with textiles.
Right.
But I just happened to have had 2 spaces left, so I picked up 2 food, which is what Russ was trying desperately to get to deliver to the one place they needed it. And I was like, oh, do-de-do-de-do. And I cut in front of Russ, and I went in there, and I sold them the food purely out of spite.
Well, I don't think we mentioned this either. When you sell the cargo in demand, you remove the demand piece out and put a new random piece in its place. So when you satisfy the demand, it changes. So the dynamics of what's in demand is moving around all the time, and it's easy to see. You just look at the board. Oh, there's where the bananas are needed. Oh, there's no bananas. I got 3 of a kind. It's no good to me. Kind of thing.
And we didn't talk about this because we were rushing towards the end of the game, but there was a period of time where I was really close to Craig. Now, I don't know that I could have taken his ship, but he was rolling around with a fat chest of gold.
It's so tempting to go over there.
And and we never talked about this, but you can go player versus player.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, I totally can. So I think there's tons of replayability here. I think the only negative about the game is I think there is some downtime between players. And we were in a 3-player game. I think people can import in particular. I think the battles are exciting enough where it's fun for everybody to watch the battle because you're about to take a player's captain out of the game, right? So I think when 2 players are fighting or whatever, that's exciting if you're all in. But I think when someone's doing a port action and they're really hemming and hawing over their cargo to buy, that can – so if you got the wrong players there, or players who really, really analyze a lot there, you're going to have to help them through that. And that I can see that frustration point in the game with some people. But I don't think it didn't happen to us much, and I think the more you play, the faster that'll go.
Well, that's only going to happen with analysis paralysis people that are trying to make it a heavy-duty StarCraft game when it's a more Rune Wars game.
Yeah, I think you're right there, too.
I think that's right, too.
I think you're right. I think you could definitely slow it down by getting to there. And I think I'm with Craig also. I think being not only a member, but I'm also the president of Team Pirates. I love the theme. And you know what else? There aren't that many really good pirate games that treat the theme nicely. There's so many pirate games that are either cheesy or like what's the one? Jamaica. Okay, Jamaica's a really great component really interesting Age of Sail sort of pirate-like game, but it's so luck-based. Like, there aren't any meaty ones. This is a really good meaty pirate game that also addresses the whole, like, almost a video game feeling of, do you do the light side or the dark side, or do you walk the middle? You know, that whole morale thing, even though it's not really morale, but it's there, you know. It's how do you deal with the fact, and sometimes you're forced to go evil because the nation wants you, or a mission goes horribly wrong, or whatever. And I just love that part of the game. It's really, and it's not too hard to teach. You know, it's a I would consider it a kind of a heavy game, but Nicole, who normally does not like heavy games at all, really enjoyed it. So I think it's there for a lot. It's very accessible for what it is, which is pretty cool.
Right. Yep.
And great graphic design. I love it. So I'm going to give this a. I'm going to give it. Here's what I'm going to give it a 3+ with a reroll. With a reroll.
Yeah.
But I'm going to give it a -1 for Team Ninja.
Oh yes,
So
indeed. Sadly, Team Ninja.
Team Ninja. If you are so hung up on your ninja-ness that you cannot enjoy a pirate game,
Ninjitude, I believe, is the word you're looking for.
Yes. If you let your ninjutsu get in the way of a good pirate game, then you will go out. So
that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Or in addition to Team Ninja, I would also say it's a -1 if you're really a heavy strategy guy that doesn't like a lot of luck, because I think, as Craig pointed out, the glory cards can come in. This is where I would think of Rune Wars. Can kind of come in there and save the day for me, because without that glory card, I could never have caught Craig. Now, granted, I was raiding a lot of merchants, getting a lot of glory cards, so I had to work for them. But still, I had to get the right.
Oh
draws.
no, there's a lot of luck in this game.
Yeah,
you've got those cards. You've got the cargo cards. You've got the cargo cards when they're used in combat against merchants. You've got the dice when you're doing just about anything.
And a bad die roll in combat could sink your ship with all hands. I mean, you know, even if you got great numbers, if you just roll bad, you know, it's over. So, I mean, it takes more than one bad roll, but it could go badly for you. So it's you know, you got to be prepared for that. But I think in terms of, if you think of it more of a storytelling game, and you go in with the attitude, I'm going to build a little adventure, like a little mini pirate RPG, if you will. I think there's a lot to be enjoyed here, and a lot of replayability. So.
Oh yes.
So is that the end of our Merchants and Marauders?
That be the end, indeed.
I'm not sponging for rum. It be D6 I'm after.
Arr.
This edition of Jever Notice comes with the following shout-out. Ever wonder what it takes to design, develop, and publish your own RPG? Then head on over to the Aim for the Head RPG blog. Aim for the Head is a 1950s zombie outbreak campaign setting for the Savage Worlds rules set. This blog is where the creator, Ray Williams, is discussing the entire process with regular posts from the original concept right through to the final decisions he makes in getting the book published. So visit www.aimfortheheadrpg.wordpress.com and remember, when they have you surrounded, aim for the head. That sounds good, Ray. That sounds awesome. Creepy, but awesome. Did you ever notice how much bad blood sometimes can develop inside a community? Any community is susceptible to this type of thing. Person A says something that's misconstrued by Person B about Person C, so A never even knows an apology is necessary, B is full of righteous indignation for C, and C is just hurt and angry but embarrassed too much to say something. And this type of thing goes on for a while, and bad blood flows, and before you know it, there's a dark spot in your community where people are positive they're the good guys, and the other guys are the bad guys, and vice versa at the same time. Or how about my own personal favorite permutation of this? This one I dealt with personally, so it's even funnier, or sadder, I guess, for me. When we do plays in our theater program, we work really hard, as I've already discussed in previous episodes. We spend about $15,000 to $20,000 per production on everything altogether, give or take, and almost all of that is raised by the students working with local businesses and community groups on a very adult level. It's really cool watching how much they learn through this whole process, especially considering they don't realize they're learning anything. So, with this much commitment, we take the rehearsals really seriously also. We rehearse 5 nights a week, generally 3 or 4 hours a night, until the very end, when we have a 9-day period where there's literally nothing you can do other than attend school. Well, for a few years in a row, a while back, we had some of our kids, those really committed to the program, so they were spending extra time with us, who worked for the same pizza shop in town. We didn't know they worked there. We had no interest where they worked as long as they got the time off that they needed and did that in a responsible way. Well, The guy who owned the shop had other ideas. He refused to believe these students needed to have so much time off for the play. He was angry. He got bitter. In his head, he built up this huge conflict that we were taking advantage of our students, overworking them, not letting them see their families, not letting them do their homework, and the kicker for him, not letting them work. Of course, they could work if they wanted to on the weekends, but they'd have to give up their weekends. But that's neither here nor there. So, as I said, this went on for several years with these students working hard, doing everything we asked of them. We had great relationships with their families. We never heard any complaints, and we were blessedly unaware of this little pizza shop guy getting more and more upset. Until one day, years later, a student was talking about the ad program, the program ad sales, and he mentioned this shop. And he said, "Oh, but man, you guys really hate each other, right?" Now, bear in mind, before this moment, I had no idea this guy even existed. But my student, and as it turns out, every kid who worked there, and every kid who knew kids who worked there, thought there was this huge feud between our theater program and this plucky little pizza guy, with him the underdog, fighting for the children, and us, the big bad theater program. Yeah, I know it doesn't scan. Work with me. So this guy then actually buys an ad in our program one year, pays for a full-page ad, and in this ad is a comparison between one unidentified group, some people who care about students' well-rounded health and happiness, with a list of all the things that some people care about, those people care about, like family and friends and homework, and then another column of another unidentified group, other people who don't care about anything. Sounds like a riveting idea for a pizza ad, right? I know. Anyway, the long and the short of it is that this guy, through his perception of our program and the differences he believed yawned between us, developed in his head this fictional feud and a mutual hatred without us ever even knowing who he was. And ever since that happened, I've kept my eyes open, and you'd be surprised how often that happens. We build up people to be these boogeymen in our minds with partial or even incorrect information, and it leads to situations like this. Well, this weekend was TempleCon, and we had a blast. One of the things that for some reason came up multiple times with a bunch of different people was that apparently the D6 generation are considered the good guys in the gaming podcasting community. We're the guys who like everyone, and we don't have any feuds with anyone. One friend of the show went so far as to identify this whole thing as our shtick, at which point he immediately backtracked and apologized, and all he really meant was that it was what makes us different. Now, keep in mind, many of these folks had peered into the inside of an empty beer bottle more than once or twice by the time we were having these conversations. But anyway, it got me to thinking. We try to let you guys know how much we appreciate you fairly regularly. As a community, D6G listeners, at least the active ones, are polite, well-spoken, thoughtful bunch of people. Funny. We just really enjoy interacting with you. And even when you think I'm dismissive of a natural disaster that's ended up with you living in a shelter, you're very polite in telling me that you disagree with me. Well, it's suddenly important to me that you guys know this isn't an act. We like almost everybody. We have friends all over the place in different podcasts, working for competing companies and game systems, etc., etc., etc. And those smiles we give you guys when we see you and we stop and we chat, that's not an act. You guys are some of the coolest, nicest folks we've ever met, and all of you are the reason that we keep this up. So, did you ever notice how cool you guys and gals are? 'Cause we do, and thanks for that. And while I've got your attention, whatever you do, don't let yourself be that pizza guy. Chances are, if you find yourself convinced you're in the middle of a Hatfield and McCoy-level feud, well, there's probably some confusion there somewhere. And nice folks such as yourselves, I wouldn't want it to be you. Thanks again for listening, and good night.
Achievement unlocked! You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by either emailing us at info@thed6generation.com or by posting in our official D6G episode thread at the top of the DACA discussions forum on DACA.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and happy gaming.
The theme from Total Fangirl comes from the soundtrack of The Last Night on Earth, the zombie game, courtesy of Flying Frog Productions, and is a composition of Mary Beth Magalanes.
Come on and listen to the mole rat.
Yo, listen up, half a holla from Ron. Naked Mole Rap is the name of the song. Here's the story, in all its glory, ain't hiding nothing, you'll know what the truth is. How Ron met Rufus. Never heard a cat bark, never heard a puppy purr. My dad's allergic to every kind of fur, so I searched for hairless pets on the internet. Saw a JPEG of a pink thing, gonna need sunscreen. What is that? That freaky thing. Come on, y'all, let the girlie sing. What is that? That freaky thing. Hey, wait, I can't hear the girl sing. I heard Smarty Mart was having a sale on a hairless pink rodent with a long skinny tail. It seemed to be this could be a solution, the perfect pet for my dad's sensitive constitution. So the manager came to open the cage. He said, "You know this pet's hairless." I said I couldn't care less, handed him to me, said, "Be careful, don't drop it. And do you want this cage?" "No, I'll keep him in my pocket." What is that? That freaky thing. Come on, y'all, let the girl sing. What is that? That freaky thing. I'm gonna buy me some bling bling. Guitar, baby. What are we missing here? Can I get a booyah? Can I get a booyah? Look at the camera, say cheese. Smile for the camera, say cheese. Can I get a booyah? Can I get a booyah? Look at the camera, say cheese. Smile for the camera, say cheese. We go to Bueno, Nacho, Chimarito, and a Naco. Always grinding size, and why not? I'm buying. Rufus in my pocket, you can't stop it. Can't top it, don't drop it. You might just pop it. Rufus and Ron Stoppable. With our best friend, Kim Possible. We're not afraid of any attack. I say, yo, KP, we got your back. What is that? That freaking thing. Come on, y'all, let the girlies sing. What is that? Super freaking thing. Woo, come on, y'all, let those girlies sing. Yeah, this ain't no freako. Yeah, that's right, it's a naked mole rap. This ain't no disco. Come on, y'all, it's a naked mole rap. This ain't no sheep. Yeah, that's right, it's a naked mole rap. This ain't no rumble. Come on, y'all, it's a naked mole rap. Listen to the naked mole rap.